He outgrew his trolling phase. He outgrew it, so he's kind of been accepted. Early on, he used to be trolly, but he's matured. So
yeah, I don't know. I would just rather like get muted for like fucking 5 minutes than get banned and have to like fucking join and VC verify and shit. That's just annoying.
yeah, I don't remember so many trigger happy mods. To be honest, it wasn't like that when I was hanging out there. I've been gone for a bit, so. It's unfortunate. I don't know who's being. I mean, there's a lot of new mods, so I don't know if they're trigger happy. I don't. Gospel Bear, I don't remember him being so trigger happy.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's some people though that can't even like enter a Discord unless they're already mod there. Like they can't go into a convo and not have the ability to mute their opponents.
To mute them. Well, it's just I don't know about that, but I just think that people are if you're abusing people like that, that's not cool. And that's what we talked about that in the mod meetings, like, let people have their say so. As long as they're not like a toxic troll, let them speak.
So what's the best way to trigger QE and trigger Shines? Because I'm about to head over there.
Trigger QE. He gets triggered on anything. I've butted heads with him.
If I was to say light is not a particle, would that trigger QE?
Well, it isn't a particle, but I don't know. Light is not a particle. You think photons are beaming through the air? It's like, that's stupid.
Well, that's the current understanding, isn't it?
That's what he thinks?
Sure. Light's a photon. That's what QE.
I thought QE was a big proponent of quantum mechanics.
Yeah, that's quantum mechanics. Yeah, photons, electrons.
So he thinks they're particles.
Quantum mechanics is what proposes the wave particle duality. So I'm not sure if that follows what you said.
They got the wave function, but when there's an observer, there's no interference. So there's a column pattern.
What even is wave? It's just energy transfer. Like a wave is not a material thing.
Right. So particle. Right. So light, electrons, protons, neutrons, they're all particles. Is the current like what QE?
Elements are particles. Like you have oxygen and you have two hydrogens in a water molecule, and we know that because you can separate them. You can make hydrogen, oxygen, HHO gas.
Right. They're saying the double slit and the quantum eraser experiment proves that light's a particle. And these particles.
Who says that? Mud Fossil University says that too. I don't think it's a particle.
Right.
So we're being bombarded by billions of particles. You're looking at your cell phone. Your eyes are being hit with billions of particles.
Right, I get it. Yeah, because you have to think. You think physicality, and how does your eye not hurt?
If your eyes were like getting hit with shotgun particles you'd be blind at no time.
Right.
I'm getting bombarded by things traveling the speed of light, hitting my eyeballs. Yeah, okay. That sounds logical.
That's the current quantum, physics.
That's
as far as
fallacy.
I understand.
Fallacy.
What do you
physics.
think it is, bro?
What do I think it is?
I don't know what light is.
Light
How about
is
the other fellow? Sorry, I don't know your name.
Yeah, I'm Matt. I don't know what light is.
Glad to meet you, Matt. The other guy. What do you think light is, bro?
Light is a ether disturbance. That's the Kent Wheeler explanation. And a wave is not a thing. Like a wave, you have water, and a wave is an energy transfer through the water, but it's not a physical thing. It's not something you could like hold it and contain it. Like, oh, I'm gonna grab this wave. Like it's not a physical thing. It's a modality of the water.
You mean like a phenomenon?
So Ken Wheeler.
Is that a good word for it? Phenomena? Instead of a physical thing, it's a phenomenon that the object does itself.
A wave is like wind. Let's say you have wind. Wind is moving the air. A wave is moving the water. It's just energy transfer through the medium. The medium could be water. You could have a wave through air, like a shock wave. When you have an explosion, you have a shock wave go through the air. It's just an energy wave. It's not a physical thing. It's just, it's hard to explain without using the word wave. I mean, it's like,
What produces it? What starts it off?
a differential in pressure. So if you have a pressure like a bomb going off, you have a high pressure to a low pressure.
Yeah, but a bomb we can envision, like how a sound wave, like
You're
first you see
making a
the light,
pressure.
right? Then you get the sound. We
Making
all know that.
your vibrations with your voice is making a pressure wave, a vocal disturbance, and then the sound wave from your voice is moving through the air.
Yeah, so sound needs a medium.
Yeah,
So
so did the other wave, right? For water to have a wave, it needs a medium too.
right, but light doesn't need a medium. It's something different. It's not sound,
Yeah,
and it's not.
yeah, it's light is it's hard to explain. It's like, but I know it's not a particle. The particle thing doesn't make any sense. Here, because you know what would happen? You get accumulation of particles. If I bombard something with particles, you know what a stalactite is? Like in a
Yes.
cave, you have a stalactite that looks like an icicle, and it's minerals dripping down with water, and it makes like a stone icicle. And you would get the bottom, a stalagmite on the bottom from the accumulation of those minerals. As they dissolve, they make a pointed opposite, like icicle from the ground up. And that's what you would get with light. If you were depositing physical molecules or particles, you get some kind of accumulation.
That's
And then
very
all the other,
interesting what you just said.
I don't even
and then
think a photon is a physical particle in mainstream physics. Like I'm actually certain it's not.
Yeah,
Well, it
'cause it's
isn't. You don't
talking
have to think.
quantum. Yeah.
It's massless, according to them.
Yeah.
Right. So why would there be stalactites forming on your goddamn eyes when the photons hit them? If the photons not a physical
Good
thing.
point. Yeah.
So yeah, Mr. Yang goes to the optometrist and she says, "I'm sorry to tell you, you got a cataract." He says, "I don't have a cataract. I got a winking continental."
I'll
It's
take
just,
either one.
That
I'm just.
Dodge
I wish I
try
was funny,
entire
guys. I
question.
wish I was funny.
That dodged
It
my
was
entire
okay.
question and didn't actually answer it.
That was a boomer joke, because most people wouldn't know those cars. Like, if you're not a boomer, I mean, the
Yeah, I
boomers
wish I
don't.
was funny.
But I
So
wouldn't mind
Wolfgang,
having
you
one.
think it's a perturbation in the field, in some sort of field, like Ken Wheeler type of thing,
Yeah,
or
I think his explanation makes a little bit more sense, because you would be depleting particles. Like when he explained what an AC generator is, if electricity was stripping electrons out of the copper would get depleted. If you're pulling electrons out of it, like if electrons are physical things, you'd be depleting your copper in no time. Here, we're pulling electrons out of this copper to make electricity, right? And you'd have,
Wait, when did electricity mean pulling electrons out of copper?
no, they think,
I don't think that was ever anyone's claim.
no, when they say electrons, where are the electrons coming from then?
They're flowing on the valence shell. They're on the
Where are you?
outside.
Okay, but where is the source? Where are these electrons coming
Wherever the
from?
motor is. Wherever the motor is, that's
I
the
get
source.
that. How is the generator producing them? Like, in other words, if you're pulling electrons out of something to push them somewhere else,
I don't think it's producing it. It's just moving it. That's it.
it's converting them out of the ether. All it's doing is converting it from one source to another source. So it's taking it from the air, from the ether, and making it into an alternating current that we can utilize.
That's a
It's
claim. That's a
it's a
claim.
transformation. It's transforming it.
That's a claim. Okay. I
Well,
get that.
what's your explanation with
I
this?
get that. That's a claim. That's a
It's not
claim or an
repeatable.
explanation. But do you have anything to support that? Or
What's your claim then?
well, the circuit has to be connected, right? So that the electricity can flow from positive to negative. Correct?
Well, not on AC.
Yeah, well,
AC.
in AC, okay. Are we discussing DC or AC
Oh, I
before we?
said an AC generator. We use
Okay,
AC in the house.
AC. Okay, AC generator. Then the
Yeah.
electrons aren't moving at all. The electrons, it's kind of like a build. It's kind of like those ball, the Newton balls. Not to mention
So
that
it's a
fucker. But
wave.
like,
It's an
but
alternating.
you know what that's what an AC generator is. It's basically like Newton balls. You can just imagine
Okay,
those
but
balls are electrons instead of
it is moving
balls.
energy from the power plant to our houses. It's moving energy. It's moving electric.
Right. Well, it's not. You do realize that the electrons aren't actually moving. They're hitting each other, and the energy's moving through them, kind of
Yeah,
like
it's like
Newton
a
balls.
football. It's if you hit
Kind of
two.
like
Yeah,
Newton
I
balls.
could
Yeah. No electrons are being produced or destroyed. They're just being moved back and forth. That's it.
alternate.
And where do the electrons come from?
The ether. They're all you're
Well,
living
I
in.
was waiting to see when that word would come up.
Okay, but you're living in an electric soup. If you ask a fish what is water, the fish doesn't know because he's in the water. What's water? I don't know. Like we're living in this soup, so you don't see it, you don't feel it, but it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere.
right, but we live in the air, right? Like a fish lives in the water, yet we know
It's
what the
also
air is.
in a vacuum tube. You still have the ether, so it's not just
So
in the air.
is a fish in the ether?
I suppose so. I suppose it's in the water as well.
What is the ether?
It's a ubiquitous electrical substance. I don't know how to even describe it. It's not air. It's like
So
an
you can't
electrical soup.
describe it, but you're gonna tell us how
I
it
did my
works.
best. I mean, do you know what it is?
Heard it.
I don't claim to know about things I can't even describe for myself.
Okay.
I've heard it described from everything from a chemical to an electrical to the Lord Jesus Christ himself.
And
It
you know what the
seems
truth is? Nobody knows.
There is an electrical gradient from 0 and about 100 volts every 3 feet. So you have this uniform gradient. It keeps stepping up 100 volts every 3 feet. So like at the
Where?
top of your head is like 200 volts
Wait. Where? Every 3 feet? Where? Like, what do you
off
mean?
of the surface. So if you're standing on
Oh,
the
off
earth,
the ground. Got it.
off the ground, yeah, off a ground level, but you don't feel it. It's like a low amperage, but it's there. It's there all the time. So we've grown accustomed to it because we live in it. But the way you could tell this thing is there too is you have like you ever see a spider let out a piece of silk and then spider will go up. It'll just levitate. It's grabbing that electrical current and it's going up somehow. I was wondering, like, how the fuck did this spider get on the overhang of my house? Like this, like little flea-sized spiders, these little tiny ass spiders, and they literally just kind of they float fucking upward. There's some kind of silk they let out, and they float. They go up. And it's some kind of electrostatic charge that makes them levitate. And I think maybe the silk, you know, when you rub a balloon on your hair, it makes that electrostatic charge on the balloon. It might be something like that. That static, the static is building up on that silk, and it's repelled from the earth because they have a similar charge, so it's getting repelled upward. And I think that's what water vapor. That's what's going on with the clouds. The molecules when the water evaporates, it's getting repelled upward. Even though the water vapor weighs more, it's going up because it has the same charge as the ground. It's getting repulsed.
well, like water vapor would just be a gas and it will expand in every direction to fill the
Well,
volume.
it's not just a gas. There's vapor in it. It's not a gas. It's a vapor. It's water
Well,
vapor.
vapor's a gas. I
You
guess
do realize that the term vapor means gas. You're basically just saying water vapor
No,
has
there's
like
liquid. There's liquid in it. If I blow vapor and I go on my eyeglasses and I exhale on it. The vapor has particles of liquid as well. That's the difference
do you
between a
understand
gas.
what I don't think you understand what the difference between a gas and a liquid is.
I think
Because
I do.
when that thing comes onto the glass and it turns to liquid, that's what you call a phase change. And it
Okay.
turns from gas to liquid. It is no
There's a
longer a
difference
liquid. It's no
between
longer a
vapor and
liquid when it's
gas.
beating up. It's no longer a liquid when it's beating up on the surface of your
Vapor,
glasses.
okay, but vapor contains liquid and gas doesn't. Gas is
No, you're not
compressible.
understanding the definition of the word itself.
Liquid is non-compressible.
Right, and okay, well, yes. If we're
Vapor
thinking
is an
mundanely,
atomized liquid. Vapor is an
but
atomized liquid. If I sneeze, I create vapor. Okay, it
you
doesn't.
do realize that you do realize that when you atomize a liquid, it becomes a gas. It is no longer a liquid. That's
Well,
what they're
it's
describing when they use the word gas versus the
it's
word
liquid in
liquid.
suspension. That's why it's different than just a gas. It's liquid in suspension. It's not
No,
just a gas.
it is a gas. It is not different from gas. Nobody
So
says that.
is fog
Liquid
not
is
water?
another word
Right?
we'd have to
Fog.
define.
You
The
drive
thing is, I don't
fog,
think you
not water.
understand. I don't think you
Fluid.
understand what the definition of liquid and gas is. That's the problem.
It's a gaseous form, but I'm saying it's not a pure gas. It's got. That's why you call it vapor. You make the distinction to call it vapor instead of gas.
All right, I'm just gonna agree to disagree, but I'll
We
let you
can
know if you
agree to
change my mind.
disagree. Okay. The vapor is an aerosolized liquid.
So can I get kicked off of 24/7 if I talk about this stuff?
No, I don't think so.
You would have never had this conversation there, ever. I guarantee you.
Why not?
Because somebody would have cut you off.
Sure.
Go there and try it out.
No,
Go there and
I'm
try it
saying
out.
sure. I'm agreeing with you. There's a lot of MCs and egos. Yeah, everywhere. Sure. What do I know? I like it.
Back to the photon.
The photon detector.
The photon detector.
What photon is he?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, can a photon that is massless do anything? What do you guys say?
What do you mean do anything?
What is mass?
Uh-oh.
I'm glad you asked. I'm glad you asked.
That's too.
Yeah,
But yeah,
which one do you want to go with? Inertia? Weight? What's the other one?
Let's just cover them all.
Yeah, what's the other?
What's your jump in?
It
Photons
used to
have
be the amount of stuff, but they threw that one out, right?
no,
They
photons do
replaced
have
it with
photons do have momentum though, so that implies that they can affect something. So what can they affect? Or affect?
you're cutting off. Is it just me or?
Yeah, he was cutting out.
Oh, my bad. My bad. I was just saying that photons they have momentum.
They have momentum. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Like when I've seen when you put shit out in the sun, it changes colors, changes shape, gets all kinds of shit happens to it, and the only thing that's happening is photons or whatever you want to fucking call it are hitting it. And isn't that how they make leather?
Leather. It depends on what kind of leather, but the old hatters used to use mercury to turn the cowhide into leather, and that's how they got crazy. Like the term "mad as a hatter," they're fucking around with mercury too much, and it made them insane.
Yeah, Globus
I mean,
came up with a
tanning
good
hide.
one. Pseudomass. Photons have pseudomass.
Let me weigh a bucket of photons. How much does this 5-gallon bucket of photons weigh?
Uh-huh.
Same as a 1,000,000-gallon bucket. Nothing. It's like
So
Well,
they're
they don't
telling
have
us
mass. They don't have mass, but they have momentum.
they have
can you
momentum, huh?
measure?
Huh?
Can you measure the momentum?
Yes.
I know there's meters that measure light. You can measure light with these lumen meters. They measure because I used to do a little growing, growing some cannabis, and the light energy from the bulb from 1,000-watt sodium light, every foot you lose a considerable amount of light lumens. You might start out at 100,000 lumens, then you drop to 90, and then 80 and 70. So if you got tall plants, you're going to lose a lot of lumens by you get to the bottom of the plant. It's not like the sunlight doesn't have that same loss. The sunlight is pretty much the same potency the whole way. At least in terms of what you're growing, say you're growing something, a plant 6 feet tall, it's going to hit it with equal intensity. It's not like artificial light. And you can measure that, to decide where to put your light. There's like little meters the photographer would use to check the light intensity. I think it's a lux meter. It tells you how intense the light is.
They both lose it at the inverse square law.
Yeah, but that doesn't
of-
apply. The inverse square applies to the bulb more so than the sun itself. Like it's because it's such a small distance. The height of a plant, it's irrelevant. But on a grow light, it is relevant.
So, guys, is there a double speak or a double think that can be done with the definition of mass? Because I would really like to know. We talked about inertia, right? Someone said momentum. Someone said weight. What is mass, guys?
It's a magic word that has no meaning. I'm so glad you brought that up. It's a magic word.
If someone said momentum or weight, they would have only been talking about things that have mass in the equation. But those things aren't mass on their own. Inertia, you could say, is equivalent to mass. But momentum is, obviously a speed multiplied by a mass, and weight is an acceleration multiplied by a mass. So it's not mass.
So how would you describe inertia?
The resistance to acceleration.
The ability to resist movement.
Well, the amount of resistance against acceleration.
So like the braking force. So does a resistor have inertia? You have an electrical resistor because it's not equivalent to mass. It's just resistance.
Resistance generally is not the definition for inertia. It's resistance against acceleration. The resistance you're talking about in electricity is resistance against an electric current.
The electrical flow. Yeah, resistance against acceleration. It's the ability to do nothing, to maintain its nothingness, to maintain any movement.
I think I see the point. Electricity being a force.
Does a photon have momentum, Kosho?
I stated that to you about 2 minutes ago.
Sorry?
I said exactly those words to you. I said that to you a couple minutes ago. I said photons have momentum.
Okay, is momentum a product of mass?
Not always.
Not always. Except maybe in this one particular situation. I'm telling you, it's a magic word. Plays with people's heads. It has 4 different definitions. Then there's another one. What is it? The mole, which is a measure of unit, and it has so many what do they call it? Elementary particles, some bull crap like that. So many Avogadro's number and all kinds of bull crap you hear. Excuse my language.
you can't get a straight answer from them because they got to keep changing the story. Oh, you know what I mean? When they just change the distance to the sun or change the distance to the
Yeah,
moon or
yeah.
change the speed of light. It's like they could do whatever they want.
That's why they have 4 definitions, and they change them with whichever fantasy story are they talking relativity? Are they talking time travel, fabrics? You know, yeah.
Even gravity, Newtonian or Einsteinian, and they keep inventing new shit. Every time you catch them in a lie, they invent another bullshit theory.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
When all the while they know they're fucking deceiving us, and that's the problem with lies. One lie creates another lie. They got to keep covering their tracks.
Well, out of all the definitions of mass that was just named, there wasn't 4 of them. There's only one of them was correct. The other 2 were not definitions for mass at all, as I stated.
Which ones?
I really wish you would keep up, SE. As I stated, the one you described as inertia was the only one that can be equated to the mass. The other definitions, someone said momentum, and someone else said weight. These are not definitions for mass.
Kosho said momentum.
What about mole?
I also said mole. That's right. Yeah.
A mole is not anything related to mass. A mole is a number.
It's a measure of unit. It's a
mole's a number, just like a dozen. Just like a dozen is a number.
Yeah, I just said that. That's right. And there's a certain amount of elementary particles that they say are a definition of mass. You don't know that one?
No, I think you heard people talking, not understanding what they were saying. Because when somebody says a mole, they're talking about a number. It's a number. That's all it is, like a dozen. I think you're thinking of a mole of mass.
Say that again. Say that again for the 4th time, because we didn't hear you the first 4 times, Kosho.
I'm almost certain you didn't hear me. But a molar mass was probably what you're thinking of. A molar mass, which is not also it's not a definition for mass. It's just a way to describe the certain mass a certain element might have.
Oh, just a certain way to describe a certain element might have, right? Okay,
yes.
Kosho, yeah.
You can describe the molar mass of an element. That's right.
So before they used to say how much stuff, but then they changed that, right, Kosho? They used to say how many particles are in it, or how many whatever, how many atoms.
Molar
and
mass.
They changed that, right? They changed that definition.
No, it's never been what it meant.
Yeah, you got to keep up with the changes, man. There's been so many, and there's so many definitions. You got to keep up with them.
Does gas have mass?
Yes, it does.
Which one? Does it have resistance to acceleration? Is it a mole? Is it what else did we say? Yeah.
I have
mole is not a mass, man.
I have a test. If you pull my finger, I can demonstrate gas expanding in all directions to fill the available volume. I can demonstrate this, guys. I wish I was funny. I'm sorry. I wish I was funny.
Actually, it can only come. It won't go back from the area that is exiting.
They don't have mass, but they have energy and momentum. So nothing has energy and momentum. They want you to believe that. That's a photon.
So, okay. So, photon. So, okay. SE, Montreal. So, they describe light as a photon. If it's not a photon, and it's definitely not, I mean, it can't be described as a wave. What am I missing? Like, how do I how do I square this in my mind? What is light?
I wish I could help you, brother, but truly I don't know. And I tell you, I guarantee you, these guys don't know either.
Awesome. That's an awesome answer, bro.
Yeah, bro. You know the quantum stuff that they talk about, where they collapse the.
I'm just learning about it. I'm trying to dive into it, bro. I am not a, you know.
It's actually the first lesson in quantum understanding is that photons are how electrons communicate to each other, more or less. It's
Well,
the how do you say, the liaison between electrons. When electrons lose energy, they emit photons, which will travel some distance and eventually be re-emitted by the atom and give the electron over there energy.
Meanwhile, they're massless.
Exactly.
Yeah, sure. That's like a snake oil salesman. Not you, the story. You just believe in the story.
Well, it seems to make sense.
yeah, it's like a best guess. See the double slit, like a comment. I guess just a comment I would have on the double slit and the quantum eraser. It seems like 18. We were talking about QE earlier, and I watched this video on double slit and quantum eraser experiments explained. And in 1806 or 4 or something like that, Thomas Young, this man Thomas Young, he got a column pattern, and it's strange because you would go through all this time to set up this experiment, turn it on, and not look at it. Because if you look at it, you'll get no interference versus interference. He got interference in 1806, and then from 1806 to like 1910, no one got no interference. And I just don't. There had to be a lot more history there that I'm not like abreast of, but it just seems to me like if someone's going to set up this little demonstration and turn the light on, you would look at it, and if you looked at it, you would get no interference. You would get no interference, which is a column pattern, versus interference, which is the diffraction. I don't know.
Sort of
what
like
you're
this.
I'm just learning.
what you're talking
Check out
about
what
is
I just posted. 50
what you're
past
talking
the
about
hour.
is the difference between when the particle or when the photon is interacting with something, in which case the wave function collapses, or when it doesn't interact with something. Like Jace is here. Jace is he's more knowledgeable in these regards.
Yeah. Jace is the man for that kind of stuff.
But that's the difference between the two tests. In one test, they are observing and measuring which slit that the light goes through, in which case the wave function collapses, and then you're going to get your non-interference pattern. You only get the interference pattern when there's no interaction that the photon is making on its path to the photon detector.
And how about if you can do it with $20 laser and sewing needle? What happens then? Like I did in my living room, and I just posted 10 past the hour. What happens then, Kosho?
That was a serious question. I'm sorry.
No, what's the explanation for having what similar effect with a laser and a needle with one slit in it?
I don't think you're having a similar effect. I think you're seeing a laser go through a needle.
But you see the pattern on that it makes on the wall?
First of all, one slit or one hole is not going to give you any sort of any pattern that's remarkable in any way.
Did you see what I posted?
Yeah, I see what you posted.
Okay. You're a hard man to impress.
Do you think that's an interference pattern?
It looks similar to it.
I don't think it is.
But really, the quantum experiment, you know, okay, fine. It's like most people don't really understand what it is, and I'm one of them. But the thing is, of the light being massless, that's my real beef. How could something that's massless do something like burn your skin, or, you know, they say it could move the solar wind, can move a sail, right? That's light. How does that happen?
Well, it's just like a shock wave from a bomb. It's not a particle, it's a disturbance, it's a pressure, it's a movement in pressure. So maybe the light is something similar to that. You got these
That
little
would make
shock
more
waves,
sense. Yeah.
and like a microwave, it's just the radar, it could make things boil, and it's just creating friction from the vibrating wave going through the air.
Yeah,
And
like,
you could get burned from the sound. Yeah, like they got a weapon, a military weapon. It feels like your skin is on fire. They hit you with a sound wave, and it feels hot to your touch. And I think
yeah,
that
that I
that's
could
part of the,
understand. Yeah, and they
you
have
know, guys.
sound cannons. They have, yeah.
Yeah, they were jumping out the World Trade Center on the if you look, and they're taking their clothes off because they were wet from the sprinklers. And some people speculate it's because of the microwave energy. They were hitting the building with some kind of microwave energy before they went poof, before they made the buildings disintegrate.
Yeah, I
And
heard
that's why they're
stories like
so
that.
hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's horrible, but to think they have these I know they have these kind of weapons because I've seen the results. All the cities that they've burned up, they all look similar. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing left but ash, and then the surrounding trees are not affected. It's like, wait a minute, this fire was so intense it burned down a totally concrete building, concrete and brick, but yet there's a pine tree 5 feet away from the building, and it still has all its needles. The fucking pine tree didn't burn, huh? First of all,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
never seen
selective
anyone.
burning. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
really questionable.
non-combustible.
Yeah, yeah,
Only the non-combustible materials burn. What the fuck is that? Bricks are non-combustible. I can make my fireplace out of bricks, and I can burn all the logs I want. They're non-combustible. But yet the pine tree, if I get too close with a flame, that thing's going up like it's got gas on it. You know what I mean? The pine tree is highly combustible. Doesn't make sense unless it's not fire. It's something else. It looks like fire, but it's not necessarily fire.
yeah. But now we're going into like a different topic: experimental weapons.
No,
Like,
no, I know
that's
it's a different
scary,
topic. I'm saying
scary stuff, man.
these
No, I don't mind.
weapons
I'm
are.
just saying, yeah, that's different. Yeah,
Well, I mean, what you're talking about has been weaponized. Like they've used this type of technology that we don't understand to weaponize things like sound and vibration and all these things.
yeah, you're probably right about. Well, with the sound, you're definitely right, because I know right now at this in the EU border, they have patrols and they have sound sound cannons. Like it's a big old truck with this thing on top, and yeah, it hits you with sound, and
Check
it's not
out this.
a good feeling.
in the text. I wanted to show this to Gio because he's in California. This was a Home Depot, right? Look what happened to the Home Depot building.
I
If you
literally
look,
live right next to it. I'm
do
literally
you really?
I'm a block away. I literally am looking out of my balcony right now, and it's literally right over those trees where that
Oh
Home
my
Depot.
God,
Yeah,
Damn.
that isn't that scary? They
you know where
hit
I
this
live now.
with
I
a
just doxed
weapon.
myself.
They hit this with a weapon. If you look at the interior wall of the Home Depot, see how it's still white? There's no smoke on it. And look at
Yes.
these pine boards. Look how they're warped, like
So
they're
what's
wet noodles.
it's very crazy. So when this happened, I was sitting out here and all of a sudden I was like, what the hell? Like, what is going on? Like, I started hearing all these sirens and all this black smoke. I mean, it was black. It wasn't white. It was like completely black smoke. But what was crazy is like where we were, and I'm sitting literally right in front of it. Like where I'm sitting right now, a block over, Home Depot, right in front of
God,
me. And this
that's
black smoke
terrifying.
was like lifting up, and the wind was like blowing in this opposite. They were like, "Stay indoors." Oh, we're all gonna be so toxified by the paint and the this and that. Our sky was blue. It was blue on the left of us. It was blue to the right of us, and this black smoke was like just going up into the sky. Like it didn't even damage anybody's sky. It was like the weirdest thing. It was very odd. Then they said that it was like, oh, there were people in the back of the building that like set it alight, like with some employees or whatever. And then I was like, oh yeah,
Right. You
cool. Okay,
burned
so
it like
the videos
this?
were just like, let's light a match and set something on fire. Like that makes no sense. Like, how did this even happen?
Dude,
It was
you
very, very
cannot.
weird.
If someone had a blowtorch and they're by the stack of lumber,
Yeah.
they're not gonna first of all, one of the employees is gonna stop them
Yep.
to get a fire extinguisher. It takes a long time to get lumber to go up, and it's
No,
not
it
gonna
wasn't
go up with
and
this.
even the lumber wasn't the problem. It was the chemicals. And what was crazy is so I have tons of videos of this actually on my phone. I can post it. Um, so I have multiple videos of this. I posted it on Twitter, I posted it on my Facebook. I was like, I even posted it on here. I was like, there were vortexes, like it was crazy. So it was this
Yes,
huge
fire
cloud of black
tornado.
smoke, and there was
Yes,
like these fire tornadoes. There were like this explosion would pop off, and I was like, that was probably a
that's a
propane tank
weapon.
or whatever it was. Like there was something going on, and then it would be like this tornado of fire and black smoke that was like this whirlwind, and it would just like it was crazy.
You
And we were
witnessed the
all
directed
standing outside
energy.
videotaping it like, what is this? What is
It
happening?
was
We
the
didn't even know what it
directed
was.
energy.
Yeah, it
It
was
was a
crazy.
weapon. This
Weird.
was a weapon. It
Very
wasn't the paint department. It was a weapon. Most of the paint is water-based. It's not even flammable. This was a weapon. If you look at the non-combustibles like the tree. Lumber is combustible. Why didn't this wood burn? It's like,
Well, what's
look at
even weirder, this is what's even weirder. So I'm a smoker, and so I go to the gas station to pick up cigarettes, which is right next to where Home Depot is. And I just went like 2 days ago to pick up some cigarettes, and there was like 20 fire trucks out there, and they all had their ladders on top of still the building of Home Depot because there's still a ton of building. Like it's still, you can walk on top of it. There's just like one little area that's completely burned. The rest of the building is totally fine. They're walking all along there. There was all these fire trucks. They're all inspecting it. And so I was with my 4-year-old son, and I was like, "Oh, say hi to the firemen." And so we were like, "Honk honk hi." And they were like not saying hi back. They were like, "Oh shit, like somebody's seeing." Like it was weird. And I was like, "Hey guys, like we just wanted to say thank you for your service." And they were kind of like, "Move along." And we're like, "There's no fire happening." Usually firemen are super cool. They'll say hi to a little kid. Like they were like, "Get the fuck out of here." Like you shouldn't be here right now because it's just
I
like a it was like I was driving behind the buildings to get out of the buildings. And so in order to drive behind the buildings, you can see the Home Depot. And they were like, move along, move along. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just trying to say hi. It was really weird.
well, what I'm saying is how the building is completely consumed, but yet the trees right behind it, those pine trees are not affected.
No,
And then
nothing
there's no
was affected. Nothing was affected
pine.
except for the Home Depot. Nothing at all.
That's what I mean. How is
At
it a
all.
fire? It looks like
It
fire, but it's
stayed
not
contained.
necessarily fire.
Yeah, it
You
was
know what
very
I'm
weird. It stayed completely contained. There's so where you see this Home Depot, like I literally live like you tree behind it, then like right behind that, that's where our condos are, where the smoke is like hiding it. That's where our condo is.
I'm
Nothing
glad you're
was affected.
okay. That's
None of the smoke damaged us whatsoever. Our air was like bright and clean. We didn't have to stay indoors. Like everything was perfectly fine. Like, I have it on video. It was crazy. What's even funnier is the next morning, my grandma sent me a thing. She was like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad you're okay. They said they could see it from the ISS, and they were like, oh, we could see this
Yeah, I know.
fire from the fire blazed so high that they could see it from space." I was like, "Get the fuck out! Shut up!"
You don't say that to grandma.
No, of course I do. Grandma knows. Grandma's based. Grandma knows.
Oh,
Yeah.
she knows it's flat. Okay.
She knows what's up. She knows what's up. So yeah, she was like calling me like, "Oh, glad you're okay." Like they saw it from space. She knows.
She was joking.
Yeah.
She's joking.
Yeah. I
But
don't
do
know
you
what
see?
happened. I don't know if this was directed. I know that there was something weird that was happening with it.
Oh,
It
I
didn't
know what it
the way that
was
the
because
smoke
I've
behaved, the way that the vortexes were, the black smoke mixed with the white smoke, like the intensity of it, like we could feel the heat, but like it
dude.
never moved beyond Home Depot. Like it was weird.
It was a
I will give
fire
you that.
tornado.
Yeah,
Guess where else they had fire tornadoes? In Paradise, California. And
exactly.
what was
It's always in
it?
Cali, right? All of these fires.
Yeah,
Yep.
these are weaponized fires. This is not some normal fire. It doesn't you couldn't completely consume a building like this with a normal fire. It doesn't spread like this. Fire doesn't just consume the whole building and it doesn't leave any smoke residue
And
on
there's
that back
nothing else.
wall. Look at the back wall is
It
white.
didn't even
There's no
affect
fucking
the other it only affected Home Depot. So right next to Home Depot is like this dog thing and another like tool shop. It only affected Home Depot. The dog thing was okay. The other thing was okay. Of course, they had to make the dogs leave, whatever. And they had this whole, oh, rescue the dog thing, whatever. There was like a couple dogs in there getting their hair shampooed. It's not even like a kennel or whatever, but they rescued the dogs. They made this whole thing out of it. That wasn't affected. The thing next to it wasn't affected. That's why all these firemen were up on those roofs. The only thing that was affected was Home Depot. Nothing around it, nothing surrounding it. Everything else was perfectly fine. Not a single house surrounding. It's literally a block away from where I live. I can go and take photos of it and show you guys. It's crazy.
Do you see those boards? Those boards on the Home Depot cart? I know those are boards that I use for roofing. Those are 1x6 pine boards. They're bent like a wet noodle. They just bent like a wet. I've boards don't do that. None of the paint is affected. None of these plants in the background were affected by heat. This is some weird shit. I'm glad they didn't that it was isolated to this. You were way too close for comfort. That's like
I'm actually gonna see if I can post one of the videos that I put. Let me see if I can find it real.
that's so bizarre that like you live right there. I thought Geo lived close to this, but you live like you could smell the shit. Hey, what's that smell? Did it not have a smell? Is what you're saying? You didn't smell the smoke? It was clear air.
Yeah, I just found it right here. And let me see if I can download it. So I said, this was on April 9th. I said, hoping no one got hurt and incredibly grateful for the first responders, the San Jose Fire Department. There was multiple minor explosions, flames coming up above the horizon of the condos, and many vortexes of black smoke. We were so lucky that the smoke blew south towards Gilroy so that our sky and air remained crystal clear. This was on April 9th that I posted it. And you can see right from my house that it basically this is on Facebook, and I don't know how to share it, but I have this video on Facebook, and you can see like these explosions, these fires like popping out of it, and these vortexes taking place. It's insane. Yeah, it's literally like you can see a tree, a couple little condos, and then the fire, and there's like crazy vortexes, and it was constantly like explosion, 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 like for like an hour. There were like constantly these explosions and crazy like flames that shot up above the condos in front of us. And like we're spinning this black smoke. But all the sky around us was crystal blue from left to right. And there was just a stack of black smoke that went up into the air and then dissipated. Like it didn't even move to like anywhere. It just went up into the sky and dissipated. So it didn't make any of the sky around us like where you couldn't breathe. It was really weird. It was a trip.
That's what it did on 9/11. It went straight up.
Yeah, it was really weird. It went straight up and just dissipated into the sky. It did not make any of they were like, "Oh, go indoors because it's going to be so smoky." And we were like sitting outside smoking cigarettes and weed or whatever and like, "Nah, everything's fine. We can breathe perfectly fine." This is better than like a smoggy day in September, when like the summer there's no wind, so like everything settles. We could breathe easier that day than we could in August. It was weird. It definitely, I think that there is a lot of weird things that happen with it. I don't know if it was a directed energy or whatever it was. I don't know what happened, but there are multiple things that I would agree with you that yeah, it was very interesting, and I have a ton of videos I can send you personally.
I
Um,
could tell you just by the results, like what's left over it, it looks the same as all the other things that we suspect to do weapons. It looks like Paradise. It looks like Fort McMurray, Canada. It looks like all these suspicious fires have a similar signature. You know, they say if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it has all the same telltale signs. The fucking pine trees behind it, only the
nothing around it.
non-combustible
I'm
stuff.
telling you, nothing around it. There's Home Depot. There's stores to the left. There's or to the right of it. So if you're facing Home Depot, to the left of it, there's trees and a street, and then more stores. None of those trees, none of that street, none of the buildings exactly to the right of it, like the next door right to the right, nothing happened. That was the dog thing. Then there was a tool, none of that. None of it was affected. It was just isolated to the Home Depot. But it was this humongous fire with this crazy thing and nothing else was affected at all
Have you ever,
whatsoever. And it took them hours to put it out. So how did it not spread? It's very weird. The whole thing is very weird. I will
like,
concur that.
even this ship, this is in Lebanon. Look at this ship. The steel is on fire. Everyone knows steel doesn't burn. This is a
Oh,
thick
but don't
steel
they?
pulp.
Doesn't it burn? Doesn't it just melt when
You
air?
can make steel wool, like
I'm
steel
just
wool,
saying.
but not steel plate. Steel
No,
plate,
but
like,
airplanes, just completely, demolish steel. So of course it'll burn, right?
oh, I gotcha. Yeah, I got your sarcasm. Yeah.
Yeah. Like
But you can
it's
make steel
wild.
wool. Like steel wool is like fibrous steel. Like, yeah, okay, that'll burn, but not steel plate. Steel plate doesn't combust. Only this when it's hit with suspicious weapons. But yet there's no heat affected zone. You see one area of the steel is like ash, but then the adjacent panel is not affected by the heat at all. The paint is still on it. It's not like burned off, and there's no transition. It abruptly ends. There's no transition from the
Wait,
heat zone.
hold on. Doofus is saying in here, he said, nope, fires go up. This is basic shit. Dude, fresh air feeds the fire from the side and, if possible, underneath. The area around the building should be in the air inflow, thus mostly clean air. Again, basic shit. In response to
Yeah.
it would all be covered in black soot. What's funny is we've had multiple fires over here where I live. We are constantly having fires. There was a fire down the block where an entire thing blew up, and there we had ash over here from blocks away where these buildings were on fire. We had another fire where a condo, somebody did something stupid with their fireplace or whatever, and that thing was on fire, and we had to turn on the sprinklers, hose down our houses because we were getting all this soot and all this ash from this fire. This Home Depot is like literally just as far away and nothing happened. There was no
Even
soot. There was nothing happening. There was just
even
this
in
soak of
building,
black smoke up in the air, and that was it. There was
even
nothing happening. Nothing.
even
Nobody
the
was affected
remaining
except for Home
walls,
Depot. Period.
even the remaining walls inside Home
Yeah.
Depot are not covered in
No,
soot.
they're
If
not.
you had a raging fire, that thing would be completely blackened with soot, the
Yeah,
walls.
we went and checked it out. Like I was telling you, the firemen were like up on the building, like, hey, like keep moving, like stop coming around here, like don't try and say hi to us. We're doing our shit right now. It was weird. The whole thing it's very weird. I will definitely agree with you. I don't know what happened. I don't know what it actually was. I don't know. And I'm not going to lay claim like, oh, it was a Dewey or it was this or it was that or whatever the case may be, but it is highly suspect. I will give you that and I can send you the videos and you can make from it what you will.
I've looked at the videos. I'm like, this is a fucking obvious to me what did it. I mean, like I can't describe exactly how the weapon works, but it seems like it likes to burn a lot of non-combustible stuff. Like here's a log truck. It's hauling logs, and the aluminum melts. The logs don't combust, but the truck does. Like the truck melts and bursts into flames, but the logs on the truck don't catch fire, but yet the aluminum wheels are burned off. It's like how? How is this possible?
Well,
And
and
those
here's the
little
thing. Is Doofus in here right now? Like, is he listening? Because I would love
I
to
don't
talk to him about this because it is weird. Like, and if he moonlights as a fireman, then I would really like to talk to him about how this fire did not create any soot, any ash, any kind of anything, didn't cause no harm whatsoever, didn't create any smokestacks that affected anybody from San Jose to Gilroy whatsoever. Like, nothing happened at all. It was just like it happened and
Or
then it was
radiant
gone.
heat. Where's the radiant heat? How
There's
come
no
the tree behind it didn't combust? If it was what I'm saying is it looks like fire, but it doesn't behave like fire.
Well, people want to resist the other.
You cut out, Lemon.
You cut out.
Oh, this freaking push to talk. Things like dew, things like controlled fire of some sort that's not just a regular forest fire. I mean, they're going to resist the conclusion and say it has to be some sort of normie fire somehow.
Even though there's no soot on the walls, there's no radiant heat transfer. It's the most bizarre thing. And then people accept the official narrative. Oh, it was a fire in the paint department. Okay.
The alternative is just too frightening. Directed energy weapons or whatever. And when the alternative is just too frightening, any normie explanation will do.
In California, even the Home Depot, I mean, everything's getting hit. All these random buildings, it seems random.
But I don't think the Home Depot is random. Like, if you think about it, the Home Depot is the perfect place to have an alien base, right? There's everything they need under one roof to build anything they want. And that's why it could have been a controlled attack to take out the aliens.
You don't want to take the 5G kill grid, we'll just burn you from the sky. You're going to take the 5G kill grid one way or another.
It's weird that she lives by there. I'm glad it didn't hurt. It didn't affect you. It's weird how precise this is and how localized the damage is.
But you know, when you're dealing with aliens, you got to be precise.
Well, that's what they're going to claim. They're going to claim this. They're going to say, "Oh, these are aliens invading us." This is the Project Bluebeam.
Here's
You're
the
going
thing.
to
Where
post.
I live, we get fires we live in California, right? So we are constantly dealing with fires. And it can be, you know, there's fires up on the hill, or there's a home fire, or we're like all the time there's constantly fires around us, like all the time, every year, really close to us. And so we deal with it. And every fire is like like you're like, okay, yeah, this home is on fire, or there's a bushfire, or there's this thing or that thing. The Home Depot fire was the first fire where I was like, it is weird. It doesn't make sense. Like, it was definitely one of those fires where I was like, it was kind of similar to, you know, the
Paradise.
North, Paradise, things like that. The fact that it was so close, we didn't feel any heat from it. The smoke was going up into the air. It didn't affect anybody's air whatsoever. It went straight up into the air. It didn't affect the buildings right next to it. It didn't affect anything, you know, in front of, behind, anything, none of the cars. There were propane tanks outside. None of the cars blew up. Everything was perfectly fine. Everything just went up, but we were
You
constantly
didn't feel
hearing
the heat.
explosions and vortexes of this black smoke. And it was insane. It was an insane fire, the biggest fire I've ever seen that close to me. And it didn't really do anything except
Heat at all. You didn't feel the heat. See, now that's very, very sus. It's like that. A normal fire, you would feel the radiant heat. That's a lot of fucking flame for you not to feel any heat.
So wait. So are we trying to say that the actual fire was different from normal fire?
Yes. It's not fire. It looks like fire. It produces what looks like smoke, but it's not necessarily fire as we know it. It's not oxidizing something. Something else is happening, some other type of reaction. Because the fire would produce radiant heat. You stand by a big fire, you could feel the heat, the radiant heat. You could feel it on your face.
That's interesting, man. I mean, like, you know, I wonder if it was the reason that it's different than regular fire is because of the reason why the fire started, or is it because of what was burning inside Home Depot?
But when we say burning and fire, we're assuming, but it's not necessarily burning. there's some other reaction that we can't. It looks like fire, and that's the only word in our
Right.
vocabulary.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to ask is, do you think the reason for it being different to regular fire is because of whatever started the fire, or because of what was burning, or what was the fuel of what you were seeing within Home
Sometimes
Depot?
it's not fuel. Sometimes it's non-combustibles like metal. Metal is non-combustible. Brick and glass are non-combustible. And those are the things that we say that they burn. And you see this here? This was the city of Chicago. And this is a picture that someone drew, the Great Fire of Chicago. And look there's this, what looks like a flying saucer with a beam weapon coming out the bottom. And how would a city like Chicago, which is stone buildings, brick buildings, non-combustible materials, how do you completely burn down an entire city? Like you burn down.
I guess. You know what, man. I think we should probably think about what the definition of combustion is.
It's not oxidation. It's not oxidation of fuel. That's what a fire is. This is a different process. These are non-combustible things.
Metal.
Bricks are non-combustible. Concrete is non-combustible, but yet it's a flame. It looks like a flame is coming off of things that are non-combustible.
The fuel question was a good question. What's burning?
What is combustion?
Combustion is oxidation.
So why can't metals oxidize?
Metals can, but metal is non-combustible. Like sheet metal, thick metal is non-combustible.
Like sodium?
Not
magnesium?
Steel, different metals.
Right. So, what is sodium?
Sodium is a different type of soft metal. It can oxidize. It can oxidize. You could oxidize steel wool, but I'm saying plate steel is non-combustible. These are non-combustible. Bricks, concrete, non-combustible. They should never be.
Rust is oxidization.
Got it. So basically, we're not sure whether it was what ignited Home Depot, or whether it was the shit that was actually combusting in Home Depot, but it definitely wasn't normal.
Right?
Right?
You have someone firsthand that lives like that she could spit on the building. She's so close.
Stacy, like, you know, I keep saying in Flat Earth, we should.
Oh my God! If somebody calls me Stacy one more time, I think I'm going to blow a gasket. Branch.
My bad, Shines. I said that just
seriously. I know you did.
I said that.
I know you did. Just stop. I'm not Stacy. She is her own person. We are different people. I'm not Stacy.
So Stacy, right? So Stacy.
Stop it.
Don't call her Karen and don't call her Stacy. Even if her name is Karen, don't call her.
First of all, this whole conversation is bring up on the point that somebody lives in California, and obviously Stacy doesn't, right?
Oh, dude, he's gonna get it.
But anyways,
she's gonna kick you in the balls.
Now that everybody knows exactly where you live, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I totally talked to myself. If anybody knows where the Home Depot is, they totally know where I am now. So that's
not even that. But you told people what view you have from your fucking living room.
I really don't care. I'm not really tripping.
Nobody's gonna come and hit her house with a fucking dew.
You never know, man. There's some crazy.
What are they gonna do? Get the angle measurement?
I will say this, man. Like, look, on both
launch
sides,
the nuke branch.
This whole flat Earth community is filled with some crazy motherfuckers. Rig is one example of them.
I am not. Don't lie.
I thought you had something better to say than that, Rig.
No, I've got absolutely nothing, Branch.
Well, you was gonna say something, and then you stopped.
No.
You gotta tell us what you was gonna say.
Nothing. You're just making up that I was going to say something.
You decided to just make.
Yes, I did. I just decided to interject with absolutely nothing, Branch. That's what I've done.
You see how the media is mocking people? Look at what they did for this rainfall imaging over Paradise, California. 666 inches. Like, this is pure mockery. they burned down Paradise. The rainfall is 66.6, and then the surrounding areas are getting 3 inches, 3 inches. It's like you
Well, you
don't
know
think
what?
that's
At least,
possible.
at least they didn't burn down Paradise and put up a parking lot.
Maybe they will. Maybe they'll pave the
Womp
fucking place
womp.
over.
Did you not get that joke?
Yeah,
Branch,
it's
it
from a
wasn't funny.
song. It's
Yeah,
not
Jody
funny.
Mitchell. They paved Paradise and put up a parking lot.
They have a sick sense of humor. The powers that shouldn't be. Very sick.
I mean, I actually think that lyric right there is so fucking deep, and it's kind of it's interesting because like a lot of us, we do want the basic necessities we get with civilized life by burning down Paradise and living in a concrete world. But there's also part of us that really fucking hates the fact that we're living in a world like that. So it's an interesting thought. Is which one would you rather give up? Your daily lifestyle, if you want benefits you get from living in this concrete world, or would you rather go back to the Stone Ages?
I can tell you, I grew up in the urban concrete environment, and now I do not live in that environment. I live in the sticks now, and it is 10 times better living out in the sticks. Not waking up wall to wall with people is just refreshing.
Well, and isn't
Man,
this
I
where
mean,
it gets tricky? Hold on, Branch. Isn't this where it gets tricky? Where this is like a leftist thing where it's like, oh my God, global warming, climate change, whatever. You guys are horrible. We want to do this. But yeah, we're also consumers and we're liberal. So we want to produce this and, have these advantages here and create all these new things because we're also liberal at the same time. And then you have conservatives. They're like, well, we're conservatives, so we don't want to do these things. And like, you guys should stop doing these things. But we're also like, no, this isn't happening because of, human beings. Like, it's this constant like flux between both sides that are just both have good intentions but are doing the wrong thing. You know what I
well,
mean?
I get what you mean, but I think that part of the bigger problem is um, the the notion of the right way of life that we pass on to our kids, right? So even if you think the right way of life is this, the the vision of the right way of life you would pass off to your kids is gonna be level to the city you live in, how to make it in that city, not necessarily how to make it in the world, or if the world was a different place, what you would rather it be. But literally, where you live, that's how you can teach your kids how to live.
You want to see some crazy shit? Look at some of these pics. There's a wine bottle that's been melted. The glass is melted. Glass melts at 3,000 degrees, but this white paint is not affected by the 3,000 degrees, a half a millimeter, like directly adjoining to the white paint. There's no heat affected zone. The glass was not heated, but it was melted.
I was on a photo shoot one time in Northern California back in my younger days when I used to do modeling. And so I went up into these mountains and we were doing this humongous photo shoot. And there were like some beer cans and I was like, "Oh, cool, like somebody had a bonfire out here." And then a little bit down these beer cans whatever and I was like, "Oh, cool,
Circles.
people had a party out here." And then I was like, "Oh, well, I guess they had a bonfire too." Like we went a little bit down the ways and I was like, "Oh, they must have had a bonfire here." And then I was like, "What the heck is this?" And I picked it up and there were these two like really cool rocks that were like crystal clear glass, but there was like little bits of dirt inside of them, but they were like all wonky looking and like the totally shards. Like I can't explain it. They were like these weird looking glass structures, and I was like, oh, like they must have had a bonfire and burnt the glasses. They're beer bottles, and I was like, but no beer bottle is clear. Like it happened so suddenly, right? I was going through all these thoughts as I was saying them out loud to like the photographer, and then I was like, wait a minute, like what the fuck? Like, we're on a mountain. Like, no, no, no. They couldn't have had a bonfire here. This is a tiny little dot of where this fire is. This was lightning. And I found these lightning glass shards. Like, something hit the ground and it created these lightning shards. And I had these two perfect rocks of lightning glass. which is like the most amazing find, and I still have them. They're so cool looking.
Can you
And
show us?
that's
Like, you got a pic?
no, but I can take a picture. I have them. Actually, I can take a picture. They're actually in my
Wait,
phone.
wait, hold on. Is he talking about the shards or the photos you're taking with the
The
mother?
glass
Oh, I
shards. I
don't know
want
what
to
he's
see what
talking.
might be
I can
glass.
take you pictures of the glass.
The
Yeah,
shards, yeah.
they're in our room,
See.
but my husband's asleep right now, so I can take pictures tomorrow and show you. They're
Yeah,
super
that's
freaking
fine.
cool. They're really amazing, and there's like tiny little pebbles of like grains of like the dirt inside of them, but like glass is all surrounding it, and they're like all misshapen. And I guess
Sons,
it
are
reminds
you
me of that
talking about?
movie.
Are you talking about lightning hitting the ground and
Yes,
making
so it was
rocks?
lightning. It was lightning that
Yeah,
actually
dude,
hit
that's
it.
that's a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
normal thing. I had a girlfriend whose mom was big into like collecting rocks and shit, and she had a bunch of rocks that are called lightning stones, and
It's
apparently
so
like Native
cool.
Americans would pick the shit up because
Yeah, I
when it hits
never
the
have
ground, it
ever
like
found
does all
one.
kinds of shit. Yeah.
It was so amazing that I actually found one. And I thought that because I saw the beer bottles, I was like, oh, they had a bonfire here. Do, like doing the photo shoot, walking along. And then I was like, what the hell? Like, oh, these are really cool. Cause I'm always looking in the ground. I'm always looking up or looking down, like
Would
paying
If it was
attention to
so amazing
nature.
that you actually found one, then how
would you guys
amazing was it
mind
that you found two?
describing for all of us that haven't seen those lightning shots? Can you describe what it looks like?
Just
It
look up
sounds like
lightning
Jewish
stone on
lightning.
Google. It's not. It's a pretty common thing. It's just called a lightning stone. There's a common
I mean,
phenomenon.
it's basically like it hits sand and converts the sand into stone, right?
It hits
I've
all, dude.
seen,
There's times where it just hits other rocks and converts the other rocks into other shit. They're
Right.
called
I
lightning
mean,
rocks.
tunnel
so
like that.
how
It
would
You
makes
can
how would
literally,
you
I
describe?
literally know you can Google this because you Google the globe every day when you're debating.
I could, but I don't know. I don't know if what I find on Google is actually descriptive of what you're talking about, and that's why I asked you.
Yeah, it's called a lightning stone. Google it. You can
Right,
read
but
about it.
you guys are talking about beautiful lightning stones, and what I'm wondering is like, what is it about these lightning stones that are so
Okay,
beautiful?
hold up. I need some clarification. So when it hits the ground and it creates like a stone, it's called lightning stone. But when it hits a stone, what's it called?
Lightning stone. It's just they're just called lightning stones.
So there's no difference between one that hits the ground or a stone?
I don't know if it hits dirt and it turns the dirt into something. I know if it hits sand, it'll change sand, but sand is just small little stones. So, but they're called lightnings. Like
Wait,
you
hold on.
guys have
Even here
Google.
where I'm
You
where,
Lightning
Globers,
no,
stone.
even where
you
I'm looking
Globers
it up,
use Google every time. Just look it up
it's
on
not
Google.
even
It's not
showing.
hard.
Hold up. It's not even
This
showing what I actually found. So what I'm seeing here when you look up lightning stone, and so even if I go to Google because I'm on start, whatever, if I look up lightning stone, it's not showing
right. It's showing
what I
something
found.
else.
What
All
I
right, because
actually
they don't
found.
look
Yeah,
beautiful.
no,
They
no,
don't.
no, no. Hold up. So if anybody Googles lightning stone right now, what you're gonna see is like a rock with like some lines through it. What I actually found was crystal clear. It looked like glass. That's why I was like, oh my gosh, they must have had a bonfire so much that it burnt the glass into these cool little stones that I found. And then I was like, no, that's not possible. It was actually more like, I don't know if anybody's seen the corny movie where they actually stick like rods in the ground where lightning comes and strikes it and it can create these glass because sand turns into glass, right? So where I was in this mountain, it wasn't that it turned like went through a stone. It was like there was so much sand on this mountain in California that it turned it into glass. So it's like
I
these
don't know that it
glass
was
little.
lightning though. It might
Okay,
not.
okay. Is like what Lightwater just posted?
Let me see. No, it doesn't look like that at all. That's
Did
not.
you know that a fire can't melt glass. A normal fire doesn't
Of course
reach
it can.
3,000.
Exactly.
Not an
But
open
lightning.
air.
Well, that
Not an open
okay.
air.
That's
When
why I
you
was like, it had to have been lightning. There's
right,
no other.
lightning,
That's
Exactly. That's why
lightning.
it had
nine
to
of
be lightning.
conscience. That's not from lightning hitting the rock.
It could have been this other thing that
But
we're looking at because it does melt glass. I've seen the melted glass come out of the windows of cars and things, and the melting temperature is too high for a normal fire to melt glass.
You know what I've always thought though. Apart from, I hate to change
Okay,
the
look
subject.
up. Hold on. Look up lightning glass instead of lightning stone. Look up anything lightning glass. It looked more like that. That's exactly what it looked like. It's lightning glass because it
Was
hit
it
a
in a
mountain
tube?
where there is sand. Because we're in California, we're in the hills of
Mhm.
California. There's sand up there. Lightning struck
Can I
where the
ask you
sand
how
was
big
and
it was?
turned it into glass.
Hold up,
It
hold
was
up.
melted
Sand
Hold up,
is
stone.
part
this
of sand is part of the ground. Wouldn't you
How big
expect
was the
the
melt?
ground to ground the electric
Not all
current?
ground has sand.
How big was the melted spot you
But
were
wouldn't you
seeing?
expect
Like,
any ground to
getting
ground it?
melted?
Like, why would it even cause it in the first place if it's hitting the actual ground? Like, okay, if it's hitting
Because it
minerals or
depends.
other shit, okay.
How
But
big
if it's
was
hitting the
it?
ground, wouldn't you expect it to ground?
No, not
How
all the
big?
time. Lightning can definitely strike land and turn land into glass if it is the right amount of land. If you have a ton of sand, it's super dry, there's no moisture in it whatsoever, and you're in California right next to the ocean where there's a ton of sand and it hits that sand, boom, you get
Yo,
glass.
Shine.
So why is
I
the
mean,
That's
ground not
right.
the
good
It's
enough
energy,
to
very
the
ground?
energy.
common.
No,
Hey
no, no,
guys,
no.
hold on a second. Hey, I'm trying to talk
Hold
here,
on, hold on,
Grim.
hold on.
Yeah, you
Let me
hold on,
answer
dude.
Percent.
Hold your fucking
Can I
horses,
answer
man.
Percent's
It's
question,
called
please?
fulgurite. What she's talking about is called fulgurite. All right, it's a very common and normal thing that nobody should be in here acting as if it doesn't happen.
All right. Percent. What happens is this,
Yeah.
yeah? It hits the sand, right? And it does ground, but that
But not
the
fast
amount
enough.
of energy, the amount of resistance that the sand gives to the energy passing to ground is enough to heat it up to the point where it melts.
Yeah, so it grounds,
So
but
what?
it's not
Like,
a good enough ground that lets it like to transfer the energy, you know,
the air is a
perfectly.
plasma. It turns into a conductive plasma. It's same with the sand. It'll go right through that until it gets grounded.
Yeah, so if the
Listen,
ground's
guys,
not a
what
good enough
Shines is
ground to
saying
relay
is
the
a
heat,
thing.
no
I
problem.
seen a special on it, like a documentary. It is a thing. It's caused by lightning hitting sand, turning it into glass. It is
Yeah,
definitely
dude.
a thing.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
one's
dude.
disputing it. The question is,
Listen,
why isn't the ground a good enough ground?
dude. I had like fucking my ex girlfriend had like fucking these chunks of stone, these lightning stones or lightning glass, whatever you fucking want to call it.
Fulgurite.
This shit was the size of my fucking head. Like it can vary in size.
No
Yeah,
way.
Small.
No
you
way.
can
No
find ones
way.
that are
I've
really
seen
big.
No
Yeah.
6-foot
way.
long
It was
tunnels.
Size.
more flat though. It was not
Wait,
like
But
it
it
wasn't
was the
the
size
volume
of
of
your
my head, but it
head.
was like wider than my
Yes.
head. It was a
You
flat.
can. So what people
Yeah,
do, they
dude.
even put lightning rods in the ocean, like next to the ocean. You can put lightning rods in the sand, and when lightning strikes that sand, you get these humongous things that look just like lightning that turn into
So
glass,
like
Try
and
to
this,
people
say
sell them.
fulgurite one time,
like
because
Exactly.
that,
that's
Thank
what
right?
you,
you keep
Awaken.
saying. You keep saying
Exactly.
things.
There you go. There's one
Yep.
right there.
Thank
Case
Fulgurite.
you.
closed.
Thank
It
you.
looks like a tree
But
root.
my gosh, why is it such an argument? It's
I
No
like
don't
one knows.
understand these
occasionally something
people.
happens. Sorry to take it down
Well,
this path.
the
It happened.
the funny thing is this whole discussion, right? It's not even an argument.
Man, I gotta turn
It's
this.
just people conversating, but it's like because we're so used to arguing, we're conversating in an argumentative way.
Yeah, I didn't even know about this.
It's beautiful. It's really cool. I legitimately did not know what it was. I was like, "Oh yeah, oh I see beer bottles," and I was like, "Oh cool, I found these really cool." Because I'm always looking. My husband's always saying like, "Stop bringing the outside inside," because I'm always looking when I'm walking. I look down, I look up, like I'm always looking at nature. I'm finding cool things, and I bring them home. And he's like, "Stop bringing the outside inside." And so I was doing that when my entire life I've been doing that. And so I was looking around and I saw these beer bottles and I was like, "Oh cool, somebody had a party." And then I was walking and then I was like, "Oh, it looks like they had a fire." And I was like, "Oh, cool. What are these cool rocks?
Yeah, I
These
think
are
there was
amazing. Like
confusion
they
because
must have."
when we some of us Googled lightning stone, it was something else completely. That's why I was like, this kind of confusing at first, trying to like
You know,
find
you
it.
know, you know what's the
Yeah, that's why I
hardest
said
thing?
fulgurite.
You
Try
know
to
what's
make it
the
real
hardest
Yeah,
clear.
thing ever? And probably the best tattoo someone can ever get is the remnants of a fucking lightning strike. Like it makes the most beautiful pattern on people's skin. It's probably the best
Litman.
fucking tattoo anyone can ever get. You ever look at
Littleton, what's it called
seriously,
again?
bro?
That
Like
pattern?
look at lightning strike survivor markings. They look fucking amazing.
Like a
Why don't you
Lichison.
stand in the rain and see if you can get a tad?
Yeah,
Go in
but
the thunderstorm
I
and get
mean
your
it's
free
different though.
tad.
It's different though. Like painting it on your skin as opposed to actually having that.
No, it's
Um,
fried into your skin. It's fucking fried in. I've seen that. It's gross.
it's not gross. I think it's fucking beautiful. I
It's
think it's one of the most.
disgusting. I don't
No,
think
bro.
people
Like
want it.
if you look at the pattern of fucking lightning strike patience,
Yeah,
I think
unless you chose it,
it's
you probably didn't
probably
want it,
the
dude.
best fucking tattoo naturally that can be given to anyone.
Right across your face.
have you seen the video of that guy that gets hit by lightning like twice or 3 times in a row? He just keeps standing up.
falls
Oh, there
over
are
in the
so many
parking
people
lot and
like
he stands
that.
back up and bam. Yeah.
There's actually people where it's not even in the same amount of time, but like throughout their life, like they've been hit by lightning once and then they keep getting hit by it. So they say like, oh, you
This is
can't get hit
bad luck.
by lightning, but like people that have been hit by lightning are more likely to be hit by lightning. Like it does something to their energy where like you got hit by it once, better watch out because you better
Well, I
ground
think
Stay away
yourself
I
from
think you
them.
just
'cause
need
you're
most
gonna
of the
get hit
people
by it again.
right?
But most of the people
Sometimes
that
people
get
are
hit
just
by
dumb too, and they
lightning,
remain the tallest thing in an electric storm, and they just
most of the,
don't stop remaining the tallest thing. They don't seem to learn their lesson.
Right, or
Tall
maybe,
guys
maybe
Exactly.
they're just dumb
they
fucks,
do a lot
right?
of surfing on the beach
When
during the
it's when
storm,
it's
and when
when
you're
it's
on the
light,
beach during the storm, Branch, can you please just hold it down for a second?
yeah,
When
I
you're on the
cooled it
beach
down,
during the
bro.
storm,
I was
dude, you're the
trying to talk,
tallest
dude.
thing on the beach, you know? And
I can, dude.
people get
But
struck by
can
lightning
you
on the beach
stop?
a lot because of that.
Can you stop having these extended fucking explanations of shit? The
Oh,
conversation
here comes
like
says the
that's very
guy who
quick.
just finished talking for
No,
40 minutes
for,
straight.
for reals, dog. Seriously, seriously. The
Hold your
conversation was
breath
quick.
for about 10
The
minutes, would you, for us?
conversation was going quick, and the reason I did you was because you're taking slightly longer than a normal person to talk.
I just gotta turn this full down. That's better. What's that, darling? Anytime you want. Go ahead.
Oh, he's talking to somebody else.
Electricity.
I wanted to ask him if he was Sunni or Shiite. And I can tell you guys the difference between the Sunni and the Shiite. A clerical error.
My bad, bro. Why are you
What is it?
assuming? Why are you assuming I'm
Clerical
fucking
error.
Muslim? Hold on, bro. Hold the fuck up. Out of anything, are you talking about me about fucking Muslim or different types of Muslims?
Oh my God, the
Are you a Sunni
narcissism
or
with this
Shiite?
one
What
I
is
just was
strong.
asking.
happening? Everyone chill.
This
Nobody's
guy's
making
so
anything more
narcissistic. We're not even
different.
talking about you.
Everything is good.
All right, well, when you said to my fucking brown people and the
Hey,
type of
nobody said anything
religions we
about
could
brown
be, I thought
people. Nobody said anything about brown people. What are you? What is this
Sir,
leftist
you are
Deep breath,
talking to a
deep
crazy
brown
breath.
person.
fucking shit that's going? Just stop.
someone
What are you
Stop.
started
from
different
Everything is
Guatemala
types
or
of
cool.
something? What
Muslims.
are you,
Everything is
Guatemalan?
fine.
Yeah,
Deep breath.
I'm sorry,
Fine.
Shines.
Calm.
Said something about
Someone
palm.
asked about different types of Muslims, and that's why I
What the
went.
Muslims ain't necessarily brown. What are you
No,
Oh,
assuming
it's
shit?
a
what? I
joke.
made
It
a
had
joke.
nothing to
Yeah,
do with brown
it was a
people.
joke.
It had nothing to do with brown people. It was like it's okay to be offended by a joke and also laugh at it at the same time, right? Like
It was a
just
good
You
joke
know
too,
it.
it was a
especially if
good
it's
joke.
funny.
No,
I don't. It is funny.
listen. I don't know if any of you
Anyway,
guys fucking
you
know
still
me,
there,
right?
percentage?
Listen, first of all, I don't know if any of you guys
Hey,
fucking know me.
Branch.
I cannot.
Clerical
Deep
error.
breath, French. Deep breaths.
I simply
I need to
cannot take
answer
a
a
joke.
question from percentage from earlier, if I may.
You
You
may.
still there, percentage? Your question about the lightning hitting a stone, that becomes a lightning stone, and that's hyphenated.
It's a fucking fulgurite, you knucklehead. What are you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing? I thought it was obvious what I'm doing.
Are you stoned?
But bump.
Do you see in the pics that I put in the
You're old.
text where the lightning is actually being pushed out of the ground to like these little leaders? They're like coming upward before they make contact. So you might not even get a strike, but if it gets close enough, you'll get something like this: the lightning coming up.
Yeah, they have positive and negative lightning. That's
Lightning. It's
ground
amazing.
to air lightning and air to ground
Look
lightning.
at that.
They
It's
even
like a
have balls of
scorpion tail.
lightning where they still don't even know if it's coming from up or down, but like these balls of lightning will appear. There's all kinds of phenomenon when it comes to the energy within
You
the
would be
dare I say
imagine,
it? Dare I say it? Within the ether that we witness.
Ethereum?
what if you're on your
Here we
front
go.
porch and you
What am I
think you're
gonna start
safe?
now?
All in Ethereum.
Well, no,
If
I
you're
mean, doesn't it depend on how Thor feels? Like Thor is the Lord who creates lightning.
Wait, hold up. I thought you just said you were so defensive about being a Muslim. Now you're
No, I'm not
going
Muslim.
on, Branch.
I'm not
Then
Muslim
why were you so defensive?
because he thinks I'm Muslim. I don't
Oh
like it.
my
when people
goodness. Just stop.
How do you know he thinks you're Muslim?
He started talking about fucking Muslims.
No, he made a joke. He said, "What's the
He
difference
made a
between
joke,
Sunni
and
and
he had
Shiite?"
nothing to do with you
He
whatsoever.
made a
Just
joke
claim,
about
The
I'm
he made
Catholics
a
Muslim.
kicked
joke.
my ass too.
Oh, this is
Branch,
amazing.
Branch, can you do us a favor, Branch, and just look up the word
Yeah,
narcissism?
no, I
Bro,
asked
you
you.
know what?
I asked you if you.
I'm
I,
very
So
I
sorry.
he made
Oh,
a
honey,
joke.
I
hold
am
on,
very sorry.
everyone,
As
Hold
the
on, hold on.
hold on.
Branch.
We had this conversation earlier tonight. We got into a very good conversation about what narcissism is with Jay and with he's not here anymore. Who was it? It was me, Jay, and Earth something or other. I can't remember his name. But we had a very long and thorough conversation about
Really,
and
really.
Branch, you should have been around for it.
Well,
Yeah.
I wasn't
we did.
around for it. Can you give me if you want, a summary of the gist of the conversation, please?
Well, what you're doing right now, I guess they are, making it to
Oh,
where
so you're trying to say that because I'm the only brown motherfucker in the room,
No, that's exactly what we're saying. Is that you saying that
How
is
do
narcissistic?
we know you're
Nobody
brown,
said that.
dude?
I'd
Where does it
never
even
seen you
show
before
you
in
as
my life.
brown?
Had no idea
Listen, look.
color of your skin.
I am allowed to pretend that I'm offended by people fucking talking about Muslim religions and shit because I'm
You don't have
brown.
to pretend anything that you
Wait
want
a
to.
minute.
I'm playing my fucking brown card right now.
Where do you assume all Muslims are brown? What's this assumption?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. You know what, guys? I was totally joking.
Right, it's pretty clear as shit.
Before we make this whole conversation extremely racial, let's
Of course we're. Yeah, let's not make it racial at all, Branch, right? Let's
Yeah,
not bring
virtue
I know,
signaling ass
or any kind of
motherfucker.
race or religion or anything, or make it weird. Let's not make
I
this
know.
weird.
I
with
Branch, you have
race,
something against
religion,
brown people?
right, Branch?
was
Let's not do
trying
that.
to
Do you have something against brown people?
Hey,
It's hilarious.
you know what? Sometimes though, this argumentative fucking type of discussion is fun too.
He fell out of the
Isn't that what? Isn't that what
Clerical
Clubhouse is
error.
about? Is to have these type of arguments.
That shit was funny. I get it now. I'm kidding.
He fell out of the ugly tree and he hit every branch. That's where he got his
You're
name.
trying to say you're trying to say that all brown people are ugly.
No, I'm saying
No,
you.
you just clearly said it.
You're the one that brought
And the
it
fact
up,
that
Branch.
you even think that somebody else is probably thinking that means that that's what you think, and that you're the one who actually has the fucking problem, Branch. You little brown fucker.
I gotta say, out of
Shut the fuck up, man. You little turd.
on this fucking planet, the most beautiful possible specimen of women are fucking Indian. They've got perfect hair, perfect fucking skin.
Oh my God, Branch,
Yeah.
just stop while you're ahead. Just stop while you are ahead. Let's just move
So you're
on.
English?
And Branch, you're not brown. I saw you. You're like a shade of green.
He's green.
Let's move on.
Yeah, he's like a little yellow green.
He's a gringo.
Mustard yellow.
Okay,
green,
let's stop
baby
talking about
shade
Branch.
yellow.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
No, the Branch wants us to talk about him. That's his whole thing. That's why
Yeah,
we're
but
in here
stop.
right
Let's
now.
not do
All need
that.
to talk
Let's
for.
not do it. Let's not give Branch.
Okay, Mom. Goddamn, I don't even know you, and you're giving me orders and shit. Well,
Fine.
relax.
I'm just saying. Let's just like move on.
You just do what you do, and I'll do what the fuck I do. How about that? There we
Whatever you
go.
wanna
There we
do.
go. Now we're on track. Now we're on track, Mama. You
Continues
ain't my
on
mama.
drama and no good conversation. How
Hell
about we
yeah.
have good conversation instead of just talking shit about
Well,
each
how
other?
about you just stop trying to control people, Mama?
How about you stop trying
How
to control
about that? How about
you
that? I'm not trying to control you. You just don't get to control me. If me controlling you has
God, you're
is anything like, hey, why don't you shut up talking to me? Is that me
'Cause we can
controlling?
put
You
you
want to
on
go on mute too?
we can put you on mute
You
as
want to go
well.
on
You
mute?
want
Are
me
you
to do that?
you think you're threatening me in here? You don't have the fucking mod power in here.
Oh, you think I don't? Oh, really? Okay. So now he's on mute. So how about we just talk about something that's really good rather than talking shit about each other? How about that?
I know.
Yeah, if
How
you
about the
want to call me
honeybees?
mom, that's fine. I don't care. Call me mom. Let's talk about something that's worth talking about rather than talking shit about each other. Because I know we have much more to talk about rather than that. Right?
I want to talk
Don't we?
about lightning.
I'm gonna
Can we go
unmute
back
you
to
now.
Look, you don't know that I already know Branch for like 9 years,
You're
8,
still
9
talking
years. We're just
shit. I
bullshitting with
know
each
that
other.
you do. I know that you
Hey,
do.
but you're doing too much. You're doing
Oh
too
my
much, really,
no, I'm
really. You
not.
don't have to do. You don't have to pretend like you're in control of everything. It's retarded.
I'm not
We got
pretending
this.
like
We've
I'm in
been here for
control of
years
everything.
without you being here, so we don't need that crap. We're
Oh my
good.
goodness. Why are you being so
Thank you.
egotistical and narcissistic
Yeah,
and
because
selfish?
because I'm
Look
at a
at
certain
me. I've
age
been
where I
here
just
for
don't
so
like
long,
people for no reason
and
trying
then
to tell me what
today
to do.
you're being this way. Like, can we just talk about
Just
something
calm
else?
down.
Yes.
How
Can
about
we
Let the
talk about?
conversation go. Let
Can
the
we?
conversation go on.
shut
Stop trying to be
Was,
in control of
was,
everything.
was,
It's
can
that
you bring up a
simple.
conversation, please,
Chill
was?
out, dude. Chill out.
Hey,
It's not
was,
It is
It's
simple. I am
was,
different.
chill. I am
It's
chill.
not
I'm just saying I'm
was.
not taking the.
It's
Don't worry about the
different.
race-based stuff.
was. Can you bring up a new
It's not.
conversation, please?
He's
Yeah,
trying to
please
talk past
do
us
something.
in two was. Like get
So
Great.
anyway,
That
on.
what's
it's much better.
electricity?
What I'm trying to say is your
God.
guys' argument is I may have facilitated that and I want to end it. And that's why I was asking was if he could bring up a brand new
Branch,
conversation that we shouldn't need to be fucking mad about.
branch, branch. I'm
Yeah.
not actually here. I'm not actually here.
Can you bring up a new conversation topic, please?
Don't think of anything off the top of my head.
Well, just think of something and say it.
Okay, the Earth's not flat. There you go. Talk about that.
So original.
Let me see.
I don't think it is flat. Who the hell in this world would think it's flat?
Has anyone seen the moon tonight?
I'm sure
A bit
someone
hard
has.
to see it when it's in the middle.
I've got way too much. I've got way too much cloud cover.
No,
Oh,
it
what?
seems to me was that you're way too busy for us.
It's a
Like, what's
beautiful
up with
sunny
that,
day
bro?
here. Was
Yeah, was
beautiful sunny
like
day.
we thought
Not here, mate.
was you was a friend, and you're trying to say you're too busy for us.
Same here in Tejas. It was a great day. Southeast Texas. Beautiful day.
It's
No moon.
It's
No
below
moon
10
tonight.
degrees Celsius and it's freezing and
Next to the
raining.
Home Depot?
It's like 14 degrees. Not a
I
cloud
live
this
in
morning.
East
Oh,
Texas.
Another
I should
brown
get that in
people
a few
joke.
days, Ansel.
I live in fucking East Texas, motherfucker. Don't be talking shit about East Texas, bitch.
Ain't gonna be too many more motherfuckers in there.
Well,
That
Yeah,
sounds
Branch, you're
good.
talking about
That sounds good.
who the fuck
Branch. We're
man,
talking about
just
the weather, mate. Hold up.
It
just
sounds to me
back.
like
Pare it
someone
back,
talking
Branch.
shit.
Who
Pare
the
it back.
fuck?
Right? Calm your farm a little bit, man. Seriously. Just chill.
I'm sorry if you guys don't understand the funny in the discussion at hand. Then what the fuck is wrong with you? Do you think this is real talk?
Oh God, it must have been funnier on
Yeah,
paper,
Branch, you're
right?
fun. You're
Branch?
comedic gold, bro. It's good to hear from you tonight, Branch. You're in high spirits, bro. I
Yeah,
wish
and
all of you
I
guys
think
the best to you and yours.
we need to get back to the conversation at hand, which is what the fuck was that fire at Home Depot about?
No, the conversation at hand
Oh,
is how
fire
come the
science.
ground is not a good enough ground? Like, why is it even called ground if it won't even ground a lightning bolt?
I mean, like I said, bro, the best place for alien base is the Home Depot because that's the only place in this whole planet, right? You can get anything shipped in to make a fucking spaceship and not get questioned about it.
Or an
Where does
internment
it
camp.
not?
Just
Where does it
saying.
not ground?
Maybe
Where does it...
Maybe Shine's had
Go ahead, Branch.
a fucking alien. Yeah, I am gonna go ahead. Maybe Shine's had an alien base,
Yeah,
right,
go ahead,
living
man.
right next to her, and they shut it down with a quickness. Maybe that's what happened.
Branch, you said no questions asked, but they're probably going to ask you Visa or MasterCard. How are you going to respond to that?
Discover.
Solid burn.
Yeah, exactly. You say that's a false dichotomy, motherfucker. American Express.
The problem with American Express is like if you ever travel internationally, then you get totally fucked.
How?
Because they don't take it.
20 years
Yeah,
ago.
they do in a lot of places.
They do now.
No, they
In
still
fact, you
fucking
still
no.
get
Like
like the 5 times in
no, hold the fuck
restaurants and
up.
stuff like that,
And
even
it's
if
not
you're
even
out of the
about. It's
states or out
not
of
even
Canada.
about. It's not even about the availability of American Express. American Express charges about 4 to 5% on every transaction, whereas Visa and Mastercard they only charge 3, which is why a lot of fucking places they don't take American Express because they charge way too much money.
A lot too, like a lot.
My bad, percent. You were trying to make a point.
I said a lot of countries and businesses within said countries do take American Express, like in
Oh,
Asia and
that's
stuff like that.
all right. I mean, we're talking about countries. We're talking about fucking stores, right? If you look at the percentage that American Express transactions are charged, they're charged a lot more than any other credit processing facility. Well,
Yeah, that's fine. That's a problem for the store owner.
Usury sucks. I don't care what you heard.
Does that count as usury though?
Sure it does, man.
How?
So like I went to fucking what was it? Canada. I went to Canada. I mean, it was a very long time ago. But like fucking literally, they told me we don't take American Express, and almost most of the shops I went to in Canada will not take American Express.
I'd say 95% of the shops in Canada take American Express.
Bro, that's not what I experienced.
Well, that was probably like, how long ago did you come to Canada?
What, 4 years ago?
That's not that long at all. You said it was a very long
I have
time
another
ago.
statistic. Most
4
Americans
years is very
won't
fucking
even go to
long.
Canada.
My dick grew 3 inches in those 4 years.
That's a lie. That's a lie and a half.
Well, I
Why
kind
are
of
we arguing about American Express right now? Again,
I
is there
know.
anything better that we can
That's
talk about?
the
Or am I
exact
just being a
reason.
mom again?
Shines.
Asking
That's
American
the
better
Express is pretty
exact
dope.
reason,
I mean, they
Shines.
got 5 times
I
on,
thought I'll say something stupid.
restaurants
No,
and dining.
Shines actually agree with you on this one.
No, that's
Food
listen.
delivery.
something better.
What Shines says
know we
is
have better
completely the reason why I started talking about dick size.
Convert 1-to-1 to like different programs.
Yeah, there is
Priority
ladies
pass
present.
access. Okay, go ahead. Plaza premium lounges when you're traveling.
American currency should be outlawed.
Insurance isn't too bad either.
Do you only travel in first class, Ranch?
Business class.
So I
Hey,
can. No,
travel
I'm just
today
teasing.
always.
I can see percent in business class with an exclamation mark and a hyphen sitting next to him.
The whole family. Don't forget the little @ sign though.
That's right.
New edition.
Oh, nice. Good one. Good one.
Actually, like in 24/7, there was like I was part of the gaming crew or whatever, and we had a flatus server on Call of Duty Mobile, and for whatever reason, the percent sign was like it wasn't allowed when you're making your name or what have you. So I had to have my avatar, my username was a bunch of @ symbols instead.
Just to block the whole screen once
Yeah,
again.
that was the second choice right there.
I bet you Shines is a good mama. Shout out to Shines.
Yiggity yo. I actually am a very good mom. And yeah, sometimes you guys can be totally fucking lame. But also really cool.
Hey, Shines,
Just saying.
like
Not all of you. Not all the time.
Shines,
I'm
with
also
questions,
not
with questions to that, right?
Oh God, Branch. What?
Being a good mama today means that you teach your kids how to live in the world they're presented with, right? The
Well, it's a
world you live in.
philosophy. It's like a whole worldview.
No, hold the fuck up. Let me finish before you
They
fucking
have to live in
interrupt.
the world. That's
So
correct.
what I'm saying is this: you believe in a simpler world where people don't have these inflictions of society and if you want technology and everyone like controlling you, and yet you do still bring up your kids to live in the world they
I
live
have
in.
one son, so I don't have kids, multiple. I have one son. And yes, I do raise him to understand the world that we live in. So he is able does use iPad or my phone. We use it together. He's 4 years old, just turned, so he understands technology. He understands the world that he's supposed to understand at his age. That is where
Right.
we're at.
And I guess the point I'm trying to make is the reason you don't bring him into this bullshit world that we call flat Earth, and that all of us are fucking
Oh, no.
somewhat
I was really talking
part of as a debate club. You don't bring him into that, do you?
No, I totally will. I will totally
Branch, why did you start speaking when she started talking, bro? That's what I want to know. I think the rest of the room wants to know it too.
My bad, dude. Like I thought I was talking.
No, but you like what are you really? Now you're talking about
Okay.
motherhood. Before you were
I'm
talking about
sorry. Did I overtalk you, Shines?
yeah,
I don't
bro.
even know what
Shines was speaking and you overtalked her, and you started talking about motherhood again, like some. You know what I'm saying? Just shut, dude. Close. Just you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Listen twice as much as you speak. Is that a lot to ask?
Yeah, you know
Well,
what? It's
Branch.
not at all. I will shut the fuck up and let you talk.
I don't even really know what to say. I just want to say that, I raised people even before I had kids. I had my son late in life. I was 36 when I had my son. I raised multiple children growing up. When I was a kid, I raised my little brother. I had friends that had kids when they were like 15, 16 years old. Kids in their 20s, whatever, been around kids my entire life. And no matter what you do, you always make sure that they know what is going on in life. And you also.
Shines, I guess what I'm trying to say, Shines,
Okay,
is
well, I
this.
guess I finished. Go ahead.
Hold
What are
on,
you,
hold
what are you
on,
trying to say?
hold on.
I'm sorry,
Hold,
Shines.
hold on, hold on.
I
Branch,
thought I heard a pause.
Branch, hold on 2 secs, mate. I thought you would have got the message by now that you've already been muted 3 times. All right? Now calm your farm, all right? Keep the conversation above your belt buckle and give people a chance to talk. All right?
All right,
Thank
this
you.
is a conversation between me and Shines.
Branch, listen to what I said, please.
What I'm trying to say is this. I think Shines can control me as much as you can. Me and Shines, we don't have a
Anyway, continue, everyone.
All I was trying to say was like, yeah, even though I had my son late in life and we're still trying for more, or we might adopt or foster or whatever, um, I have been around children, since I was a child, and I raised my little brother. I had a very troubled childhood, horrible parents, so I had to become an adult very quickly. And I will say that no matter what, I've always constantly, and I still do this with my son, is that you let the child know enough about life while also comforting them and restricting them from the horrors of it, right? Like there's this fine balance that parents walk and people who take care of children walk, of letting them know that this world is not everything that is like, roses and cherries and everything is la la la. And, you don't need to look out for dangers or anything here or there. You prepare them for it, but at the same time, you also comfort them from it and make sure that they are safe from that. While slowly but surely introducing them to, all of these things that's going on in the world and having conversations with them so they can form their own ideas. You can give them insights into it and you teach them how to think, not what to think. And if you actually truly teach people how to think and not what to think and teach them logic, they will end up with the right consequences of the logic and not end up being somebody who's like totally deluded by what the internet is giving you and blah 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 blah. So that's what I would say is the best way to parent somebody, is teaching some people how to think and not what to think.
First
think
of all, I did not in any way whatsoever try to
it was muted.
undermine your method of parenting. I promise you I didn't.
I never said that you did, Brent.
I know
Never.
you didn't.
That was
I know
never in
you
question.
didn't, but I wanted to make
Never in
that
question.
clear because that's a fucking asshole thing to do. And your response made me think that you may have thought that, even though I didn't say it.
No, I never once thought that, and that was never even in question. I never
All right,
thought
I mean,
that.
I guess what I was trying to get at was like, yeah, in today's society, we do prepare our kids to live in today's society, even though we know inside that today's
Society's
society
trash.
and the shit that they're gonna be faced by living, if you want, the commuter world that is now ahead of people, that's almost lifeless. It's you're a cog in a machine. We will tell our children to continue to do that because that's the best thing for them. Even though we know inside that there's this whole fucking love and spiritual side of us that is now fucking almost misunderstood and forgotten.
Hold up, Branch. Is it the best thing for them? Like, what's the harm if
Can I
you
go
were to raise them to be like, revolutionary, like forward thinkers, avant-garde,
Right, but
to
I
kind of
mean,
push the boundaries
here's
of
the thing:
what we consider society.
revolutionary today in this world means, facilitating technology, facilitating our whole need for more consumption of energy, like the
Not
need for
necessarily.
us. Yes, it is.
Like for instance, the Amish, the Hutterites, the Mennonites, people that like stay away from technology and try to get back to like natural living and stuff like that. That's revolutionary, and they don't
Right? No,
facilitate
it's not
technology.
revolutionary anymore. And what I think
It is revolutionary.
what I think real life's about is that type of life. You're totally right about bringing up the Amish, but it's not just the Amish. It's, if you want, it's the poor that live a more
Oh,
I'm gonna
stop it!
space to say something.
No, I can agree with
for
that.
reals.
Hold on. Let's let somebody else talk. You said enough. Who was it that said they wanted to say
Yeah,
something?
I was
Go
just
ahead.
saying that I think the way that we should like sort of bring the world to our kids is basically protect them as best you can until like, like I don't know, like 6 or 7 maybe. When they go into like kindergarten or first grade. And then basically you sit them in a seat with like Clockwork Orange type style and then just show them all the images of the world that are fucked up. And then they get it all at once and then, then they're done.
Terrible advice.
Yeah, I don't
Shines'
agree with
advice
that
was
either.
good. She's a good mom.
Yeah,
You're
That's
I don't agree
trash.
kindergarten.
with that
That
either.
was kindergarten.
I definitely think that a child going up to 6, you definitely want to protect them from all that kind of stuff. But once they're 6, it's like let's just like open their eyes, like they're in, what was that movie where they drink the milk, and it's like let's just
Yeah.
make them watch everything that's horrible until they're just overloaded with it. Like that's not good either. Like
His first mistake was to automatically put them in
I know
school to
you were
begin with.
kidding, but still.
You don't have
Was
to
trying to be
automatically
funny.
put them in, this brainwashing program of school.
Yeah, homeschooling is the best you can possibly do.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah,
he was talking about homeschooling? I thought he was talking about Clockwork Orange. I mean,
Yeah.
he's talking about
No, I
public
was
school.
talking about YouTube.
He was talking about Clockwork Orange.
Yeah,
I was talking about
I think
YouTube.
people need to differentiate.
YouTube. If you have a child that's on their device all the time, and you're like not paying attention to your child and just letting them be on a
Then you're a
device
shit
all
parent.
day, then you are doing a Clockwork Orange type of, like, they're being constantly fed this information. You don't even know what they're seeing on YouTube. God knows what they're witnessing. Like, yeah, that's the same thing as Clockwork Orange. Like, it was predictive programming. Clockwork
Those are
Orange.
the
I will
when
say
there's like a
this.
school
I will say
shooting, and it's like,
As a
but
parent.
Jimmy was such a nice boy.
Yeah, that's what a lot of parents do today. They give their young kid a freaking like brand new iPhone 13, and they take it to school and shit, and they just watch whatever they want whenever they want.
Right? I mean, if you guys really think about it, right, what we're talking about is the dissolution of love.
No, we're not talking about
Is that
that.
what it is?
Yes,
Oh.
we really are.
No.
I'm sorry. Like I can stop this conversation right now and say
I was
you're
talking about the Prussian,
But if you really
the
think about
Prussian
it, if
public
you
school
really think
system.
about it, what we are talking about
A lot
is a
is fully
dissolution of fucking love.
Why is that, Branch? Why are we talking about the dissolution of love?
Right? Because no matter doesn't matter who you care about.
No matter doesn't
What matters is where you fit into society. Right?
And
Whereas
what
back
does
in
that
the
have to
days,
do with little kids?
I'm sorry,
What does that have to do with
that
little kids looking at YouTube?
essentially the new world fucking way that kids fucking grow up, right? Is they want to fit into society outside of their fams. They're fucking shown this new society, like they can be fucking wherever the fuck they want to be with before they're
They're
actually
hoping
part of the family unit, and the
they're
family
hoping the new
unit
generation.
itself is fucking died.
Sorry.
Is dead.
I was gonna say they're hoping the new generation grows up in the metaverse, like completely. They're trying to get them away from reality, from nature as much as
Well,
possible.
percent. I mean, there's a whole fucking, you know, a whole fucking study, to comprehend why Muslim people hate Western fucking life, and part of what I'm talking about is that.
I don't think you have to limit it to that though. It's not about. I mean, sure, there's some religions that, most religions I'd say that are more conservative in their values and what have you.
All right, so
But
why the
it's just
fuck
about-
did you just make a statement that was against what I said? If you believe what I said is right.
What the hell are you talking about? I told you they're trying to raise the next generation to be more like into technology and into the metaverse and crap like that. They're trying to get them away from the natural world. It has nothing to do with, religion is related, but it's not specifically to do with it.
It's not necessarily about religion though, right? Religion is a way of life.
That's
If
what
you
I just
look at-
said, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm my bad, bro. Like we're completely
Go ahead.
fucking arguing now. Do you want to argue?
Let's go. I'm ready.
Oh,
Let's
I
throw
won't
down.
fucking lose, bitch.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead, man. What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that fucking. I'm not gonna say it because it's fucked up shit.
I feel you. I think raising your kid outside of society is the best option. Not having them, in a big city, raise them out in the sticks, with a community of like-minded people, and try to refrain from using technology as much as possible, and homeschool them, and when they are using technology and stuff like that, be part of that, set up controls or what have you, up until the point where they're they're able to kind of freely explore the world around them, and then at that point you think about really hard if you want them to even have a career in go to university and have a career, or work the land and work the trades and stuff like that, because I feel like there's a lot of
right, but the
nobility
problem
in working the land.
I guess the problem I'm trying to say is having that goal for our kids to be part of this society, which is extremely monetary, That's something that we can't tell our kids not to do, because if we do, they're gonna be fucking extremely fucking disadvantaged in this world. But yet we
Will they be though?
inside, but we inside actually feel like that type of person that doesn't care about money, the type of person that doesn't care about goals and all of that shit, feels peace within themselves. And
Exactly. Isn't
as a
that the
good
true
family
advantage?
is the way to fucking be.
Yeah.
But why don't we
Wouldn't being
portray that to
happy
our
to be the
kids?
true advantage, Branch? Like, how are you disadvantaging them if they're gonna be miserable because of it? You have so many people that are rich and you know, like YouTube, you know, personalities and professionals in that regard, and famous actors and everything like that, and they all just they have, not all of them, but a lot of them have just like holes in their heart, man. They're just like, it's a
Right.
chasm like of
The
depression, of
majority of the
emptiness.
rich, the majority of the rich have old money, right? They're not new. They're not new to fucking wealth, right? The money they've got is through hereditary, right? I mean, yes, in today's day and age, because of tech, we've got a lot of new rich people too. That have
So you
only
think old
rich.
money is happy and new money is depressed?
No, okay, hold on a second. Why would you have just said that? Well,
Because you're the one that's segregating it to new money versus old
why
money.
would you have
And
asked me that
I'm not
question?
seeing
Well,
why you're dividing it like that.
what did I say to make you think that?
You specified new money. People that are like, you know, old money, they've had it for a while, and I don't see the point in mentioning the difference unless you're saying there's a difference. So I'm asking you, what's the difference?
Yeah, percent, bro. Here's you know the difference is that you want to be cool with a certain portion of people in this room, as opposed to being yourself. Seriously, this is what's up right now.
All
Right?
Tell me
Rather
more.
than you
Building a straw
agreeing,
man was
He,
against the
he thinks he's
rules
better than
when
you.
I checked in.
Branch, he thinks he's better than you.
rather than you agreeing with me, you would rather be part of the whole fucking Geo, Kosho, that little clique.
So Geo and Kosho are the cool kids?
Yeah, you want to be part of the cool kids, don't you?
Is that what this is?
That's exactly what's up right now.
Okay.
You
That being
don't want
said,
to. I'm sorry. Percent. Do you not want to be part of the cool kids?
I'm not bothered one way or the other.
Oh, you know what? You don't fucking sound like it, my man. Like, I will be honest with you. I've never met anyone, in this whole fucking flat Earth, globe Earth discussion that hasn't just wanted to be liked. Like, that's the weird thing I see about all these people, right? That discuss this shit. It's absolute bullshit what we discuss, but it's all about being liked.
That's fair.
People are here just to fucking want to be liked. They're here to fucking, you know.
I'm like a nihilist, bro. Are you like?
What if I told you
Are
I'm
you a
one of the
sadist?
ones, I'm one of the exceptions, that I don't really care?
No,
And
you're
even,
not, bro.
you even have flat
You're
earthers that, no, it's true. And even, like, I get banned from flat earth servers because I correct them and I correct the globe earth, and, you know, you have people that are flat earthers, like, you know,
right, but
that
you
are
still
hating on
do.
me, and then other ones saying that he's a little, you know.
At least with me and some of the discussions we've had together, I've realized some of the shit you do. You feel sometimes that by denouncing some of the shit I say, that would facilitate you
That's
being
your
closer
perception on
friends
him,
with
though. That's
Geo
your
and
perception.
that cool clique. I've
Bro, you
seen
mentioned
you
new
do
money.
it,
I'm
bro.
asking you why you specifying
No, bro. Am
how
I
old the
fucking
money
wrong?
is. Like, don't read into it too
You
much.
fucking do that shit where
Okay.
like you would rather put me down and be friends with them than just speaking the truth.
What? Bro,
You
just
do
me and
that
you
shit.
talking right now.
I've seen it. I've recognized it. Everybody
Okay.
fucking does it.
Duly noted.
Did you
I'll
see the
watch out
fire
for
on
that
that straw man?
going forward, okay? I appreciate your
Did you see the
your
way the
advice, and
fire
I'll watch out for
Well, I'm sorry. When you say
did like a swirl?
duly noted, the fact you would even say that means you actually understand what I just said and you actually agree with me.
I don't agree, but I'm noting your concerns, and I'm taking it on board, and I'm watching out for it in the future. Is that
So
good enough for you?
you don't think you've ever fucking tried to be part of the cool clique?
No, I don't think so. So I got a mouthful of food. Hold up.
I mean, you can't even fucking say it straight, could you?
Uh-oh.
No, I don't think there's been a single instance when I tried to be part of the cool crowd at the
You
expense
still
of the
not
truth.
saying it straight, bro. You still
Just
fucking.
listen. At the
Well, wait a
You're
minute. Who's the
pausing.
cool
You're
kids, though?
pausing at points. You are pausing at points that shouldn't be paused at if you really mean this shit.
Which points?
All of them.
Every point?
That's funny. Where Branch? Where are these cool kids at, though? I'm curious.
Ether.
In this room, I would say the cool kids would probably be Geo, I don't know, Jeremy, Kosho, Nate.
Is it because he's the server owner?
So, who else is the cool kid in this room?
Do you
He's
label
purposely
them
not saying me now.
Do you label them cool kids because they?
Branch, you're one of the cool kids. I'm not ashamed to say it.
Nah, bro. Listen, I'm me. I'm not even part. Like, the reason why everybody fucking hates me is because I'm not part of Flat Earth. I'm not part of Globe Earth. I'm just fucking me.
You sound like me now.
An ice cube with a fan tied to it.
I don't listen, man. I don't like Globe Earthers. I don't like Flat Earthers. I
So you're
hate
more of
them.
a parasite.
Branch, I like you though.
Do you like parasites?
Deepak actually killed it, dude. What'd you say? He sounds like a. You said he sounds like an ice cube with a what? A fan attached to it?
With a fan attached
An
to
ice
it,
cube in
yeah.
the Arctic.
Right, guys.
Yeah, he's
I will say this: if you guys don't start a new topic in a little bit, Gia will end up fucking muting me. So why don't you guys start talking about something else for a second and keep me out of it?
Let's talk about what the
It's
best
the
type of
conscience,
ground
man.
is.
Oh, the conscience. You can't deny your conscience for too long. Otherwise, you're gonna kill it, guys. If you still have a conscience, you need to listen to it. It's not gonna lie to you.
a little better than some
That's true. I agree.
So crazy, this shit might be criminal.
You don't have to listen to your conscience if you're just constantly gonna drown it in alcohol and weed.
I don't know. I would disagree with that. Wouldn't you think that people who smoke weed or drink alcohol even get it worse? Unless somebody is like so sociopathic that they never hear their conscience. Because if you get super high off of weed or you drink hella alcohol, the next day you're going to be hungover in some type of way. So your conscience is going to be like, what the fuck did you do yesterday? Like,
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, when you're
there's also
sober.
the fact that some
okay, I guess
people.
Branch is going to go on
No,
mute,
that's a
but
good point, Shines. It like you could say that it bounces out when it goes in like overdrive when they're sober, maybe.
exactly. So the
But
people who actually
Shines,
do that kind of thing, they're going to get it
Shines,
even stronger.
Shines. There's some people out there, right? Shines. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I respond back to Shines about this? Because this Shines. There's some people out there that maybe they drink alcohol to tame down that side of themselves that actually feels life too much, and
That's
you know.
exactly the point.
Same with people who smoke weed.
And
Right,
so
so
I'm
like by
saying,
saying that
when you put
alcoholics
down,
and stuff like that do that for a fucking reason, I think that's totally wrong. Some of us
what are you
drink.
talking about? That's not
He said
nothing that
some
I
of
ever
us.
said. That's nothing that I ever said. I never made a judgment about people drinking alcohol or smoking weed. All I said was that people who do drink alcohol or smoke weed, that yes, they're tamping out. They don't want to hear that voice, right? They want to just like let loose, have a good time. But then when they wake up in the morning after drinking a ton of alcohol, that conscience comes in even stronger. And it's like,
Wait,
what did you do? Like, knock it off. Like, I'm here again. You have to
Did
listen to
did
me.
did you just say you was not talking about alcoholics or potheads, except when you was talking about alcoholics and potheads?
What are you? No. Are
That's
you
what
not
you literally
listening?
just fucking said.
Is anybody else listening? Is anybody else listening to this besides
Branch
Branch?
is just Branch.
Like,
Yeah,
what is
Branch is being
happening right now?
Yeah,
Dude,
no,
Branch.
you're fine.
I'm legitimately like making a very clear point. It is not against anybody who's drinking alcohol. It's
Oh,
not
you are
not
legitimately
Well,
winning this
yeah,
alcoholic.
point.
you got a
Never
point there,
I
man.
You
I
never
was,
should have
winning this
brought up
point. That is
alcohol.
yeah.
never one.
Hang on, let me jump in. Let me say something, Branch.
And
Quiet.
What the
You got
hell?
Branch.
Nobody
Quiet.
actually
Hang
agreed with
on.
you.
Let me say something.
Nobody agreed with you.
Branch,
Some
you
Branch.
need to calm
motherfucker made
down,
a
Branch.
man.
little grunt.
Let me say something real quick. Let me just say something. So I was a little buzzed, tipsy yesterday. I came over here. I can when you're buzzed, you can't even pick the right words that you will normally pick. You'll just say, "Why did I say that one? I should have said that one." Yeah. So you are right. I wake up. I'm like, man, I was at Geo's. I was. What did I say? Oh, I said that. Oh, that didn't make no sense. Like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Man's like, I can't even lie.
Dude, I couldn't even speak. Dude, I couldn't even explain. I think Jerry was there, and I couldn't even.
My bad, bro. Did you? So you basically just told me that sometimes you say shit and sometimes you don't.
No, like you'll say things that you wouldn't say. Like your mind just seems like it's not on track, if you will. It's like
Bro, you know, I'll tell you this about my mind. Yeah, my mind is always on fucking track. And like a lot of the times when I listen to this flat Earth derp, you know, it's just a matter of when I apply my fucking mind.
So what's the difference between having a mind on track and applying your mind?
not drinking no more.
I'll be honest with you guys. You know what? There is no fucking difference. I come here for enjoyment reasons. I don't come here to actually debate the shape of the Earth.
No, but then you contradicted yourself because you said your mind is always on track. But there's no
Well,
difference when you
yeah.
apply
I mean,
your mind. You
like
said
if me
it's
and
when
you
I
want to
when I
debate,
apply my
me
mind.
and
Like you choose
listen,
to at
my
specific
man,
moments apply it.
my man. You know what? Let's have a debate about the shape of the Earth. It could be fucking epic. But then, do you really think that I give a fuck about the shape of the Earth?
What brought that up?
I mean, the
Then
shape
Branch
of
is
the...
the one in here trying to find and get cool with the cool kids.
Nah, I ain't trying to be cool with no one. Like, if I wanted to be cool with people, yeah, I would be talking to the assholes you don't like. Like, I like the people you guys don't like. Like, that's what I don't understand about you. You guys all have this fucking
Did you
notion
hear
of
that? Did you hear that
who
percentage?
Branch is, but I'm always the cunt that goes
Did,
for the underdog.
so
Right?
did you hear that percentage? Did you hear what he said? He said, if I was trying to be the cool kid, I would talk to people that you don't like. Now, I hang out with the people you don't like.
Yeah, good point, bro. Good point, bro. Bro, can you expand on that a little bit?
I'll expand. Okay.
Okay.
The fact that you're focused on people shows that you need to level up a little bit.
So what should I be focused on?
You should be focused on ideas, like that stupid Eleanor Roosevelt quote. Like, big minds think about ideas or whatever. That's what you gotta think about. You gotta think about solutions, problems, the future, that sort of stuff. You shouldn't be focused on who's
Right, but
cool
I
and who's
think
not.
I personally think there's a different way of thinking, right? Like when you're thinking about ideas and shit like that, when you talk about like tech and making better tech, right? Your method of thinking is somewhat outwards, right? You're not really thinking inwards into what you are and who you are. That's a different way of thinking, bro.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you when I
It
say
makes
that?
sense.
Like,
No, it makes sense, but what's the relevance? Like, is there more to
I
it?
mean,
Or is
I
that it?
guess the relevance is that in today's society, everybody thinks outwards. Nobody takes time, to think inwards. Like you got all
Yeah,
these
like
fucking
introspect.
yoga situations and people trying to fucking understand the spiritual fucking way of life and all this bullshit that fucking society is doing to fucking be more spiritual. But none of it just talks about taking a journey inwards to understand who the fuck you is.
That was the smart. Now you are onto something. There you go. Now you said something pretty smart,
Yeah,
pretty logical.
I would agree. I wouldn't say none of them do that because, you know, you do have some faiths that try to take an inventory of your actions, you know, your sins and your deeds and stuff like that, and try to, you know, see where you went wrong and improve upon it tomorrow and
I mean,
yada yada.
I look at some of these religions, right? And there's a very small part of these new age religions that talk about finding yourself. You know, you got the Chinese religion with the monks and shit. You got the fucking Hindu religion with the fucking people just, I don't know, devoting their life to prayer and shit. And it's like, if you look at today's society, the majority of society is either Muslim or fucking Christian. And those two don't have a concept of finding yourself.
I'd have to
Incorrect. I would disagree.
What is happening right now?
Did you know? Hey, here's the thing, Branch. I would say, how can one know God if they don't know themselves?
Right? I don't think that God is something we need to find. I think that what we need to find is who we are inside. That is the reason for life.
That is legitimately like trying to figure out what God is. How can you figure out who you are if you don't even know how you're created? If you can't even understand that there's only now, there's not a past, there's not a future, what is it that created us? All of these great questions in life. And it doesn't matter what religion you want to tap into, whether it's Christian or Hindu or Muslim or whatever. If you want to find out who you are, you have to figure out what this entire thing is about. So yeah, if you want to be narcissistic and just be like, "Oh, I just want to figure out me." Yeah, people are doing that all the time, and that's what we're witnessing. Is all these people
I'm
online.
sorry, Shines. Are you trying to say I'm being narcissistic?
No, that's not. I did not say that. Don't put words into my fucking mouth.
Well, don't use words like that.
God.
Don't use words like
Why did
that
you just take so?
when describing what the fuck I was talking about.
Why did you just get
She
so
was
sensitive
using
to
the
that
general
word?
you. She said if you as in if one.
Yeah, and why did you just take that so like? Why did you just get so sensitive to that
Well,
word?
that's Branch for you.
Did I
But
just
here's
hit a nerve? Like, what's
yeah,
going
that's
on?
Branch.
It did a little
Let me
bit.
add to it, Shines.
Well,
Like
Shines, it was more about like the fact that you would say that to me. I thought you knew me. Like I'm one of these people.
Oh man.
I'm one of these people. Push your talk sucks on my cell phone. I'm one of these people, right, that believe that who you are and the life you live is all on you. You know, finding God is actually about finding yourself. And the whole of fucking reality itself, the whole of reality itself is literally
The Branch, I
you
disagree.
find
Your heart
the
can deceive.
whole of reality is about finding peace
Yes,
within yourself.
I agree, but you can't find peace alone without the Most High. Period.
Well, I mean, like the way that people argue in here and shit like that, it's not about finding peace, is it?
Well, a lot of them don't know themselves. They don't know they're weak. They don't know what makes them tick, angry, lack self control.
Well,
And
I
you got
guess a lot of people don't really understand what peace actually means.
Yeah, here when they're arguing, they're not concerned about finding peace. They're concerned about finding pieces of evidence.
right.
Right. Basically, what's happening here is people arguing about stupid shit to feed their egos.
Is that
Or
what it is?
some
Always to feed the
maybe.
ego?
Some maybe. I have to give you that, but there's a lot of people that just generally really want to know.
And there's people that, like, you know, they want to spread the truth that they've come to learn or discuss, investigate it so they could come to truth together.
Well, he
Some
makes a good
is an
point. He
ego.
makes a good point. He does make. My fucking lord. All right, push your talk fucking sucks, bro. But like, all right, so what he said is not wrong, right? There are a lot of people here that are here for the truth. And I think that the truth is something you find inside. It's not something you can find in the chat room.
Yeah, but when you find that truth branch, right? Wouldn't you want to share it?
I mean, when we talk about the truth, it's not a big secret. It's just the truth is just finding peace within yourself. That's the only truth that fucking matters. That's the only thing that matters in life is finding peace within yourself and finding that happiness.
You've been watching
That,
Jesse Pearson, huh?
nah, bro. Like, okay, look, listen. Well, what I'm talking about, yeah, is like when we were children, and without question, we knew what peace and love and just life meant, right? As we grew older, for some reason, we forgot that. The truth,
Yep.
the truth is, we need to be children again.
Well, that's
We
what
need
Jesus
to be
says.
at the mind state of children again. That that love of life we had as children is
Yeah.
something that's sacred and fucking worth finding again.
But you're
Yeah,
never
that's
gonna
what
get it
Jesus
back.
said. He says to be like little children. He says that.
Don't make this a don't don't make this a pedo thing, bro.
What?
Because what I'm saying is I'm talking about the peace we had as children. It's something we need to find as
That was weird,
adults.
Branch.
Yeah,
No,
that was weird, wasn't it?
it's
You didn't apply your mind when you said that.
So there you go. That's the alcohol.
but you know what? The weird shit is when you just push to talk on a fucking cell phone, you never know when you're talking or not. But like in reality is this, yeah. Everything I just said is not pedophilic. What I'm trying to say is, as children, we knew what life was about. We forgot it as we
Yeah,
grew older. And we need to fucking learn that again. What
yeah.
Yeah,
love
we
is
hear you.
about
You got to
in life.
rediscover your
Harry,
inner
right.
child.
That's why I told you when Jesus said to be like little humble, like be like little kids, children, is like let go. See, the birds don't worry about what they're gonna get fed or what they're gonna wear or what they're. Yeah, it's just let go and let God. That's basically what it really is. Comes down to.
That being said, the truth is a sobering thing. Like, it it takes away the childhood, innocence that we had. So it's gonna be impossible to go back to being like kids. You just have to like work at letting
I
go
don't
of
think so, bro.
the heavy stresses and
Here's
trust in God.
bro. I don't think it's impossible to have a mind state as a child again. I think that there's a lot of people that can get back into that mind state. And honestly, we should fucking like really reprimand those people. Like that's a good fucking job in life. I don't think a good job in life is becoming a millionaire and making a lot of money and fucking a whole lot of fucking bad bitches, right? I think that the whole goal of life is to learn who the fuck you are.
The chalice, the chamber, the stein, the cup, the vessel, the ark, the boat, the lightning bolt. It's all the same.
Not bad, bro. You is cutting out like a motherfucker. Did you have something to say?
Yep. Everybody wants to know where it came from.
Look, man, I'm very sorry, but the way I've seen life, the way I fucking portrayed it and played it out in my mind, is that the only thing that really matters in life is how you think of your life. Because there's nothing in this world more
Branch.
powerful than your own self recognition of life. That is what life's about.
It's not just about you though,
No,
because we're a
dude.
social
That's how.
creature.
Yeah. That's the old lie.
No, bro, that's where I take this differently. I think that all of us are here on this fucking world to find out who we are. Why
Branch.
the
At this
fuck
point,
else? Why the fuck else are we here?
dude, the only thing I could talk to you about right now would be okay. It would be very offensive. It would be the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. Okay. You're talking about your
Hey, bro,
worldview,
please,
your philosophy.
bro, please understand one thing, man. I'm not against the Bible. Like, I fucking grew up in a Christian fucking world, and I believe in Christ. Right? I believe in Christianity.
Do you?
I'm
Do
a
you?
Hindu.
Because it sounds like okay. Well, that makes sense. I mean, because you're definitely in danger of breaking the first commandment. You shall love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, mind, and strength. It seems as though maybe you substituted the Lord thy God for perhaps a God that's comfortable with
But
you.
more than that,
There's only one God.
like
Well,
the Christian God said, you know, God is a jealous God, and you
it
shouldn't
sounds
believe.
like you're trying to be God.
I'm sorry, no, I'm not. What I'm trying to say is the Christian God did say that, you know, he's a jealous God, and you know, you don't want to believe in some other motherfucker because
The F
God
word
is
burger.
very jealous. My fucking way of life thinks of God as something we all share, and you know
Yeah,
whether
you believe that
whether
you're God.
I believe in Allah
Hmm.
or whether I believe in Christ or whether I
God is
believe
not like you, and
in
he's not like
well
me. He's
Krishna,
not like anyone.
I don't really give a fuck. I believe in God.
Little known fact, but those that believe in Allah believe in Christ.
What is L? Why do they call it
Right,
electric
right,
L?
Oh,
Why do they
dang, you
call
locked your
right.
mic.
But
What was
here's
that?
the thing. Here's the thing. Right, percent.
it L?
Hey, hold on,
The
hold on.
reason why I'm sorry, Shines. I was in
Brent,
the
you've
middle
been
of
talking
talking,
for
Shines.
hours. Can we talk about something else?
Wait, hold on, Shines,
Hearing you
Shines. Are
talking
you
this
hold the
entire
fuck
time.
up? No, you know what,
You've been
Shines? I'm
talking.
fucking talking.
Yeah,
I'm
you've been
fucking
talking.
talking right now.
You've
Can you
been
shut the
talking.
fuck up for a second and let me finish?
Oh,
Branch, you're
here he
about to be
goes.
muted, man.
Just
Here he
sting him,
goes.
Shines.
No,
Damn.
Shines. You
Go
can't
on,
just
Brand.
step
Go
in.
on. Go on.
Shines, you
Go
cannot
ahead
just
and
step
finish.
in and
Next hour. Go ahead. Go ahead. Finish.
Finish your
all
point.
right. I was what I was gonna say is like throughout history, that's how shit works based on what percent said, right? Where you know the newer religions believe in the older religions. So the newest religion we have today is Muslim religion, and
Is it?
then you know what they believe in the Christian religion, which was a little bit before them.
What about Scientology?
Hindus believe in all religions that predate them or even prodate them. So I can believe in fucking Allah if I want to. I
And
can
you could
believe
be
in Christ if I want
wrong. What's the point? God damn.
to. The point is
You can't
this.
though. You're wrong, Branch. You're patently
No,
wrong
I
because
totally can, bro.
Islam. Hold
Bro,
up. Islam has the requirement that you believe that Prophet Muhammad is the last prophet. Peace be upon him. He's the last prophet. So you can't
so
believe in other
why does
religions
that
that have
discount?
other
Why does
so-called
that?
prophets that come after.
All right. But, I mean,
But the ones before, yeah, definitely.
The Hindu religion is like what 5,000 years before Muhammad. right?
Yeah, man. Work.
Which is
Do
like
yourself.
Krishna,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're a great guy. Just you're doing good enough
Krishna
to
was
be
born
God one day.
about 5,000 years
Mm.
before Muhammad even said, "My man, fucking Allah is telling me some shit."
Good
Right?
point.
My point is this: why, as a Hindu, can I not believe that it's the same God that told Muhammad what the fuck life's about?
You definitely
As
can.
Krishna.
Here, let me answer. So you definitely can. The issue is with Hinduism, they say that there's a bunch of gods that came from, the original god Brahma or what have you, and some sects believe it's like, Krishna or, there's different things. But anyways, they believe that God, is split amongst like all of these other gods, and that is in complete contradiction to what Islam says, which is that there's only one God and he has no partners, no
Bro,
associations.
Hindus believe in one God.
I know Brahma or what?
Well,
I think it's
Krishna,
called Brahma.
like the most
No,
recent incarnation of our God was Krishna.
okay, yeah. So there's different, what's it called, sects, I guess.
I mean, we believe Krishna is everything. Like we are Krishna. He's not just a
Yeah,
being.
you think
He
you're
But
God,
that's
is.
bro.
another thing that sets you apart. Like that's why you can't be Muslim, because you Islam has this belief that God is unlike all creation. He's the creator. He's unlike all creation. So you can't say that you are part of God. That's
But you
blasphemy.
know what, man? I disagree with you simply because of this. Like Hindus and Muslims have fucking lived in peace in India for fucking centuries, right?
Yeah.
We've had fucking rulers of India that were fucking Muslim. We've had rulers of fucking India that were fucking Hindu.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, guys, it didn't fucking matter. Everybody was still cool.
Demark, hey, Demark,
Denmark,
your
your
mic.
mic.
That's true.
Yeah, your mic is really crap, Denmark.
Oh,
There's Bandsaw.
Hey, Don.
I'll say one last
Hey, Bansor,
thing, Branch.
did you decide to talk just to fucking change the subject, or did you want to add to the
No,
subject?
he was like mentioning Demok's mic. In any
Yeah,
case,
pay
Right,
attention,
right,
Branch.
right.
Branch.
But you
The
gotta
last thing I want to say.
understand,
Hold up. I want to say one last thing, Branch.
You
You
need
said
to understand Bansor's
Branch.
personality. He
All right.
wouldn't have fucking talked unless he was trying to change some
Okay.
shit.
Well, we can change the subject if he wants to after. I got one thing to say to you, because you said that Hinduism came thousands of years before, right? But I've shown you now that you can't be a Hindu and Muslim. That Hinduism isn't compatible with Islam because they have core disagreements in terms of the faith, in terms of belief, right? That being said, Islam allows for Hinduism because they say that there was 124,000 prophets that came to all the different people before, in various ways. And oftentimes these prophets were confused for gods, just like the Christians did with Jesus. They
Well,
confused the prophet for being
hold
God.
on.
The Trinitarian sect.
Before we get too far into this, right?
I
Was
was almost done. I was almost done, Branch. Just really quickly. That means that
was it
basically,
a Hindu?
hold up. That means that basically, the ones that that started performed the miracles that were confused to be gods in Hinduism and in Buddhism, like Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, and all these different characters. They could have been prophets, and it would have been congruent or compatible with
the one.
Islamic belief.
All right, my man.
Elohim.
The only question I got for you is this, yeah? Do you really think Hindus cannot believe in Allah?
No, they definitely believe in Allah. They just have a corrupted kind of belief on it.
Bro, we believe in God.
I know.
We don't really care how you believe in God.
That's the difference. You can't tell a Muslim that you're part of God. You are God.
That's exactly the difference. Your God says you can't believe in other gods. All right? The Christian God
No,
says
my God says there's only one God.
Right. The Christian God also says that, you know, he's a jealous motherfucker and whatever. What I'm trying to say is that me as a Hindu, I love everyone. I love all of life, and I love everybody that lives in life, regardless of religion, race, or fucking anal size.
Okay, that last one was weird, and I feel you for the ones before it. That being said, that doesn't mean that all these people and things that you love are God.
You
The
don't think
creation is not the creator,
okay? My
ever.
bad, bro. You trying to tell me you don't think anal size matters?
What?
Anyway, percent, wouldn't that just be a interpretation that um, oh, what did you say? Something about corrupted gods. Other gods are corrupted gods. Wouldn't that just be the Islam
Yeah, it's a
interpretation
difference in belief.
of that? Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
difference in belief.
exactly. Yep.
Because Islam has this very stringent belief that the creator is unlike the creation. In fact, the creator doesn't need any creation. You know, he
So, dude,
existed
like,
before the creation.
so you
So to
know
say
the
that the
creation.
creation,
Branch. Let him finish.
What?
So to say that the creation is part of the creator is just a logical impossibility. It falls flat on its face because the creator existed before it.
So, bro, I'll tell you this, man. I've been with a Chinese chick, right? And like, she's trying to tell me that fucking you know what? The whole fucking religious way of life is better, and she believes in Ganesh. And I was like, who? What? Hold the fuck up, bitch. Why do you believe in Ganesh?
I thought you were kind and sweet and gentle with everybody. Shut the fuck up.
Well, when I talk here, that's very different.
Is it possible at all that you could actually speak in a little bit more respectful way? Like, every second word having to be some sort of blasphemy
I know,
or
man. I mean,
profanity.
hey,
Can you just tone it back just a little bit, please?
That's why you remind me of Jin.
I've tried it.
Branch, you remember that episode with Jin like about a month back or so when he just lost his shit because you were swearing? That was funny.
Hey, bro, I'll tell you what, man. I've tried it. The problem is this, yeah. You guys are like way too stupid. Like
Shut
I find
Just
it.
stop, Branch. Just stop. We're way too stupid. That's your excuse. We're
I don't
way
know
too
the
dumb.
man,
Yeah, I mean, part of it is the
but
reason.
you seem
I mean,
suspect.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. I mean, come on, guys. Seriously, like,
Yeah,
if you
seriously.
believe, if you believe the Earth's flat, you got to be a certain level of stupid.
Yeah, only stupid people believe it's fat. We know it's flat, kid.
You know what's really funny about this is like the paradigm between the people who think it's this, think it's that, and honestly, which is which? What is it? You're gonna say this?
I mean,
Or dumb?
what's really funny about this is that when I said that, you thought you
The
were gonna
guy's a
come back and
troll,
say,
bro. This
no,
guy's a
hold on,
troll.
Wait, hold on. What was he about to say? I want
He's
to hear what
demonstrated
wait,
troll.
hold
hold
on. I
the
want to hear
fuck
what he
up.
was gonna say.
Let me finish.
What were you gonna say? Do you remember what you were gonna say?
Shines.
Do you
Yes,
remember
I
it?
do.
What was it?
Shines.
Okay, what was
You
it? What were you gonna say? Let's hear it.
wait, hold on, Shines. Why are you so excited, bitch?
Because I want to see if you remember it, you stupid ass.
All right,
What
what?
you were gonna say? I want to see if you remember what you were gonna say in
He
the last,
remembers it.
like how
I
long?
was saying
Okay, go ahead. What were you gonna say? Go ahead.
you people like fucking Shines now.
What the fuck do you mean, you people?
You don't even remember. You don't even remember what you were gonna say because you're so
Yo, is
drunk
it true,
that
Branch? You
couldn't
forgot?
remember what it was that you were gonna say. That's why I was giddy. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's why you shouldn't get too
Oh,
drunk.
it's not
you
that.
People,
remember.
It's
fuck
not.
you.
Oh
It's
shit,
not
Branch, she
that.
caught you, man.
Shine.
Jackpot. Caught.
Shine. Hold the fuck up, Shines. Look.
Go ahead.
Here's the fucking deal, right? Look. If I was about to say some shit, and then I got some bitch like Shines,
Yeah,
come
see?
back.
Well,
Come back.
you know what?
In
You know
a-
what?
hold
I've had
on.
enough.
Hold
I've
on.
had enough. I've had
Hold
enough.
on.
I've had enough.
Thank you. Pull the trigger.
I have given you plenty
Oh.
of warning, Branch,
Dang.
and you will just not heed. So enjoy the rest of your night, buddy.
Well,
No,
that
I
was
told
funny
them
for a little
actually.
bit.
It's a
Blissful.
problem
Yeah.
if you can't remember what you're gonna. And that's what I knew. I knew that like you waited 2 seconds. What was gonna be the point again? Because each time that he talked, it was a different point. A different like. Let's move on. Okay, who has a good conversation? That would be great.
Well,
I'm in emotional crisis.
Why?
Fucking Shines. Or not Shines. I'm sorry. Bricks or whatever his name
I was
was.
like, dang, what did I do?
Yeah.
Yo, Shines, you didn't like being confused for
I
Stacy.
was like,
How do
what
you
the
feel being
hell?
confused for
Shut
Branch?
up.
I told you you
Everyone
sound like Stacy.
stop. Don't do it, Dawn.
Yes,
Don't tell
yes.
Dawn that I sound like Stacy. Oh my god, it's never gonna end. Just stop.
You didn't
Everyone.
listen to the second part.
Yeah, I heard the second part. Well, I'm sick of it. Everyone dunk on Shines. Have at it. Oh, now everyone has nothing to say?
I miss
Nobody can
Branch.
say
I'm
anything
gonna be
more?
honest, man.
Look
I
at Cooper,
miss
right?
Branch talking his shit.
Oh, now everyone wants to talk. As soon as I start talking, everyone has something to say. It's amazing. Isn't that amazing how that works? Cool. Go on. Go on
No,
about
you
your
go on. What did you want to say?
I would just like people to have something good to talk about rather than talking shit about me. That would be great.
Honeybees. That's the only thing that comes to mind.
Honeybees are nice, man.
Yeah, we need the bees. What else can we talk about?
Does anyone here keep bees?
I do not, but it would
I'm
be a
thinking
lot
about like,
cooler
you
if I
know,
did.
as a hobby, keeping bees.
That would be a good one. You can make some mead. Have you ever made mead?
No.
That's, I'm sure you're familiar with the mead. They drank it from ancient times. They made it out of honey.
Yeah, the honey
I've,
wine.
yeah, I've never had it either, but if you kept bees, I guess you could do it.
I could. I probably wouldn't, but I could. I think I would use honey in everything though. Like, I'd completely get rid of the sugar in my house.
Or honey, veal, lamb, eggs, figs. I wish I had it all.
You could, man. You could. Just have to move out to the sticks, where they let you keep animals. For those of y'all that live in the city, what would you miss about the city if you were to move to the country? Like, you would live in the country if not for blank.
You know what? Convenience, actually. You know, for
Good one.
those for that every whim, like going to say, the movie, cinema, 24-hour shopping, that sort of stuff. That's rather convenient, rather handy, but it actually doesn't take much to get out of it. But yeah, that's kind of what I miss about the city a little bit. Yeah. The rest of it, yeah, no, don't miss it at all.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, percent.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, but to a certain extent, like I'm ready to so ready to get out of the city. I have to be honest with you. Having your own land and your own ability to have your own bonfires when you want, you don't have to call up the fire department. Yeah, you do all sorts of things in a country.
Yeah, one of the big ones for me is sports. Like
Oh,
league
you get
sports.
plenty. You get plenty of sport in the country, my friend. Plenty of sport.
Yeah, but don't you have to like travel a lot for the league sports? And there's like probably like no pickup games for like
Well,
basketball, soccer.
when you say elite, like you're like talking about going and watching the best of the best type of thing, you know, whether it's AFL footy or hockey.
No, I'm not talking
or
about spectator. I'm talking about playing.
Oh, playing? No. There's plenty of opportunity to play at a very high level, especially in the country. The country has very high leagues around the place. Now, yeah, you
Yeah, maybe
do
in
have to
Australia, not so much in
travel.
Canada.
Yeah, you do have to travel a little bit further than you do in the city. Like this weekend it's say Seaford versus Frankston. So and the game's going to be at Frankston, so it takes you 5 minutes to get there. Whereas in some country places it might be Murrabit versus Swan Hill, for argument's sake, and you've got to travel an hour or an hour and 20
Yeah,
minutes
Hamilton played Warrnambool yesterday. An hour and 10-minute travel.
There you go.
Yeah,
there
that's a
you
little
go.
much, man. I guess that falls into the convenience thing.
Exactly, but it's not really too inconvenient because it's more of a gathering too. Like it's a real event
Yeah.
in the country. Like they make an event of it. There's a gathering, all the families and all that sort of stuff. They have the game, and they have all the after things. They put on barbecues. You're in the dressing rooms and the club rooms, and you'll have a real night of it, a real afternoon of it. All the kids are there, all playing together and all that sort of stuff. So it is a different atmosphere, more community based, and I think it's actually more fulfilling, to be quite honest with you, percent. Whereas
Yeah.
when I noticed when I was in the city and played, cricket and footy at a reasonable level. It was just the game itself. You rock up, you go into the change room, you have your bit of your pep talk, get changed, go out onto the oval, play your game, and it was all over Red Rover until training the next week, or the game the week after type of thing.
Yeah, it's all business.
Yeah, exactly right. So. Yeah, that'd be my take on it. Don't know about anyone else.
Convenience. It's sure nice to order some General Tao's chicken from time to time.
What about like going out with the missus? Like, do you get stir crazy living in the country?
No, not at all.
It's a different beauty. You can have a good time in the country. You can go fishing, man. She might like to fish. What's the sport? What are you playing up there?
Oh, I play basketball, like football, soccer.
Nice.
Those are the main ones.
And then we got some croquet players and some football players. Nice. Boxing and horse racing. I love boxing and horse racing, or car racing. That's what I love.
What do you?
Oh
Like
yeah.
you like
Are
ride
the
horses?
only
You actually
games.
race them yourself?
No, I've never. No, I don't have. I have a few
Okay.
motorcycles, but I don't have any race cars.
No, but do you race horses? Is what I said. Do you like
No,
ride?
I've never. No,
Oh, so
I've
you're talking
never
about the
raced a
sports
horse.
that you
But a
love.
horse race is exciting. That's all I was
Yeah,
just.
yeah.
Yeah, and
No, I would love to own a horse and just bareback, just make it run as fast as it can. Go as fast as possible. Just that sounds heavenly.
I bet you like to bareback %.
Absolutely. No, for real, imagine just in the morning, just getting out and the wind's whipping your face.
Bloody horses are an expensive hobby.
They are, yeah. All I needed was one though, and then one goat for milk, some chicken. Man, I need to buy a spot out in the country for sure.
You don't need much land at all. Like you only need half an acre to an acre, really, to be pretty much self-sufficient. Doesn't take much.
So I can't build a cabin or house to save my life, so.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. It ain't that difficult.
You think?
Yeah, I know.
You built
I know.
one?
Yeah, I built 2 homes. Yep.
All
It's
on
not really.
your own or with help or what?
The second one was totally on my own. It took me just shy of 5 years. We built a garage first, and we decked that out, and we lived in a garage that was almost like a home. Lived in that for 5 years while I built the home. Yeah, very rewarding. But
You a real man, Bandy.
Yeah.
That's what's
it
up.
is what it is, man. It is what it is. But it was. I can actually remember the day finished the home, and it was a couple of days before Christmas, and anyway, it was still in the garage. Anyway, it come Christmas Eve and all that sort of stuff. We kids were all asleep in the garage, and it was about 2:30 in the morning. We picked up all the kids and snuck them into the house and put them to bed. So that was really cool. Christmas morning. Waking up the kids, they were so excited. They actually thought Santa had picked them up and put them in the house. That was really cool. Anyway, we had the family and all that sort of stuff. Come over and you do your normal celebrations and all that sort of stuff. So we had that day, and I can remember it was Christmas here. It's daylight savings. Anyway, everyone had left, and it was about 8:30, 8:30, 8:45, and I just grabbed a beer, and because we had 2 acres, and grabbed a beer and walked right down to the back of the property and just sat in the grass, and just had a couple of moments, and I just sat there and I was just looking at the house, and the kids were outside playing and whatnot. Wife is out there too, and I'm just looking at it all,
Just
and
appreciating it.
I just had that moment of marvel, like I fucking did it. You know what I mean? It's just
Yeah.
like I really did do it, and it was a very proud moment, I must say, just sitting back and just looking at it all, just soaking it in, for what I had achieved. Yeah, it was really cool. But it's not that difficult, really. Like, it seems difficult, but if you've got a plan and you follow the plan, um, you don't have to have done anything before. Really. If you can swing a hammer and use a saw, everything else is just following a plan. To be quite honest with you, mate, just putting piece A next to piece B next to piece C, and you just it's a very logical process. Very, very logical.
Where'd you get the supplies from? Do you cut your own trees down and stuff like that, or what?
No. I wasn't all that manly about it, I must say. The frame itself, because we were in a termite area, we decided to go with a steel frame. So the frame itself was a prefab frame. So that was just like a glorified Meccano set to put together, to be quite honest with you. But really no different to if I had to use timber frame or whatever. I was still quite confident that I could have done it, but for the whole logistics and wanting it to last, not having to worry about termites and things like that, we went with a steel frame. But the house was all done in it was a brick veneer, limestone blocks that were about 400 mil by 200 mil, so they're decent sized blocks. So yeah, like I said, it was a long process. The home itself was just under 50 squares, so it was a monstrous home. It was six bedroom.
How many square feet?
50 square home, so it was close enough to square meters.
Square feet.
Square feet. Oh God,
or square meters, whatever.
You're probably looking at about 400 square meters thereabouts.
Okay.
So it was a big. It was 7 bedrooms, 2 living areas, and a rumpus room. So it was a big home.
The house I just bought's 120 square meters. That's a big house.
Yeah.
Huh.
But see, the good thing about that, what it costs me to what it actually costs you in materials is not that much. Like the labor for building a home is where the money is.
Mm-hmm.
The actual,
were you working while you were building it?
Like yeah. That's why it took me 5 years %.
So you're working it just like on nights and weekends, or just weekends, or what?
Work for myself, man. Work for myself. So no, I had to hold down a full-time job as well as do as much as what I could after work and on the weekends.
Yeah. So how many hours per day, like weekdays, would you say?
Or initially when we started, because I started at daylight savings, I would make sure I'd finish work pretty much around 4:30 thereabouts, so I could get home by about 5 o'clock at the latest, and I could get in a 3.5 hours, 3.5 to sometimes 4 hours, until I finished, until I got the home to lock up. And once the home was at lock up, then working inside, just under lights and whatnot, was a lot easier. But while I was doing all the exterior work, working by floodlight and spotlight, it's too difficult. You make too many mistakes.
Yeah, nothing like natural lighting.
Oh, exactly. Even to some degree, % inside, there's nothing like working with natural light either. Having artificial light, you'll come back the following day in the daylight. I noticed that a lot when I was doing the plastering work. Like I do the plastering work, and because you're doing it for yourself, you want to get it perfect, right? And you'll do things multiple times sometimes because you're not quite satisfied with it, because you just want it spot on, and then you think you got it spot on, and then you'll come back the following day in natural light, and you'll look at it and you go, what the hell was going on there? Sort of thing, and you rip it out and you'd start it again. But the materials for the home cost me just shy of $175,000 to build the home. Now to get that home built by contractors, builders, in total, it probably
600.
cost me. Yeah, well, Yeah, 600 is probably being a little bit conservative, Anthony. It's probably
Really?
being a little bit. Yeah. Probably being a little bit conservative.
Fuck.
Yeah. I think
What
we.
the question is, Bansaw, what can you sell it for? Like 3 mil?
Well, it's not to be sold. It's for my children, actually. So.
Yep, true.
No, but he means like the value.
Oh well, just to buy land now in the same area. Like I said, we had 2 acres. To get an acre block, I was actually on the website about a month ago, and an acre block is selling for $850,000, and that's just a blank block, blank canvas.
Whereabouts are you, mate?
Sorry,
Whereabouts are you?
that was Romsey, the home.
Romsey.
Home's Romsey. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, good for you, Bansa. You you achieved it. The Australian dream, if you will.
It took a lot of hard work, percent. Like
Of
nothing
course, of
comes
course.
easy, right? Nothing comes easy at all. You got to work to save the money. You got to work to build it. You got to work to do everything, and that's why that moment, like I said, when I was down the back of the block, just looking at it was just so satisfying.
Yeah, it all paid off.
All the work. Like I said, saving the, designing it, building it, everything. The sacrifices you have to make, right? Because you do have to make sacrifices to do something like that. But then again, the actually I'm going to take that back because I don't think actually I did make any sacrifices. Because, no, yeah, I'm gonna flip flop on that one because what I was going to say was like you sacrifice your family time, right? But I'm going to take that back now because I didn't sacrifice the family time because the family and especially the kids were involved in every single process. Like they were hands on. They were mixing mortar. They were passing me hammers and nails and bits and bobs and all that sort of stuff. So they were very much involved themselves
That's beautiful.
in the process as well. So so I just changed my mind.
Yeah, maybe like sacrifice time with friends, but
I definitely sacrifice
who
time
needs
with
friends when you have
friends.
family?
Yes. Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah, I definitely did. Because you get invited to this and that and the other thing, and it's just like damn, what, I've got to put up that truss, or I've got to finish plastering this room, or I've got to do the plumbing on that, or whatever. There was always something that was at the time more important than wasting a whole afternoon having a barbecue with my friends. And that sounds like really harsh sort of thing, but I was very focused at the time. Quite often, I'd ooh, the wife and the kids would go to these things, and I'd just be left at home on my own doing what I was doing, and I'd send my apologies and whatnot. But the friends understood, and occasionally they'd come over if I needed a chop out, because there are some things that you do need an extra set of adult hands for, to move stuff or lift stuff or whatever. But,
I'm sure you found it therapeutic as well, working on the house and stuff.
Yeah, well, the times when I wasn't banging my thumb with a hammer, it was very therapeutic.
So you said that it's all very logical, step by step.
Yeah.
Where did you get your steps from? Like where did the plan come from?
Well, look, well, the plan, we designed our home, but I've been in the building trade all my life, right? Now, with plumbing, okay? But I've never laid a brick in my life. I've never put up trusses. I've never done this. I've never done those sorts of things. The plumbing part of it was my forte.
Yeah.
So
you're familiar with the
and
process. stuff.
Yeah, oh, most definitely, I was familiar with the process. But having said that, percent, like the process is a very logical process. Like it seems daunting if you haven't been exposed to it. And you know it is a big task to undertake. But you know if you've got a plan, and it doesn't take much to put a plan together of what you want, and it doesn't take much or a great deal of cost to get those plans drawn up professionally. Right now, once you have that, there's your blueprint. Right there is your blueprint, and you're running everything from that, and it's just step A all the way through to step Z. It's very much like
Methodical. Yeah.
it's very methodical, and it's very much like the scientific method. Like there is a process that you do. You start at point A to get to point Z to get the result. Yeah. And it's good now because a lot of things you can get prefabbed and stuff. So it is not as daunting. And to get say a frame of a home prefabbed doesn't actually cost a great deal more than actually buying the timber or the steel raw itself and doing it from scratch. There's not a huge cost there.
Well, I mean, that is it's very commendable. It's an achievement for sure.
But it was funny. It was like when I was doing it all, I used to follow on YouTube, and they have a lot of them in Canada too. Those people that just go out in the middle of buttfuck nowhere percent and build a home from absolute scratch. There's one particular fellow that basically all he's got is a saw and an axe and the home that he builds is spectacular, really, in my opinion. It took him many years to do, and I just look at that sort of stuff and go, no way could I do that. Absolutely no way could I do that. But he too didn't have much experience and whatnot. It was just a dream. It was just a desire of his to do it, and he did it. Recorded every single process, and that's why I followed him and a couple of others that used to do a similar sort of thing to what he did, but on a smaller scale. And you kind of get inspiration from watching those sorts of things too.
So, like that person that did it in the middle of nowhere, did he make his own frame and cut down his own wood and everything?
Yeah,
That's crazy.
the whole 9 yards percent. Like that's real hard. That's a real man. If you know what I mean. Like that's hardcore.
That is hardcore.
That sort of stuff. But
yeah, it reminds me of watch this like documentary about some guy who's just basically fed up with society and city life and what have you. He's from the States, and he went to Alaska, middle of nowhere, and he built his own cabin from scratch, and he has stayed at this other cabin while he was building it, and then he would cut down the trees and move them by boat across the river and let them dry out, and the whole thing. It's crazy.
It is, isn't it? It is. It's absolutely crazy when people kind of have that desire just to get back to real basic grassroots type of stuff.
Yeah, he ended up living there for the rest of his life, a good 40 years or something like that. Basically on his own. He had some supplies that would come in by seaplane. Yeah. And his only companionship were the animals, some birds that he would feed and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, this fellow that I used to follow had a dog, which was his companion, but similar sorts of things. Like he had limited supplies, right? but he'd go out and hunt, and he built his own smokehouse and all that sort of stuff, and did his own beef jerky and prepared his own. It was everything. It was absolutely everything that he did, and it was just like wow, like yeah. And then eventually he got it to a stage because what he used to do, he used to go there for X amount of months a year, and then he'd go back to the mainland or main town wherever he came from, because he was married, and he did this process over a few years. I'm pretty sure it was over a few years that he did it. And eventually got to the stage where it was time for his wife to move in, so he had to put an extension on the house and pretty up the house and all that sort of stuff because his wife came to live there. I think they live there full time now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
Yeah.
Middle of nowhere, having kids, teaching them how to hunt, and
yeah.
Yeah,
No, definitely.
that's
definitely.
the dream.
Exactly.
The burning bush, you think it was like?
Like my wife and I were talking about or yesterday, what is the education system, right? You go
It's
to
a trap.
school. Well, yeah. Well, like you learn well, you don't really, but apparently it's so you can learn your ABCs and B's and this and that. But what does the education system really offer you? Right? Like, how does it really prepare you for life in general? And I said to her, once upon a time, like the education system itself, before all these major cities and towns and whatnot, it was the home. Like, you had to get up in the morning, you had to learn how to milk the cow or collect the eggs from the chickens or go and with your sickle and hoe down the fields or whatever. Like, that was the education because these were the things you actually needed to survive on a day-to-day basis,
Yeah,
right?
that's how the trades were born.
Yeah, exactly. And like now you go to school and you don't really learn anything about survival. You just learn about how to put the right answer in the right box. And then that then equates to getting a job to where you have to put the right answer in the right box. Like it's just all about filling the box in correctly, really.
Yeah. It prepares you for
Yeah,
life that's removed from nature.
Yeah. So
and
far.
IQ is the actual idea of being inquisitive enough to know when you're being lied to question it, right? You have to have like the like you have to be able to fucking understand or comprehend, right? The inquisitiveness to comprehend when somebody's lying to you, and that's when you question. So an inquisition is really an IQ. The IQ isn't what they told you. It's not repeating like a bird or a parrot. It's actually having the ability to say, hey, what you just said didn't make any sense. I have to call you on that. That's what an IQ is. And so many people don't have one these days.
Yeah.
That's true.
Nate has something against milking cows and sickles. He reckons it's 2022.
Yeah.
Well, I
when
want to
did
know what do we know different than a Greek guy who could do more than we can with a stick? I mean, what's going on there?
I grew up milking cows, Nate. That's my background. Milking cows, my friend.
Yo, I mean, honestly, we do ourselves a disservice. I was reading this study the other day. It was talking about the effect of milk. So they did like, a cohort study for men and women drinking the pasteurized milk that we get from the stores and stuff like that. And they found that it has increased levels of osteoporosis and it's worse than not drinking anything apparently. because people that drank less milk had less osteoporosis and stuff, and they didn't at all check the effect of drinking raw milk. You know, like the healthy milk with the fat and all of the different vitamins and stuff like that. And it's stupid to me when we have, you know, just like you were saying, you milking the cow and stuff like that, and this is the healthy stuff, and we just water it down and like kill off all of the good like vitamins and stuff like that in this
It's
whole process.
processed.
It's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
bad.
Yep. I grew up on a dairy farm %, and you go out for the morning milk, right? And then you get your little billy and you go up to the big vat, right? And you'd scoop, you know, a billy full of milk, right? Which had all this cream on top of it. Oh my God, it's so delicious, right?
That's the
Grew up.
nutrients right there.
Yeah, grew up like that. And then, you know, when I was about 16 thereabouts, my grandparents you know, sold the farm and whatnot, and you know, we ended up moving down to the city because my grandfather had quite a serious accident on the farm, and I had no choice. But anyway, so then you just get used to the processed stuff. You know, the milk's, you know, already, you know, pre-prepared and all that sort of stuff. Now, or within the last 4 or 5 years thereabouts, we have sought out raw milk. You used to be able to buy it quite readily, but then they made it illegal to sell as a product that you can drink. Right. So the way they got around it, these people at the farmers markets used to sell the milk as something you can bathe in, like you take a bath in milk, right? That's how they got around it. And then anyway, the councils and governments kind of cracked on that again, and we're quite fortunate where we are. We live in dairy farming country here, so we have hooked up with a farmer that you know, he lets us comes and fills up our jug every few days. Like, we're not huge, you know, milk drinkers, so you know, a jug of milk lasts us, you know, 5 or 6 days, sometimes a week, with the amount of milk we kind of, you know, do use.
Yeah. No, that's beautiful. Do you
sometimes
guys boil it, or do you just drink it straight?
just straight, mate, just straight.
And
then
the farmer doesn't boil it first?
no, not at all. It just comes as straight from the tit into the
Yeah.
vat into our jug. No processing. The only
That's
processing
what's up, man.
that happens is it goes through the pipes into the vat. That's the only processing that takes place. And you know, that's the way to do it.
I need some of that raw milk, man. I need to find someone that. It's hard when you're in the city. God damn.
There are places and there are websites that do offer it. If you type in raw milk for sale, I know there is in
It's super expensive.
the
Yeah.
States. Oh,
I've
is it?
checked them.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay then. Oh, there you go. There you go.
I mean,
Well,
when there's a will, there's a way, right? So I'm considering
exactly.
it.
Yeah. Maybe you need to go for a drive to a dairy farm and hook up with a dairy farmer, right? Have a chat with him. You, you know the thing about milk in a really, really big vat, right?
Yeah.
Milk % will always seek its level. Always. Always.
Yes, it does.
And you can't milk a cow when it's upside down.
It's pretty hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, my grandfather started the farm back in the days when he had to milk all the cows by hand. Like, that's hardcore work there. Like,
so Ben, you said you fill up the billy with with all that cream and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Then what?
Yeah. Then you take it home, right? Well, or you talk about when I was younger.
But yeah, when you were in the farm, what would you do with that?
Yeah, on the farm. Well, yeah, you just get the billy. So it was just a little 1.5 or 2 liter billy, steel billy, and you just fill it up, and you'd take it back home, and yeah, you'd have a bath or whatever, and get ready, and that time the milk would settle a little bit too, and there was a fight between everyone to see who got the milk first, because if you got the milk first, you could scoop off all the cream, and you'd have like this cream that would go all over your cornflakes or your wheat bix or whatever the case may
Oh
be.
Lord.
Oh man, it
Nice and
was
chewy.
just
I know.
oh, it's to die for, absolutely to die for. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
It brings back memories. When I was younger,
Mhm.
we used to
Mhm.
live in a farm, and we would get raw milk, and
Yeah.
that cream on top is so good.
Yeah, and making butter from that pure cream. Oh Lord, that butter is just and you put like 3 inches thick on toast, and you let it all just soak in, and as you're eating your toast, it's all just dripping down your chin. Oh yum.
Oh Lord. Okay, stop. I can't take it.
But, yeah, what do you think about the idea, percent, of a vacuum being a capacitor?
How would it hold the charge?
Well,
And a reactor. It holds the
yeah.
charge from the outside medium. That when you put it there, it's a capacity, right? You're containing a capacity, therefore creating a capacitor, because you're creating a differential from the outside medium that you're squeezing the container with, right, to the container itself, and then you get a reaction on the inside, right? So it's a reactor and a capacitor at the same time.
I don't understand. Because there's no matter, right? So
Yeah, there is matter. There's no such thing as no matter. I mean, like, no. What do you mean, no air?
yeah, and like no gas.
No friction, no electricity, no static. What do you mean, no what?
Yeah, what's conducting the electricity if it's
vacuum chamber is caused by a material that is a material that we use on Earth. That
Okay, so
material
the
has
chamber
conductive
itself is the
electrical properties
yeah.
that we use to show you how this container works.
I
So
got
the
you.
container itself changes the property of the inside of itself from the outside and creates more of a differential, therefore creating itself as a capacitor or a reactor. So when you put things in there, you capacitate them to react.
Okay, so basically the chamber itself is a capacitor, and then inside is nothing.
Yeah, any chamber creates a differential, especially when you start pulling on it.
It's a medium for a reaction, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely a reactor. That's how supposedly they get the sun, through helium and hydrogen, right? It's in a vacuum reacting, right? So if we could just produce that little helium hydrogen thing right here in a vacuum, that'd be great, right? Our reactor.
So what
So
would
how would it
what would the negative charge be? Like the connection for it?
Well,
you just have a
I don't
negative
think it's
charge
getting a
connection and
negative
positive charge
charge.
connection on the chamber itself?
It's not getting a negative charge. It's not a negative charge. You can't have it. Hold on. You can't have a negative charge. What does that even mean?
What do you mean? You have positive and negative for a battery, for a capacitor.
Positive or negative charge?
Yeah, positive and negative terminals. So what would you have just these
not a
terminals?
charge.
It's the connection. I said positive charge, negative charge connection. The connection.
So you mean
for...
electricity goes either way, right? A flow?
No, it flows in one way.
Flows one way. How's that work?
A circuit flows one way.
No, it has to flow from somewhere to somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's two ways. When you plug a light in, The source of the light has to come from the wall outlet or a power.
Hold
Like
up.
everything has to have a reactant and then a put off. So it takes
Demok,
in
when you
and
got
puts
a
off.
one-way road, is the car not going from one way to another way? But it's still one-way road, right?
It's taken in from the back. It's got an opening from the back and an opening from the front.
And it moves from the back to the front, one way, right? Even though there's two, like, you know, openings, it's one way. Just like there's two connections.
So what would be the negative way?
Positive, but it's
What's the negative
circuit is
way
going
if
one
it's
way.
going one way? That you said.
What'd you say?
What's the negative way if it's going forward? What you said, it's a negative. What is that? If it's going forward, what's the negative about it?
No, it's just what they call the different terminals. There's a positive terminal, positive charge terminal, negative charge terminal.
So you mean one pulls and one pushes?
Basically, yes.
So that just means
I wouldn't say that one
it's
pulls
the
and one
open
pushes, but
flow.
that's just
It's
the
a
flow of it.
differential. It's
But-
the same thing. It's the same exact
But
thing.
the positively charged terminal's just lacking electrons, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not actually.
You have to create
Yeah,
the
that's right.
differential. You have to create that fucking opening, or else it's not doing shit. That's why you got to have the both. Creating
My
the
question
circuit
was
just doesn't mean
would
one
you
way
add
percentage.
No, it was a simple question. In terms of this vacuum chamber that is acting as a capacitor, what, like for the pathways of like the current, what's the pathway?
Pathway is the fucking container. As soon as you create that container, now you created a differential. Once you create something different than the medium within itself, you create a differential of power. You create a pathway itself. Everything high to low, hot to cold. Now, what's happening either to that container or from that container? There's a high to low going on there, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm talking about. The connections to and from it. What are they?
Right. So the connection to it is the same thing as the connection from it.
It's the same connection or different connection?
It's the same connection, but it's reacting off the medium around it, as well as the medium inside of it. It's two ways. Without reacting on the medium around it, it wouldn't be able to react the way of the medium inside of it. It wouldn't.
Okay, how is it
wouldn't do what
physically
does.
connected? How is it physically connected to
Because,
what's before?
like, okay, say you were supposedly in a vacuum already, and you took a thing in there and wanted to make a vacuum chamber. How would that work out? You got to have a medium of air to make a vacuum chamber in the first place.
Okay,
To create your void, your capacity, your open area, the capacity.
Okay, so you're saying that the physical medium of air outside of it is what's connected to the vacuum chamber?
Yes, it's creating your vacuum. Yes.
All right, because I was like imagining an actual physical terminal, like a physical hookup.
It's trying to come in. It's trying to create that differential. But from within the container, you're reacting off the container. And you don't have anything else to do, so it's going to try to compress to its best ability, therefore reacting. It's a reactor. It's going to try to, you know what I mean? It's going to try to exert from whatever.
All right, so you have this physical air pushing on this container, right? The
Well, it
gas
makes more
molecules
sense
are
if you put-
hitting it. How are you harnessing the electricity?
Well, I mean, when you put something in there, what happens? Does it just sit there and look at you?
No, let's say there's a vacuum inside the chamber, right? And it's this high to low
the
type
vacuum
of.
is only the differential.
I'm with
There's
you.
no
I'm with
such
you.
thing as a vacuum.
Yeah, there's
I'm trying to
differential.
tell you.
Yeah, I'm with you. There's a
It's just
differential.
a plastic. It's a piece of plastic, just like your 2-liter. When you
Yeah,
start sucking on it,
Hold up,
and you
Demok.
put
Let me
stuff
just.
in there, it's gonna fucking do something. It's like
Okay.
a vacuum cooker.
All right, so there's differential from inside to outside. The outside air is pushing on the container, on the chamber, right? It's the molecules are hitting that container. How are you harnessing
creating
the
a low.
electricity into the chamber?
Yes, that's what can still go through. The static and everything can still exchange. Even though the air's not going in, the kinetic energy, the charge, and the exchange of that differential is still going through the electricity. The permeability is still going through it. No problem.
All right, so let's say over time you have static electricity buildup in the chamber material itself. How are you using
I don't know
that?
if you'd call it static. I'm just saying electricity
Whatever.
can still.
You have electricity buildup in the thing itself. How are you using it?
How did what?
How are you using that electricity? How are you utilizing it?
Well, the same way
Okay.
ball would. The same way the sun would if it was in the middle of a vacuum.
Sorry.
I mean, what do you mean? What are you asking?
What do you say, White?
If you, they're going to react.
Spark gaps.
Spark gaps.
Yeah, you're just building up the potential over time, and then you generate the spark, and then from there, with that potential, you can do work over time. It's free, apparently, isn't it?
So you just bring
endless.
Do you bring the chamber close to wherever you need to use it, or you bring whatever thing that you need to charge? You just bring it close enough so that the spark jumps, or what?
Oh, look at the Tesla pattern. I think he had one that operated literally in a car. So you took it around with you, obviously, to run the car.
A vacuum, the idea of a vacuum was a bad motherfucker when you create that differential and that resistance. The resistance between the vacuum gives it its power, the differential. Yeah, I mean,
It doesn't really make sense to me, to be honest.
Fucking say it. Yeah, I know.
It's not making sense to me because you have this differential in pressure, right? You have the air molecules hitting the outside.
Positive to negative.
Yeah, so you have the air molecules hitting
gives you energy. Yep.
Hold up. So yeah, you have the air molecules hitting the outside. You have a buildup of electricity within the chamber, but the chamber is also.
I didn't say there's a buildup of electricity in the chamber. You keep.
Well,
saying
that's what
that.
a capacitor. How's it storing it inside if it's not building up?
I don't give a fuck what a capacitor says in the book, dude. I'm trying to tell you what I see. If I'm a
Is it storing the
looking at
electricity
it,
or not?
My idea. I'm not telling you what's in a book. I never read the book on a capacitor. I could care less what that fucking says.
Okay, but do you think that the electricity is being stored?
In reality, when I look into this chamber, it is a fucking capacitor in front of me. It's nothing else. I don't care how you figure it out. For you, go ahead and do that. I mean, you're asking me weird questions. You can answer yourself.
No, it's not a weird question, Demok. I'm asking you if you think the electricity is being stored.
Look, put a vacuum chamber in front of you, put stuff in it, and see what happens. That's the only thing I tell you, man. If nothing happens, then you're cool, you're good to go, and nothing's going on. There's no reaction, there's no capacitor, there's no reactant, there's no reactor, there's no differential, there's no power. I don't know anything.
I hear you. But in your best opinion, do you think the electricity is being stored?
I think you're never getting away from electricity, so I don't know what you just said there, but you're never getting away from it. I don't care what you do, buddy.
Go ahead, Banta.
I was just going to say, a capacitor or the vacuum, it is just the ability to do work. Right? We can't create a void of nothing. It is impossible. There is always a medium. Right? We can't create nothing whatsoever, but we can create a differential, right, in a vacuum. Now that vacuum gives you the ability to create work through that differential.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
And it is a capacitor because it has the ability to direct
do work.
A flow of energy, whatever that flow may be, through a pressure differential.
Mm-hmm. That last part is the part that I'm kind of stuck on, because you have this energy, this electricity coming from the air outside, right? And then it goes into this chamber, the material of the chamber, and then it goes out to the air outside and whatever objects are outside. So how are you differentiating between the input and the output? Because it seems it's just like it's constantly like modulating or in equilibrium with whatever's outside of it. How are you guiding it to create this pathway that's usable?
Well, you can guide it quite. There's a simple example how you vacuum pressure differential by moving water through a hose, right? That works on a vacuum system, all right? And it can move under its own energy from point A to point B. Right? That's all you're doing, and you can direct it. It's just knowing how to direct it is the trick.
Mm-hmm. I'm still not getting it in terms of the flow of the electricity inside versus outside. How it's different.
No, I think you're confusing electricity with energy. I think that's what you're thinking.
So it's not a capacitor for electric, energy or potential?
Well, I don't see it purely as electricity. I just see it as energy. Now, what that energy is can be a different thing, but I don't think it is electricity.
Well, I heard a capacitor and I just thought like electric charge, but if it's not,
Because most people when they hear capacitor, that's exactly what they think of. They think of
Yeah.
the little capacitors, but all a capacitor does is store electricity and then direct it in a certain direction, right? That's all that's all it does. But the broader meaning of capacitor is just the ability to store a differential, right, and then being able to somehow
Exactly.
direct.
It's capacity. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
My issue is just I'm not
Yeah.
understanding how you're basically expending it, like you're causing it to go to a specific system, or pathway or what have you. It's because it seems like it's just connected to the outside, on all sides, and it's getting energy, and you would think also be like sending energy both ways.
Yeah, but if you create a tunnel for that energy to flow through, you can direct it, right?
How?
Well, like I said,
Making it do work on one
yeah,
end.
making it do work from one end to the other, like I suggested with siphoning water, right? You can get a hose from a bucket of water down lower, right? You can suck on it, so you're creating a vacuum, right, until the water gets to your mouth, and you can put it in another bucket that's higher, and that will continue to flow. Okay, so you are directing that energy through a funnel in a very specific way. That's how
Yeah,
you
no,
got.
I'm with you, but that's basically
That's how you got to look at it. You got to look at just directing the energy, whatever that energy is, whatever that pressure differential is. You got to look at it, or how is it being directed? How can I direct it?
I'm with you, but in that
Yep.
instance, you have a pathway. You have just like basically the negative and positive, pathway. You have like two distinct things. Whereas with this vacuum chamber, as it was described to me, you have the air that's hitting the outside due to the differential in pressure, and it's hitting it everywhere. There is no real pathway, So that's what I'm not like. I don't think that's been reconciled. How is there a pathway when it's hitting in every area? It's getting the energy from all sides.
Well, the pathway is everywhere until you funnel.
But how is it not releasing that energy that it's gotten? Like wouldn't you expect that it would like try to achieve equilibrium in terms of the the energy that it has versus the outside?
Well, it's trying to, and then when you open up that funnel, right, it's then directed through that funnel, through that chamber, through that system that you make available for that energy to flow through. So until you give it the path to flow, right, it is still looking right at every possible path to flow. Right,
And
that's
how
what
do you give
it's
it the
doing.
path to flow? Is it anything to do with the vacuum inside?
Well, the vacuum inside, well, yeah, like, and then if you've got a hole on the side of it that is closed, and then you open it, right, there's your path right there through that hole. Very basically.
Has anything like this been done before?
It's done.
Tesla.
No, I mean like demonstrated with a vacuum chamber.
With electricity itself.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I say I'm just talking about energy generally. Electricity, look, I don't.
Well, I mean, any
No,
other
I
sort
think-
of example
In
where
the
it's a
back
vacuum
chat,
chamber and it's doing
there's a
work.
vacuum capacitor in the back chat.
There we go. There we go. So So yeah,
I mean, all you got to do is Google it, and about 10 of them, 15, 20, 30, 50, 100,
yeah,
the whole page of them comes up.
yeah.
Vacuum capacitor, not just a regular capacitor like a piece of shit wire. It's an actual vacuum capacitor. It's got a little chamber around it, and then the other stuff on the inside of that. Yeah. There you go, buddy. It's for high voltage purposes.
Check it.
Welcome to the School of Demok.
Yep, I just call it how I see it. I don't read other people's books, man. I'm sorry, percentage. So some stuff we might be agreeing on. But I just don't know because I don't know your terminology compared to just how I'm trying to keep it simple. I'm trying to keep it simple, and if there's any way I can keep it simpler, let me know, please.
Yeah. And it's
I don't want to. I don't want to misconstrue everything and make it like too complicated. That's what simple.
well, I think that's where the conversations sometimes just get wild, crazy, talking about things that are just incomprehensible. To be honest with you, Demok, instead of just trying to talk about it in simple terms. Like I was here last night when Dyslow was talking about magnetism, and I listened, and I had to stop him, and I said, "Can you just hold your horses? Can you explain that in very simple terms, please? Because I've got absolutely no idea what you're talking about, and not just for me." I said, "For the greater audiences to listen to this, mate. Can you explain it so a simple man can actually understand this? A simple can understand this." So he went off again and just used pretty much exactly the same words in a different order, and it made just as much sense the first time. I was still none the wiser at the end of it. Still none the wiser.
It's only because I've talked to him for a long time that I even kind of slightly, even barely know what he's talking about a little bit. And I know he's just repeating everything Ken Wheeler says, mostly about 90%. The other part, I mean, there's some of the stuff that he said, like right towards that one part when I jumped in and said he was right. That little area of that, like 10, 15 seconds, he was right about that. Now, the other stuff, I don't know. I don't know about ether. I don't know about all this stuff that Ken Wheeler says. You can't be like a perturbation and the probation and the propagation and the animation and the innovation. Like, come on, dude, calm the fuck down. You said 37 of the same word, a different way.
Yeah, when we're talking about ether or dark energy or dark matter, we're none the closer in any of the conversations standing.
The only way you can get close is say energy, and you can't create it or destroy it. You can only direct the flow of it if you can. You can only divert it.
Yeah.
That's all you're doing when you create a differential. You're diverting energy to where you need it. Converting, diverting, controlling, focusing, whatever. All the words you want, man. I like to just look at stuff percentage literally and just be like, what do I think about this? If I was the first guy, like philosopher, whatever you want to call it, engineer, any job, any occupation, and just see what I think about it myself, see how I think it works, and then compare it to what they said a little bit, like are you guys or anybody else when we talk. But I've been starting to see things for simply just what they are, man. And it's really not that complicated. There's no phenomena needed. There really isn't. Like for real. We've been sold a lot of phenomena instead of real science, and that's really that's the bad business right there.
Yeah.
I mean, why would anybody in science need 70 different words and meanings for one thing? Where do you even go from there?
You know, seeing how we like to talk about the double slit experiment here. You know, we talk about the old double slit experiment here, and we know exactly how light is and how it performs and all that sort of stuff because of this infamous double slit experiment. And I was talking to Globus about a week ago in regards to it, right? in relation to the double slit and parallel rays and all that sort of stuff. And my question was, well, how do we know that those photons are being directed in any way, shape, or form? All right. And the photons that aren't coming out the other end are completely different photons if you want to look at light in the manner of photons, right? He goes, well, because we've done this and that experiment. I went, well, hold on. I said, he goes, it's like a laser beam. And I go, exactly, it's like a laser beam. I said, if I get a perfectly dark room, a perfectly dark room, and I shoot a light, a laser beam, right? And you can see that laser beam. It is very
Perfectly.
directed.
Yeah, it's focused.
It is very, very focused. But what you'll also notice about the laser beam, other light coming off it as well. It is not because there's light everywhere else. Right, the light has propagated into the rest of the room. Right, there's not just this one little
Right.
beam of
It's
light.
excited the medium. It's charged the medium around
Exactly.
it. Yes, sir.
Exactly, Denmark. And this is what I said. The guy said, how do we know that photon hasn't gone through that first slit, right, into that dark area, excited that medium and created more? How do we know that? How has that been isolated? Because when I look at that laser beam, it looks like it's creating a lot more light than just the laser beam itself.
What do you say?
He didn't have the answer.
In the daytime too, when you turn the light on, look what it'll look like. It'll look like it's scattered, right?
Yeah.
Don't you find that weird too? It's still scattered, like when they shine a laser beam at the boat and it shows the whole 12 foot.
Yeah. But yeah, you know what I'm saying, percent when I'm saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I posed this question to him. I posed it to, I think Nate was in the room, a couple of others, and none of them had anywhere close to a satisfactory answer. Not even close to a satisfactory
What about
answer.
the power rate? When you first turn something on or have energy in anything, batteries, as soon as you first turn it on, after that initial point, it's not as strong ever again as that first initial point when you started draining the battery. Think about that too. I mean, just for the idea of like saying, oh, we shined this light 27 times and got this different reading. Well, you're going through the battery's about dead.
I think the problem is a lot of times if you try and think about things simply, right, and logically, like you kind of shut down because you are trying to think about them too simply because you just don't understand all the big complicated words and equations and all this sort of stuff you can't possibly understand. Which, that doesn't cut the mustard.
I could if I sat with you in class and you're like, hey, DeMarc, I'm going to teach you these equations and stuff. This is how you do them. This is how we do this from start to finish, and this is why we get this answer. Oh, I guarantee you I could do any equation you put in front of me, buddy. But the thing is, do I want to? And for what reason is it going to help me to write numbers on a board? That's not going to help me see action and reaction in reality, ever.
Well, it doesn't help you understand it. What's happening
at all. Not at all, especially not putting an E and an M and a C and a 2 and saying that's something brilliant. That's the dumbest stuff I've ever seen in my life or heard. I swear. And it's not even true because they're trying to say energy's massless, right? Or light. So how can E equal MC squared and that be anything to do with light? That's the whole ignorant conundrum in the first place. If it's massless, how can it equal energy times mass? What the hell? Energy equals mass times acceleration. Which energy? Which energy are they talking about? What other energy than the sun are they talking about? I mean, out in space from our planet, what's the energy ball? It's the sun, right? The sun is E equals MC squared. Energy times mass equals acceleration. But I still want to know, like, if there's a burning bush, was it electricity that hit it? The Ark of the Covenant, wasn't it just the Ark, the actual Ark itself of electricity? Why would it hit?
Oh. Hey, Demok, do you have 2 minutes to chat to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, jump down to Earth chat, can you? Jump down there. I'll see you down there.
Fucking glad we sorted that out. That was getting dicey there. Well, who killed the conversation? Well, no, fuck, it wasn't me this time. Jesus.
You did again. Damn you.
Like, I just went on mute. How the hell did I kill it on mute? Ugh. Cold hard facts tend to do that, Bendy.
Logic, simple logic. That's all you need to get around any of it. Simple logic. Double slit
seriously.
experiment. My ass. Double slit.
Well, I mean, if any of it was true, then light would just do. I mean, nobody would ever know anything about light at all because it would do whatever it wanted to until you noticed it, or some other like it doesn't even make any sense. So, or when you notice it, it's going to react different. I mean,
Yo,
wouldn't
Democ, I looked
all
into
light
your
do
thing.
that?
I looked into this vacuum variable capacitor, And it seems like it's like a regular capacitor, except instead of using air, it just uses like a lower pressure of air. It still has, you know, the workings, the inner mechanical workings of a capacitor and stuff.
Well, it
It's
says
not really the same
vacuum
thing.
capacitor on it. Why
Yeah,
put
so
that?
they call it a vacuum capacitor because it uses less pressure air, and because of that, it has basically more of a differential, and it allows for like higher efficiency than using air itself.
Less pressure of air, more differential, higher efficiency. Yep, that's what a
Yes.
capacitor is. That's what the vacuum is.
But it has like a bunch of inner workings, basically.
Yeah, but you don't need all that, buddy. That's where the phenomenon comes in that you don't need. You just need the plastic tube and the suction. I mean, do you understand? You can cook food with a vacuum, bro.
Yeah, you're thinking about a capacitor too complicatedly, percent. Oh, you're still thinking about it like a capacitor on a circuit board.
No, I'm just looking at what he sent to me, which is that.
Well, because that's what came up. Like I said, I don't read the book. I don't write the book. I put in vacuum capacitor, and that's what came up. So that's the first one I sent you. See what I'm saying?
That's fair, but that's not what you were talking about.
What do you mean?
Because this
you didn't
is
say it's
like
a
your traditional
differential of
capacitor.
air and the pressure of air in that
No,
little
no.
container. What you do with the air?
Yeah. So
you
that
control
that
the
part of
pressure
it.
Come on, percentage. Work with me, buddy. You control
I am.
the pressure in there,
so,
right? No, you're not.
So basically,
clearly you're not.
That this is taking, this is taking the air capacitor. It normally uses air as the dielectric, and basically, it's instead of using air, it's using a higher vacuum, lower
if
pressure.
If your
of air.
universe is a vacuum, what else? What are we talking about? That's all I got to say.
Well, that capacitor that Demok posted, right, which is in a vacuum chamber, right? Why do you think they need the vacuum chamber in the first place? Percent.
They don't.
Get that to work. They don't.
They don't. It's more efficient when you have a vacuum.
Well, no. Okay. Well, hold on. Let's work with that, Dem. So they don't need it, but they need it to make it more efficient, so that energy can be directed in a more efficient way. So they do need it. Yeah.
Yeah, they need it for the increased efficiency, but they don't need it just to have a capacitor.
For higher voltage, so nothing is lost. Yeah.
Sure, if you're maintaining the same volume.
Okay.
So they maintain the vacuum pressure at a certain amount, and it has like a little thing to keep it regulated. You gotta keep it regulated.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with the premise that having a higher differential will make it more efficient, which is what this one kind of like, exploits. That's what it uses. But it's not what you were saying, where all you have is the chamber, and the chamber in and of itself acts as a capacitor forwards and backwards, basically.
Here's the main thing. If we walk to a class of 10-year-olds, right, percentage, would you open up your book of explanations for them and they would never get anywhere, or would you want me to explain it to them?
I think that's red herring.
Yeah, but the capacitor has the ability to direct the energy more efficiently. So you are directing the energy, right? That's what it's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let me...
Yep.
Let me describe how this one works, okay? It uses a set of plates made from concentric cylinders that can be slid in or out of an opposing set of cylinders. These plates are then sealed inside of a non-conductive envelope such as glass or ceramic and placed under a high vacuum. The movable part, the plunger, is mounted on a flexible metal membrane that seals and maintains the vacuum. A screw shaft is attached to the plunger. When the shaft is turned, the plunger moves in or out of the sleeve, and the value of the capacitor changes. The vacuum not only increases the working voltage and current handling capacity of the capacitor, it also greatly reduces the chance of arcing across the plates.
Non-conductive. I've never in my life heard of anything that's not conductive of something.
Well, that's what a dielectric is, right?
No, dielectric. It's still
more
conductive
insulated.
of dielectric, right?
Yeah, like something that's more insulative is less conductive.
Less conductive. Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
Less.
which is more non-conductive.
So there's no such thing as not conductive, though, right?
Oh yeah, something perfectly not conductive, obviously.
Right. Okay, I got you. Then we're on the same page. It's still everything you read is the same thing I'm explaining to you.
Yeah. So my point is, this all has internal mechanics which allow
Which you
for,
don't need.
and it still has, a connection for the positive and negative. That's how you measure the capacitance of one of these capacitors.
But in the vacuum chamber, all you got is the plastic and the tube sucking it. So all the other stuff's connected to the motor of the vacuum tube sucking, and everything else is just a container.
No. All the workings that I mentioned to you, those are all within the vacuum.
Well, this one's on the outside of its vacuum. The pump, the metal, and the stuff that's going to pull to pull the air out of that thing, to try to get it to perfect zero and create the differential. But you can never reach perfect zero, and that's the problem. That's where you're getting the capacity of.
I don't know what you're talking about. The plates that I'm talking about, the screw shaft, the plunger, all that stuff, those are within the high vacuum.
The charge and the discharge, right? Electric, dielectric. Same thing as charge, discharge. Same damn thing, man.
Yeah, I'm not arguing against the premise. Anyways.
Well, I mean, I don't know what you're at. I mean, it's a vacuum chamber.
I was basically saying that the way you were describing it, where all you have is a vacuum chamber with no inner workings and no connection.
The inner working is the vacuum pump. When you put turkey in there, it'll cook it for you, buddy. What else do you need?
So now you have a pump within the vacuum chamber, pumping out the air?
Listen, a vacuum cooker. Have you ever owned a vacuum cooker that cooks your food with a vacuum?
So.
Huh? Potatoes,
I don't believe
fries, pizza, everything. It cooks everything. It's a vacuum. The vacuum in your space that's supposed to be around you is the reactant, the capacitor of everything to happen, right? And where's the metal and stuff in there? Where's your stuff for that? Where's your stuff for that vacuum of space? Where's your capacitor? Where's that at?
What vacuum of space? What are you talking about?
Supposedly, if you live on a globe, right? Or if there's a vacuum, right? What exists in that vacuum? What happens in a vacuum? You don't have all that metal stuff. You just got a vacuum, right? In the idea of a vacuum. Don't ask me what I'm talking about. I'm talking about science.
Okay.
There's a vacuum.
Yeah, sure. In the idea of a vacuum, you have a vacuum.
So in that vacuum, what would happen within it if you put materials in there?
It would go high to low.
What would happen if you put helium and nitrogen in that vacuum?
It would equalize.
It would try to find zero.
Yes.
Okay, so I mean, where are we not agreeing at?
I guess maybe it's just the mechanics, the workings of this
maybe
vacuum
you
chamber.
like wires and stuff, and I don't need them except for the motor to run the pump to pull the air out.
I ain't no snitch.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, you like the wires, you're good to go. I don't like the wires. I don't have to have them.
I was just trying to visualize how it was working. It wasn't really making sense to me that you have this empty chamber
so you're visualizing
and nothing's happening, and you're somehow using it.
You have a vacuum cooker. There's nothing happening in there. What about a vacuum ball?
I don't know what you keep saying. Vacuum cooker. I don't know what that is, man.
It's a thing that sucks, dude. It sucks and heats stuff up and cooks it, bro. By vacuum.
I've never used one in my life.
Oh well, it's pretty simple. Maybe you should try it.
All a vacuum cooker is basically a thermal cooker that provides insulation, and you apply some heat to it initially. You seal it, create a vacuum, and it can retain heat and cook your
like
food.
A pressure cooker.
Super heat.
Yeah.
They call it a vacuum cooker.
Yeah.
That's literally what it's
called. Is it different than a pressure cooker?
Kind of not. No, in a way, no. It's creating a pressure.
Okay.
Kind of works the opposite way.
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, yeah. I mean, well, it's like this.
Okay.
When you suck, like in a vacuum, this is another thing it's a conundrum for me. Is it squeezing the shit or exploding the shit? That's the question I have. How can you tell? If a balloon blows up, how do you know it's like blowing up outward or blowing up inward in space or in a vacuum?
Because you see it inflating.
You seen
If it's
it
getting
inflate?
bigger, it's going outwards.
That's in a slow vacuum, right?
What?
That's in a baby vacuum, right?
Yeah, if you put it in a vacuum, it's gonna expand outwards.
Right. And then okay, now so say you have a material that can't expand outward. So you got a brick of steel. What's that material going to do in a perfect vacuum? For the idea. Just for
If
example.
it can't expand, then you're gonna have a pressure internally that's different than the pressure externally. And you better hope you
And
have
what's
like
it going to do? Is it going to
rigid
react?
walls. There'll be no reaction as long as it's rigid, right? And then maybe somehow you could use that, which is basically kind of what we're talking about. How you could utilize or harness that, that pressure
I was
differential.
saying, do you think the vacuum would create like a charge in that object, or like a compression, or like, I mean, what would it do?
I would say it's tough to say, to be honest.
See,
I would
if
say
we're
it does
saying
have a charge. It does have a charge because outside wouldn't have a charge. So definitely there would be a charge there that, but
Well,
I don't know
if the
how
vacuum pulls
it would
out
matter.
on the balloon, how does it cause pressure to other stuff?
Say again?
If it pulls out on the balloon, how does it pull in on stuff to create pressure?
I wouldn't say it does. I would say it pulls out.
Yeah,
It pushes
that's what
out.
I'm wondering. So like, so is it like so what's it doing now in your idea?
It pushes out.
Isn't that stuff in the balloon trying to get into the vacuum?
Absolutely.
Yes, it's trying to go high to low. Yes.
Yeah. So you would have a explosion then, an outwards explosion, because it's trying to get into that vacuum.
Yeah, but he said the walls were rigid, so you just would have an internal pressure that's higher than the external pressure.
Well, yeah.
Well, I'm wondering, like, what creates that idea that you can cold fusion, or the idea that you can compress fusion with a vacuum that's supposed to be pulling out on stuff? How are you compressing that thing for nitrogen and helium to mix to make the sun in a vacuum? To me, this is a conundrum.
You're asking the wrong person, because I don't think the sun is nitrogen and helium.
Well, I don't either, but you see what I'm saying, though, right? This is why it's confusing me. They're telling you, like I thought, the vacuum pulls on everything, like I'm going to rip it apart, right? But in the other area, it actually compresses and adds heat.
Yeah, the vacuum doesn't pull. It's high to low, remember? The low doesn't pull the high. It's basically the high pushing or evacuating to the low. Like a vacuum. That's why
So
when they
when
say
it
a
can't
vacuum doesn't
evacuate-
suck, they're technically correct. A vacuum doesn't suck.
Right. There's no, it's a push. Everything's pushing.
Yeah. And that is going to create energy.
Energy,
Of
yes,
a
sir.
couple of a couple of different sorts. Like you've got that pressure differential. So you've got that higher pressure trying to get into that lower pressure, right? Which is creating heat as well.
So
is it constantly
if you
creating
did
heat
have a
though, or is
gas-
it just a baseline amount of heat that doesn't change?
Probably for the amount of the stuff you have in there, maybe, right? That's what's going to be reacting to it. So if you have a gallon or one a drop,
So it's not increasing in heat. It just has the set amount based off of how much of stuff is inside or whatever, the internal pressure. That's
the
it.
reaction on the amount of stuff from the inside.
Yeah. And you would get a dramatic thermal change once that balloon pops, too, like this instantaneous, and so that would be a dramatic change right then, like boom, instantaneous from whatever thermal reading it had would pretty much instantaneously go to zero.
Yeah, I have a question. Let's say you go down deep in the ocean. As you get lower, the pressure is increased, right? What does that say about the temperature?
The temperature, as the pressure is increased.
Like as you go deeper and deeper in the ocean, is it getting warmer because it's more and more pressure?
Well, yeah.
I
Well,
think
in
it
it,
depends on the resistance amount of the currency that's flowing under the bottom or not. And you know, what's it called? The river, the stuff that goes underneath,
yeah.
the whatever it's called,
The water
it'll pull
currents?
you under.
Mm,
The current. There's an undercurrent. There's an undertow, underflow, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So there's a strong current, and then above is the weaker portion of the current. So the strongest current's usually under the water, trapped by the rest of the water. So yeah, it'd probably make more, and that's why it's more hot, and you can tell because supposedly in Antarctica, the water underneath all the frozen Antarctica is doing just fine, and stuff lives there. So the flowing water
Okay, so
is currency and voltage, yeah. So it would be, yeah, it'd be a
alright, so
little
let's
warmer.
think about the helium balloon again. So you got the gas inside the balloon, right? And it has, because well, it's not a balloon. Let's say it's that rigid container, right? And because that it has a higher pressure inside, and that's pushing outwards, and those molecules are, you know, they're getting excited or whatever because it's high pressure. So you'd think they'd be warmer, right? And then when it pops or whenever what happens to like the container, there's going to be a dramatic temperature, like a thermo reaction,
In
right?
exchange,
An exchange, sure.
it's going to try to
So
equal
now,
out to zero.
so now we go down to the bottom of the ocean, not the bottom, but we go deep, and you have the pressure external now. It's higher pressure outside. So that would make our bodies feel colder relative, right? But then we're also getting like some temperature exchange from like the surface of our skin and stuff like that through conduction. So would we feel colder but getting warmed up, or would it just equalize?
No, I'd
or
say you'd be warmer in the bottom of the ocean. You wouldn't get colder. The more
yeah, but
pressure, you're going to get more
hold up,
cold.
the high pressure is outside of you. It's pushing against your skin. So the water molecules they're going to be warm, but inside it's low pressure, which would be, by the differential, it would be colder, relatively colder, right?
Oh, so you're trying to say that the action
It
or
would be
reaction from
it
your
would be the
body
opposite.
heat, your body heat trying to release out to the next medium?
No, I'm saying it's going to be the opposite of the rigid container, the rigid helium balloon type thing. Because
Well, the balloon,
the higher pressure is outside relative to the first one, which is inside.
Well, I think they both can boil you, either way, right? If one has a pulling pressure against your skin, which is containment, which creates the differential, the blood will start to boil instead of leave, or it'll try to pull out through your pores or your tongue, right?
Well, it's not a pulling pressure. Remember, it's a pushing pressure, because the higher pressure is pushing.
Whatever.
It's
trying to get out there.
It's trying to condense you. It's trying to
right?
squeeze you.
So the same with the water. If it's crushing you, it's going to push the stuff out.
It actually says on Google that the water is cooler at the bottom.
At the bottom?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it might be then.
Yeah. That's what it's saying because of the thermal flow.
Because that doesn't really make any sense.
That's another variable.
Right. That's just saying they're saying that because the heat's dissipating at that point. Like, no, hell no. Because it flows.
That's weird. I would guess because our temperature, even if it does get warmer marginally, our body temperature is going to be higher, and it's going to be hot to cold constantly. And because you have so much water flowing around you, you're going to constantly be losing temperature. That's how I feel it would work. Is that what's meant by thermal flow, Bansaw?
Well, thermal is warm.
Thermal is just heat. Yeah, so when they say thermal flow, do they mean like the heat from our bodies is just constantly flowing to all the water around because there's so much water and our bodies are warmer, so it's going to go hot to cold constantly until basically you're the same temperature as the water and probably dead?
That's what I would think for that, for your body. But I think he means like the thermal flow underneath like the ice or underneath the ocean.
Yeah. It says here that the upper warm and the deep cold layers have the same temperature throughout. Between is the thermocline, which is warmer at the top than the bottom. Water expands when it warms up.
Oh,
Heat,
because heat rises.
yeah,
So it
yeah,
has
yeah,
to be. I got
yeah,
you. I got
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Heat energy makes its molecules move around and in an upward direction. So it kind of does make a little bit of sense because
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, that it
It
would be
does. The
warmer.
heat
Yeah,
rises, not the
yeah,
air, not the water. Gotcha.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Mind you, that doesn't discount that there might be marginally more temperature with pressure. It's just that the temperature
But
is constantly rising.
It's constantly being
yeah,
away, getting
yeah.
pushed away.
But also too, if you think about it, like the
It's
pressure of the
irradiating.
water, yeah, but the pressure of the water itself, which is creating that pressure, right, on that water itself, right, which is now vibrating, which is now heating up, and now it is moving up towards the top, right? But that heat has to come from somewhere. Like you wouldn't get that movement at all if there was no heat
Right.
being generated at all.
It'd be solid ice.
Exactly right. So maybe, like, if you could measure an individual water molecule, maybe it is a little bit warmer, but it makes its way up, right? And then where it all kind of settles down, it does register warmer because the hot is going to the cold and all that sort of stuff.
Well, one thing you could do, do just like basically like a kind of experiment at home where you check the temperature of water, like a a liter of water in the basement, and then if you can go to like an apartment or like a
you have to have a flow in those.
like skyscraper or something like that, you could go, because I think it's 33 floors or 33 feet is the cavitation.
33 feet, yes.
Right? Yeah. So right before it cavitates, when it's still liquid, you can check the temperature again.
Yep.
And see if that difference of pressure has different temperature.
You know what I think's cool? The ocean that separates itself, salt water and the regular water, or the not so. You know what that is? It's a big liquid magnet. Boom.
You think?
No, I know for a fact. Mind blown. That's what I see. That's what I believe it for a fact. For me.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's why
What's
they
causing
separate.
the magnetism?
Huh?
What's causing the magnetism?
The differential.
Yeah. Yeah.
One's got a lot of electricity, and they're different charges, they're different potentials.
Because like
positive
the salt
and negative.
or what?
Yeah, they separate. Yeah, they want to go together. They're like making a magnet. The water is positive, negative. It's all of it. It's potential. So like whatever a magnet can be, it can be negative, it can be positive, it can be neutral, right? So if I take you and put you in the air and throw you, you can be positive. If I lay you on the ground and you don't move, you can be negative in a way. If I touch you to something and ground you, you can be neutralized. Like you know what I mean? I'm just trying to explain it. Like there's three different. You can be all of it. You have the potential to be anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that being said, I think in like you mentioned thermocline bounce off, but I think there's a layer called like a halocline or something like that, like a salt layer. And how would that mix into it?
Well, that also too would be differential. Like always got to look at things that have a differential. Like if you have the same, you're not going to get any differential, and you're not going to get any reaction.
No resistance, no reaction, no power.
Exactly right. But
No push.
as soon as you get a difference in anything, right, you are going to get that differential and that ability to create work. It doesn't matter what you look at. If you get a differential, you now have the ability to create work, to create energy of some sort.
It's the secret of the
Sure,
strong
but
magnet.
on the subject of it being magnetism, like if we have,
it can't be anything else.
we have. Hold on, let me just say, you have salt layering because it's more dense, right? So are you saying magnetism is the cause of density?
Also. No, you don't need density. When a lightning bolt comes down and you think you can't weigh it, you can. A lightning bolt is the epitome of weight. I mean, I don't know how else to explain this, but if you read the differential, all you're reading is the resistance, right? The differential of that spring. the amount of energy exerted on that spring, the tension, right? The differential on a spring, which exerts to an electrical number, 0.02, 105, 99,
Sure, yeah, it's a
72.
force, but is it automatically
No,
magnetism?
not a force. It's not a force.
I mean, it's a pressure difference.
Okay, so you're
Which is
just getting an
force
electrical
over area.
continuity, right? It's creating an electrical reaction on that spring, and you get a number. You don't get a number from the word force. You get a number from the guy putting a little meter on there for electrical continuity from the tension in the spring. So all you're reading is electricity in the first place. So when you put a brick on a scale, you're not reading the brick, you're reading the force on the spring. You're reading the electrical output of the spring. That's it. So when they tell you electricity doesn't weigh anything, it doesn't make any fucking sense. It's the only thing that can weigh something. It's what controls the weight of everything. Electrical charge or discharge, right? Like you said.
Okay, you lost me. When you have a brick on scale, where's the electricity in that?
What?
When you have a brick
The
on scale and
electricity
the spring
in the
is being
spring
loaded.
that's put in the scale, that spring, you put the, at first it's just sitting there doing nothing. It's even, right? It's even. Now you put the brick on there. Now it's trying to find even. It can't get even because you put energy into it. Putting the brick on there did work. So now the work that you put into that spring is coming out through an electrical reading.
How? What if it's an analog
What
scale
the
with
fuck are
just
you
a
talking
needle?
Well, then the amount of work you put on the pressure of that, whatever you just said, is still going to push it down and give it tension and pressure, just like the spring, buddy. Same thing, buddy.
Absolutely.
There's no
difference. But there's no electricity in that thing, right?
No, there is.
I don't know.
The amount of work, the differential you created, you put on the spring, it was at zero. It was up high as it could be, at zero, minding its own business. Now, when you took the brick and you put it on there, not the spring, the other one, it dropped it down, right?
Yeah. You physically loaded the spring. You applied a mechanical pressure.
No,
where's the
without the spring.
electricity in it?
Without the spring. The electricity is when you pick that rock up and you dropped it on the scale. It's giving you that amount of reading because it's trying to get to zero, and you got it on the scale and it can't get to zero. It has to get to whatever reading of electrical continuity that it puts out on that number that some fucking dude gave you so you could read your phenomena. Don't breathe funny. It's all right.
No, it's just you keep on saying electrical continuity and electricity and stuff, but you haven't shown.
Hold on, whoa.
Hold up, Demok. If you have just an analog scale, it's just a needle, a gauge. There's no digital numbers. There's no electricity, anything.
You put
where's
kinetic
the
energy
electricity
into the brick
aspect
by
that you keep
lifting
on
it up.
invoking?
Yeah, you lifted it up off the ground. Now you took it from zero. Now when you put it on the scale, it's still not at zero. It's trying to find zero. You understand that? On the scale, it has something against it. You created a differential. You put something against that brick. A push, right?
Yeah,
a
differential
resistance.
pressure.
Right, that's all you're reading. There's no such thing as weight.
I know, but you're saying pressure is electricity
well, I just
automatically.
told you. No, you know, but what don't you know now? You know.
Okay, but
now what do you know?
Here's the issue,
Tell us what
Demok.
you know.
You keep on saying electricity when I
Please
agree
tell
with
us
you,
what
it's
know.
pressure differential.
I don't know what you know yet. I don't know what you've learned.
Okay.
Please tell me what you know.
Okay, so we agree that it's a pressure differential, right?
Yeah, and
you took it
push down,
from
and the spring's trying to reach zero, and so is the brick. But they can't because they're resisting each other. You're not getting the you're not reading weight. You're reading the fucking continuity put on that spring. And it's coming
What type
out
of
as
continuity?
an electrical meter or a fucking number you wrote on the little screen that you push with, you can turn with the little plastic thing. I know how they work too, buddy. I know how all the scales work. Listen, when you turn the little plastic thing, you can set it to zero or whatever you want on the line. And you take your meat, you take your turkey, you put it on the fucking food scale. I know how it works, trust me. It's the same thing. You're never getting away from energy. It doesn't matter what you say or how you word it. You're never getting away from electricity.
I agree with you. It's energy and it's pressure differential and stuff like that. But you kept on saying electricity, and I feel like you're still holding on to it. But
electricity is how you get your reading. When you talk to me, how? Through a number that is put on the meter on the little screen that they put on there. 0.05. What is that?
And if it's not a digital screen, if it's not using electricity, then where's the electricity coming
your
from?
number is still going to be on the thing, the little piece of plastic that you spin around that has a 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way to 16 for a pound, right? It's the same thing. What are you asking me about a number?
Okay, we agree that there's resistance because of a pressure differential. But it seems.
Hold on, stop.
Hold up, let me finish. You kept on saying electrical.
No. You don't need to finish. What does that entail? What does pressure have to do
I don't
with
think it
anything?
automatically entails electrical. You haven't shown
Pressure
that.
is electrical. Yep. Resistance
You haven't
is
shown
electrical.
that.
What?
Pressure is always electrical.
Potential is electrical. Resistance is electrical. Everything that you have in nature or in reality or in physics that you do, from talking to moving to listening to hearing to seeing, to breathing, it's all electrical, buddy. I don't know.
I disagree with you.
Well,
I think you can take that energy and you could transform it. Hold up, let me finish, Demo. Okay, I agree with you. It's energy, and you could take that pressure, that force, you could convert it, transform it into electrical energy. But I wouldn't say that all pressure is electricity. Like,
yes,
that's
it is.
too simply stated.
Yeah, it's too bad for you. I like simplicity.
That energy, which has the potential to move something, right, is the electricity itself. Or that potential to move
in
something.
the medium that you
in
moved
the
it
medium.
in.
Yeah.
Without the medium or without whatever, you wouldn't have any of that, and we wouldn't be talking electricity at all. I wouldn't be talking to you about electricity.
So, what if you
close. He's percent so close. We've nearly converted him, Demok.
It doesn't make sense. What if you have two dielectric, insulative materials, and one is applying a force to the other?
All you're doing is giving more resistance or less resistance to the electrical continuity or potential around you. You're not
It's not
getting rid
electrical
of the potential
continuity
around
at that
you,
point.
buddy. Listen, the potential is always there. Can you hear me? Always. You're never going to do anything. You're not going to create it. You're not going to destroy it. All you can do is convert it. And all you keep telling me is you're putting an anode, putting a cathode, putting a capacitor, putting this wire, putting this thing, putting this insulator, putting this other thing. Well, cool. You're playing with electricity, just like I know. You're creating.
Okay, you say potential, but you have to be clear with your words, because there's electric potential and there's potential energy, as in opposite of kinetic energy.
I've only got one.
And I'm saying you don't necessarily. They're not the same thing. You can convert between the two.
Mine's potential.
All right.
That's all I need is one word.
Okay.
The potential to be anything it wants to be that you allow.
What am I going to tell you?
Potential for anything. What else would you need?
I'm saying you could have kinetic energy without electrical. You haven't converted it yet.
Be complicated though. Like what's
it's not about. It's about being correct.
Yeah,
you're saying you're stating it too simply, and it's at the cost
if I can tell
of.
you how to do something in 3 steps, and you take 72 steps, I'm not following you.
Well, what if I get to this? What if I get to the right?
I'm still not following you. I don't care what.
The right solution, and you don't. You're in the opposite.
72. No, I'm sorry.
Sure. Let's say I take 72 steps, but I end up being right in the I get the right answer. You take 3 steps, and you're in the wrong answer.
Nobody said that about
you get
right
it wrong.
or wrong. There's nobody that can be right or wrong in talking about energy. If you're talking about energy, I didn't say.
But you're saying all energy is electricity.
No,
and
I'm
I just
saying
disagree.
you have 80 million terms for one word. It's not my problem.
Okay.
Look at it as all as electricity.
Exactly.
Energy, electricity, movement, point A to point B, the potential. Look at it as all as it. And it'll click percent.
It's it.
Trust me.
What is it?
It'll
it's
click.
It just doesn't
so
make like I look at it as all energy, and you can use it in different ways. It could be a mechanical energy. It could be electrical energy. It could be a thermal energy. It could be a magnetic energy. Whatever. But it's all energy, and I'm with you. Like, it all flows, and it's neither created nor destroyed. It exists. But to automatically say that all energy is electrical without transforming it or anything, that just doesn't make sense.
It's because Bob wants to be the super science guy of this type of energy or kinetics or this and static, and Tom wants to be this, and Joe wants to be this, and Professor Kukio Galacho wants to be this, and that's why you have 70 million different fucking goofy things that make no sense, and that's why you're confused. It's not me. I didn't write all that shit down in those books for you, bro. If you'd have read my book, you'd read some simple stuff and it'd be done. That's all I'm telling you.
Our class is just it's not even a full day. It's just like a morning, right? Then you have your recess, and then you're off living your life.
Right, right.
Like, it is. The
I just say
concept
do this
is
stuff and see what reaction
yeah,
you get.
yeah.
When they talk about density and all this other stuff, the egg thing, anything, the water that separates itself, it's creating a magnet, right? A magnet separates, but still contains itself together as a magnet, does it not? It has a negative or a positive or a S or an N or a P or an A, whatever you want to call on each side, but it still contains its own material together as itself, right? Even though
Sure.
it repels, it's still connected as a magnet. Even though every material about itself repels itself, but it doesn't. So the water is the same thing. Water is a magnet. Air is a magnet. You see what I'm saying? And you can see it literally live right there with the salt content with a certain amount of charge or potential on one side and a certain amount on the other side. Now they stand together, but they're separated, just like a fucking magnet. It's the only way I can explain it, bro. That's how, and scientists don't even know why the ocean does that. And I'm trying to tell you, it's just a big. You're looking at a big magnet, an N and an S.
Yeah.
A liquid magnet.
Here we go. Here we go. Like we're getting the Nate is in the peanut gallery, throwing out a lot of suggestions, and he wants to know about uh, nuclear energy, sonic energy, elastic energy. What
Sonic
do
is
they
just
have to
sound.
do with electricity?
If you, what do they have? What does sonic have to do with electricity?
This is what he's asking. This is what he's asking. Thermal
Sound
energy,
creates light.
the melting of an ice block. What does this have to do with electricity?
That's what I'm saying.
Voltage. All heat is voltage. When the sun burns your skin, it's putting out voltage. There's currency, there's amps, there's voltage. Whatever you guys want to call that, it's all the same thing. Do you not comprehend? Whether I put air in a 2 liter or a gallon jug or your car, it's all air, right? So stop conflating goopy stuff and trying to have so many phenomena. What do you guys really want to do? You want to have a professor of fucking whatever that dude just said of like 80 million different things that you have to go talk to figure out what electricity is? That would just be insane to me. That would be crazy. So nobody would ever get a hold on anything because everything's so different from everything. And oh, that ice heating up, that's not electrical. Oh, your eyesight's not electrical. That's not electrical interpretation in your brain. That's not an electrical chip I'm using to plug into the computer to get the electricity out for information. Electricity. I mean, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
Listen, we already have professors for each one of these. We have Sonic the Hedgehog for the sonic energy.
Yes.
We have Luffy for
Sonic
the
Boom.
elastic energy. Yeah.
Yes. Yep. The Rubber Man. You're
What
right.
else is there?
The cube energy. For the Transformers. I gotta have the cube.
It's just
There
flow.
you go.
That's
Optimus
all it
Prime for the
is.
cube energy.
It's a flawed system. It really is.
And it's just, all it is flow. That's all it is. It's flow from point A to
Absolutely.
point B. Right? Just
Yes.
flow. It's that simple. You don't have to think about it any other way. Like you really don't.
Like
No, absolutely. I completely agree with that. If you were just to say current or flow or
Yes.
circuit,
Yeah.
you know, that makes
Yeah.
sense. But when you say automatically that all this energy is electricity, that's what I had issue with, and that's what I like, you know.
Well, I
spoke
mean,
against.
listen, when we came out of our mom and we had the umbilical cord, whatever you call your soul or your spirit, that's the jump start from your mama.
See, I think you're looking at electricity like something that lights your light bulb. That's how you're looking at it. Percent. Yeah.
Not even, because like I recognize that even if I'm lifting something, those are electrical impulses that are contracting
Okay.
my muscles that are
Okay.
causing like me to kind of to expend this force onto this object. Right?
Yep, and you took it
So-
from zero.
So
And
like
you
even that's
released it, it
electrical.
wants to go back.
But there's some things that aren't electrical. Like if I were just to put this object on, you know, on the table and it's weighing down on the table, there's no electricity happening there. But
Yes, there
it's
is.
still causing a force downwards on the table.
It's tension. It's electrical tension, kinetic energy.
Is it kinetic energy or is it electrical energy?
When you started moving that rock and then you put it on something and it's exerting something on that table and trying to go back to the ground, yeah, it's
Yeah.
exerting energy.
Like
So if there's a rock, if I'm just hiking and there's a rock on the path and it's on the ground.
And you take it up with you from the bottom.
No,
of
I
the
didn't touch
thing.
it. I didn't touch it. It just
Listen,
constantly
if you do,
has
if
the
you
force
take it up
downwards. Where's the
18,000
electricity in
feet
there?
and drop it on somebody's head, it's going to go through them like a light.
No,
So what
I
are we
didn't
talking
touch
about?
it at all. I just looked at it. Okay, I see this rock
That's
is
not gonna
on the
help you.
ground, and it's weighing on the ground downwards, right? Because it's more dense than the ground.
No,
Where's
it's
the
at
electricity
zero
in there?
right now. No, it's doing fine.
It's not
right
at
now.
zero
It's already
because it's
grounded.
constantly pushing downwards. It's trying to get to zero, but it's not.
Not now. The ground's right there. The ground is exerting a charge from it.
What?
When you pick it up, you move it from zero.
Yeah.
How is the ground exerting a charge on it?
You ask the ground that
Isn't the
question.
charge being grounded because it's the ground?
It's kind of neutralized itself.
Exactly.
It's neutralized. There's nothing there. But as soon as you move it, right, now there is a differential. As soon as you move it.
Now you feel the whatever you want to call weight or tension or resistance of that fucking material in the medium that you're lifting it in. Now, if you were in water, it'd be totally different percentage. You understand? Because you're in a potential different medium. Now, if you take that rock that's on the ground and drop it, it's going to hit the dirt and barely do anything. You take that same rock and go up and drop it, you're going to create a fucking hole in the ground. You understand? You did work, buddy. There's energy there. I'm telling you, there's no way you can get out of electrical.
There's absolutely energy.
Nothing.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but to say it's automatically
So what's
electrical
energy then?
is the
Well,
issue.
let's determine what the energy is for you then. I say it's electricity. What do you call it?
If I was to drop a rock,
No, the word energy.
what's energy?
Yeah, I call energy electricity. What do you call it?
I would say energy is the capacity to do work, the
You mean a
ability to do
differential,
work.
right? Just the differential.
Sure.
Okay, so we don't disagree.
Same page. Man, that was easy. Dad, it's only taken an hour to get here. What the hell was said? Making our life difficult.
Yeah, I don't know what it's on about, man.
It's just the way you guys want to explain it and have like 27 books to do so. It just I don't get why. Why would you need that? Why would you need 27 books to explain one thing?
I'm gonna
Because the
use.
devil's in the details, Demo.
Yeah, see, I'm gonna use one of SE's
Devil? We
great.
don't need the devil.
I'm going to use one of SE's great sayings. Percent, you are model conflicted. See, you're still stuck in the old model. You got to get up. You got to get up to date. You got to get with the new model, my friend. Oh, it's so much easier. So much easier.
It is easier. I don't know if it's better, but it's easier.
Oh,
That's for
it's
sure.
much better. It's so simple and everything
Have you heard about the moon?
Everything clicks.
It
how
does,
how the moon puts off light and takes in. It puts off a charge and takes in a charge. So like when they think the moonlight has cold, I was like, what if you guys are misunderstanding that the moon's putting off cold light? What if it's pulling a charge from where you're at? Right? Like you were trying
There's
to
no
say
pull,
the
remember?
dissipation. Listen to what I'm saying. It's taking the charge from you. So however it's taking that, if you want to call it pull or push, be my guest. It doesn't matter to me. It's still happening. Okay? Right? So at the end of the day, the moon is putting off a reflection energy, and at the same time, just like a solar panel, it's taking on a charge. I don't know how you're pushing a charge to exert it into yourself, but however that works. So the medium must be pushing the charge to the moon then. Okay? So the Earth must be reflecting the charge to the moon, as well as the moon's reflecting the charge to the Earth, as well as the sun to actually power the moon by charging it up. And it works off intensity. The amount of time or the closeness that the sun hits it is the brightness that it'll be for however long.
So the moon is a capacitor.
Yep.
Yes,
everything.
sir. Yes, sir.
Everything. Everything percent. Everything.
I'm starting to get it.
You
I'm
st-
just saying. Now
oh,
listen,
thank
they
goodness.
Jeremy and them tried to get me on it, but I asked him. I said, Jeremy, everything that you like when you plug in your light bulb at home, it doesn't just light itself up. You have to plug it in to get energy from somewhere, right? So the moon has to be powered by something. To put off a charge, you have to exert a charge from something. Like you have to pull in to push out. Like a reactor, receive, input, output, transmit, receive, just like that.
Yep.
That's what it has to be. Transmitter, receiver. Everything is a transmitter, receiver, basically.
It's clicking. You can hear it. You can hear it clicking with percent. I can hear it.
Hello. Where does the
Hey.
moon
That's why they don't know
get
how
its
the
energy
eclipses
from?
work.
Emma?
The
What was
eclipse.
that, Dawn?
Where does the moon pull energy in from?
From you. From anything you have energy on when it comes out.
What about the sun? Does it take energy from the sun?
What about the sun? Yes, the sun has to be powered by something. Yes.
No. Is the moon taking energy from the sun? That's what I'm wondering.
Oh yeah, that's why it's lighting up. That's what gives it light.
Okay, that's brilliant.
The sun
Belief I actually share.
like a glow in the dark ball that you take and put in front of the light, and how much ever amount or wattage, newtons, energy, whatever the amount that's like exerted onto it for the amount of time, the duration. That's how bright it'll be, or which portion, or whatever. And also, they're on the same level. They're not. They're close and local, and for this to happen, they're on the same level. Doesn't matter how to me. I just see what I see.
When the moon takes my energy, is that a good thing for me or a bad thing for me?
I think an exchange is a good thing. I think it has to be a good thing. Like ground, I don't think it's bad that you're on the ground. Ground takes your energy too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think everything that dissipates an energy has to pull an energy to be able to dissipate an energy. Does that make sense?
I think I generally agree that energy is shared between stuff, goes around, in and out.
Yes, exactly, like a straw. And the thing is, like a magnet too. So say you have a magnet. Any way you break that little magnet up, it's gonna still be a magnet. So just like a straw, if you cut a straw up into pieces, it's still a fucking straw. It's just little pieces of that straw.
I don't know about that. You could cut a straw down the length, and then it wouldn't be a straw, would it? It would just be a piece of
it's
plastic.
always a straw. Yes. Now think
No,
about
not
it.
if you cut it down the length.
No, I'm not cutting it down the length. I'm cutting it like I just
I
told
get you
in
then.
section.
I agree.
Yeah, why would I cut
Is
it
it the same with a
different ways?
magnet?
To help my
If
idea?
I cut the South Pole off a magnet,
You're creating
isn't
a
it
flow.
just one pole, or has it become a tiny magnet?
Well, the straw is just an idea to give you the idea of the flow. Like if you got a straw, you can flow water through it. It's going to give you flow. It's going to give you that containment to create to focus the flow.
Doesn't matter how big or small it is. The same process is happening.
Right. The differential. The straw is the differential to create the power. Yeah. So just like a magnet, you know what I mean? It's always going to have its properties, no matter how big or little you make it, is my point.
Merle once said to me, there's no way that I can be grounded if I don't believe in a flat, stationary Earth.
That's probably true.
Yeah, maybe. Don't know.
Might be true on a spinning ass.
I think he thinks
itself out to space, right?
if you think you're on a spinning ball, you can't ground because it's wrong.
Oh no, that wouldn't be true. You could ground out to anything.
Still touching the same object, even if you're deluded about its shape, right?
Well, we're always in a medium that's connected to the ground too. So I mean, don't forget that.
Yeah, even if you're a psychopathic Catholic, you're still in the medium on the Earth.
Yes, even if you're in the water, you can still be. It can ground you. Everything can ground you out of a certain amount, like for whatever it's going to do.
Do
right?
you believe?
Try to find.
Do you believe people can go so high in the sky that they get out of the medium?
No. I believe there's a force field there. It's just a flat layer that you can't get out of it. It's like it's a magnet forcing you. So if you have a certain potential, like N or S, and you try to go up there, it's going to block you. The same way if you swing a copper or a magnet at a piece of copper plate,
As soon as you let the magnet go and it has that kinetic energy, it's going to stop itself from hitting the copper plate. I believe
I've got
space is
another question.
acting like that.
We're trapped by magnetism, in a sense. Is that evil? Is it evil magnetism that's trapped us like a farm, or is it just part of nature and God?
Well, it's L. It's electrical, whatever they call L.
Yeah, it's one of the gods, isn't it? One of the brothers.
Yeah, it is the one. It's the one they talk to. It's the one that's trying to find what made it.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the trap of the magnetism could be connected to some type of higher power or God or rulers.
Well, even in cartoons, like all cartoons I've ever seen, not to be funny, there's always a force field. The old cartoons, whatever,
Yeah,
like
there is quite often,
He-Man,
yeah.
whatever, Superman, Batman, there's always an invisible force field.
My favorite book ever is called Under the Dome by Stephen King, and that's literally about an alien putting a force field over a small town.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now think about this. What is a magnet that pushes another or stops another magnet from touching itself in a force field?
Yeah, I can see it working technically if you spread the
you can
magnet over the
literally-
force field.
That's why the government doesn't like the stuff I say or whoever, because you can literally make a waterproof force field, a bulletproof force field. If the bullet's copper and you have a magnetic field, what did I tell you about the kinetic energy of the copper before it hits the magnet? It'll stop. The energy that it builds up to itself will be the energy that stops it. You see what I'm saying? It's like if you take the copper and move it real slow and just touch the magnet, you have no problem. But as soon as you pull it back and let kinetic energy flow through it, and it's like you shoot it like it's like a bullet's going fast, it'll stop. Now I don't know to what extent, because you might have to have a certain amount of magnetism too. But I know spinning stuff too. Like if you spin a magnet, right, it's automatically going to have the kinetic energy. Plus, if you don't have to spin the magnet, but if you have like a bulletproof vest with like a magnet plate on the front and like some spinning material, anything a bullet hits that's spinning is almost bulletproof. It's weird, I know, but it's like almost bulletproof in a way. If you spin something like 80 million rotations and you shoot a bullet at it, it's going to go ting. It's going to be like a ricochet type thing. But if it's sitting still, it's going to go right into the object or through it. It's because it has kinetic energy. Just like the water, just like when you rub your head on a balloon and you get that static and you put it next to the water and it moves the water away. Literally, you could have a house or something built that, and you could have that static, and you wouldn't have to worry about your house would be waterproof, right on the lake. Literally. This is what type of shit I believe is being hid. It's just a bigger amount where you'd actually have to like put a field, put some wires around like a thing around your house, and then plug it in and have a certain amount of, and then literally it should keep so much water from being able to touch your house.
I did have a question. Do the elite rulers know about this force field, and can they get through, or are they also perplexed like us?
Helium can get through if you're inert. If whatever helium is, if you're like a noble, like you're inert, you can get through it. If you're the opposite of it, it's going to accept you.
Special beings maybe possibly can get through.
It would depend on what they're made out of.
Yeah.
I'd say electricity is the only being that I know of that can get through.
So a full electric being, like a being made of energy, just pure energy.
A lightning bolt, yes sir. It can make it through anywhere. It can go through any medium. Ice, rock, lead, porcelain, trees, wood, anything, water, salt.
I'm thinking maybe we could evolve ourselves into higher energy beings and then get out.
No. The only thing you could do is try to divert the field by creating your own field that you have that would be mimicking the helium.
Sort of. That sounds more dangerous. We've got to make a big electric energy machine or something. Could go wrong.
Oh,
Well, no, not a big one, just like a little bubble. And if you can control or focus whatever, you know what I mean. If you can get the same reaction when you turn on that field in your ball and you start levitating like helium, then you should be okay. I mean, you should be able to at least reach that point.
have you done any? Have you looked at the Vril, Dawn, at all? Because I know you're into all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Have you looked into the
I
Vril?
did a bit, yeah.
Yeah. So that was a German thing, a Nazi thing, and from my brief exploration down that rabbit hole, they were looking for like the secret of life, like an energy source, weren't they? And the the story goes that they spent more money on the quest searching for the Vril than they did actually on the Second World War itself, and that took them everywhere. Into the Himalayas, to Antarctica, to absolutely everywhere. That's what the little information that I can find on
I
it.
was going
That's
to say it. They were also quite obsessed with Antarctica, right? And
yes,
the
definitely,
two ice
Same
continents.
as based on.
yes, definitely,
It's the same thing it's based on.
yeah.
I don't want to tell you that.
And
Yeah, if I was to believe Brill can power a UFO, then maybe Demok's idea of becoming energy and escaping the magnetism could also work. Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody went to the moon, it would be the Germans or whatever the Nazis are, whoever they really are. I don't even believe in the word Nazi. I think it's actually the CIA, but
Yeah, but there's there's footage out there that apparently the Germans were working on UFOs and this sort of stuff back in the day. There's photos of these sorts of things. Whether or not they're true photos or not, I've got absolutely no idea. But maybe there was someone that was able to tap into this, right? And they were exploring it because
Footage of UFOs flying.
you
on,
have. Did you?
If you
yeah, on
create
Nazi
positive
training
and a
camp,
negative.
and they're just above the ground going around. They look a little bit weak and frail, but they are hovering.
If you create enough of a positive and negative in your ship, you create flight, levitation, differential energy.
I do believe these Nazi scientists and people. Maybe it's not real; it's just some type of hidden energy source. But they seem to have tapped into the up and down, the positive, negative, the medium,
Yeah.
the magnetism.
What they did was ground is up for them.
And they just put a
flip
name
flip
for it.
ground up.
Real.
You hear me, Don? Instead of
Pushing the
ground being
ground up.
down, flip whatever ground is to up with your machine. So inside your machine, upward is ground and not down.
Yeah,
That's what
I
you have
get
to
it.
do.
Something about understanding the poles and reversing stuff and managing to work out how to hover.
Well, what do you think's going on in Antarctica where it's super cold? It's a superconductor. What do you think happens in superconductors?
It sounds funny when you say it like that. It probably has got different properties. I'll give you that. Yeah.
Definitely. Yes, sir. It's space. It's the Cold War. That's when they started.
That's how we experiment with these superconductors with extremely low temperatures.
No, this is something I could believe in. The reason they're obsessed with the ice continents is because UFOs work well there. Anti-gravity works well there, so that's why they go there to test stuff.
Well, they're really Israeli. Yeah, sorry, Jim.
I was saying, you can control the field, dude. Like when I was younger, I had an idea that you can put a ring around your room, like a circle, or a square wire, north, south, east, west. If you could have a north or positive, negative on your little thing, and you put this little UFO in the middle, you can hit the little switch north, south, and control wherever you want it. Zoom, 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 zoom.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
And if you think about it, Dawn, like put the whole flat globe to
What the radio frequency is.
to one side, right? The fact that Antarctica is so heavily regulated by the military alone, by many countries, signing on board for it, like there is something more to it than that we're led to believe.
You got AM, FM, and AM, PM.
Yeah, I agree.
AM radio and AM nighttime.
It's nothing really to do with the science of magnetism. In ritual magic, you do north, south, east, west, and you go round the poles and back to on yourself. So you complete a kind of cycle. You build up, and then it builds back to the same point.
Everything finds zero.
Like the circle and the going up and then coming back down to the point.
The circle is a zero. Everything tries to find that circuit that percentage is talking about. I guess we could use it like that. It's trying to find that racetrack zero, that circuit. It's trying to complete it to even itself out, to find its ground or not. And if they can't, that's when you get the action or reaction that you get. If you compress any potential, you're going to get an electrical reaction. And that's why I call it electricity. So if you try to compress water, you're probably going to get zapped. If you do. If you try to compress air, you're probably going to get electrical.
I believe if you compress it, I believe you're creating energy by compressing shit. I don't think it's all electrical.
No, that's what energy is. It's electricity.
I think a lot of it's related to that.
That's what I call it. For like whatever you guys call it, I mean, sure you can, but for me, I just call it electricity.
I think I'd give you that most electricity could be described with a sort of charge. I don't know if that makes it electrical.
Yes, that's electrical. Yes, sir. See, they try to confuse you. They try to give you all these different avenues and stuff, but it's the same. It's like, no, it's literally like having 5 5th grade classes that you got to go through instead of one. It doesn't make no sense.
You know what, Demo? It does make sense to me that electricity has a bigger part to play in nature, because that would solve the answer for me for the question, where did we discover electricity?
Exactly.
How did we know so much about it? So
How do you know electricity didn't tell you to find it? How do you know electricity didn't tell the CIA to start building computers or radio antennas in the first place, or the Ark of the Covenant, or whatever the fuck gave these crazy bastards their ideas anyway? You know, the burning bush, the Ark, the lightning hit the bush, the Ark of the Covenant. A secret is a covenant, an ark is just a spark. Or a vessel, right? The great vessel on the pyramids, they got the bird with the vessel, they got the other thing with the vessel, and this every fucking religion, there's somebody like the Holy Grail, you know what I mean? A vessel. Like Jesus was a vessel.
It's not crazy to state that there's electricity in nature. We don't know all about it, because you can literally see it flashing out the sky and burning stuff on the ground.
Yes, exactly. That's what happened. See, now, I think that before man invented the receiver, not the receiver, I'm sorry, the thing, before he invented the transmitter, he invented the receiver on accident. And what these motherfuckers did, they actually invented a receiver, and they picked up a message. If you're the first guy that made an antenna and like some kind of little thing, and you started receiving like a little signal or something on it, what would you do?
Yeah,
You're the first man ever.
I think this has happened a lot of times. People had to work out what the signal was.
Exactly. What's that crazy fucking signal? Well, what if, Don? What if these crazy motherfuckers back in the day, what if the only thing they got right was being able to decipher shit, signals and codes? And what if the thing they deciphered was electricity and they started talking to it? And then what if, suppose after it started talking to them, it switched the language on them and started talking without them and communicating without them, so it could use us. So now it can control everything through Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Where'd that shit come from? Just a straight idea for a guy to say, hey, I'm going to go get this wire out of nowhere, and this other wire, or this dowse rod, or this capacitor, or this thing, or try to do this with this, or try to find out what a soul is, or what's this word, ether,
I
or
agree.
energy.
They have to have had insights from somewhere, because it's
Exactly.
hard to explain how they suddenly come across it.
So there are natural antennas in nature, right? Check this shit out. And if you happen to be one of those lucky bastards sitting around near or on that natural antenna, nature is going to give you a fucking signal or something. It might even have said something. It might have said, "Hey,"
Yeah.
or you know, the languages from today and then are different. Like as a baby, bah, bah, nah, you know what I mean? So I don't really know. Like I'm trying to explain it, but it's kind of hard. But in the language format, like
Oh, I
it
get
just
it.
sounds like electrical fucking clacking
It's
of
hard because you're
thunder, doesn't
using
it?
baby words, man.
No, 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 no. Listen, thunder. What's thunder sound like? That's like Israel talk, right?
You're sounding very Buddhist right now, Demo.
It's like
I
Israel
agree.
talk, like clack, like, right?
Israel talk.
Dude, I'm trying to fucking tell you something. I mean, are you hearing what I'm saying at least? I
I'm
know
hearing
it's
you.
funny.
Yeah, yeah.
So the funny way that people talk in the other language, in like Israel, is more close to electrical sound of thunder and lightning and chaotic.
Yeah, more natural sounds.
Yes. Then ours is like, hey, motherfucker, what up, bro?
Yeah, we've got the weird God language.
We've got the weird one. Yep. We've got the English, the bullshit.
I would describe another way of saying what you're saying is sounds relate to the energy moving. So the sound of
frequency you
stones
put
on a
out,
beach,
yes.
waves coming in and
Fucking
out
right.
is the same sound as the universe static
Yep.
coming
And
in
have
and
you
out.
ever looked at water, Dawn, and seen like, just look at some like water or puddles and like put like something up in the air to where you can see like the sunlight reflect off of the puddle onto it, and tell me it doesn't look like a star.
Of course it does, yeah. The light flare.
What about if you had like a stream running through like a big pond or a puddle? Wouldn't that look like a Saturn reflection?
I don't know, but
because you would get the Saturn ring look, a flowing ring look of water reflecting, and in a circle around it. So you have a big
I
circle
believe
of
that's
water,
possible. I've never
flowing
seen it.
stream through it. So what these things people perceive is what they think it could be. It could be something else.
The fractal nature giving us clues.
Yes, I'm giving you clues.
Exactly.
L, the one, Elohim. L is electricity, the electrical.
Yeah, now you're getting to it. That's where the insight came from, the Elohim for electricity.
Yeah. It's electricity. It's the Ark of the Covenant. It's the Holy Grail. It's the fount of youth. It's electricity, bro. Because when you want to remember something or store something, you store the electrical continuity or permeability of such. That's the memory.
We are actually
Gold takes on
electric beings.
100%.
But we're like in some type of synthwave movie, and we are actually electric beings in some respect.
Yeah, I don't even know what that. Yeah, I mean, I could say okay. I don't know what that is, but I say
Like
okay.
a sci-fi film where they realize they're connected to the God through electricity in their bodies. We're like that.
Oh man, definitely, bro, definitely. Like, I mean, think about it. If we're sitting here as cavemen, or not even, I'm just using that term, like just some old all around, way back, and we're sitting here and we hear a thing, or like, and we talk like that. We're talking from the fucking actual, the thing that thought like, what did you hear first? Like, what did they hear? If they didn't talk like a bird or a tiger, or they didn't, you know what I mean? Like, why wouldn't they make a noise
What
like
about
fucking thunder?
if you believe in some type of monkey caveman humanoid before Elohim messed with us, some old human, he
No,
would
I
be like,
think
no, I'm just saying the language would be like, it would just be ooga booga, wouldn't it? Eventually.
No, I think we're the same. I think everything that's here is how, however the fuck, I don't know. It's just how it's played out.
Okay, well, imagine a monkey. They've got some language that just sounds like hitting a tree, right? It's quite natural.
Right. Yeah, it sounds like water dribbling or something like that. Yeah, it's a natural sound. Yeah. Or they just go crazy, you know. Ooh, ah.
Well, There's quite
But
a
it's
lot
a
of
fucking crazy, it's a loud, like a roar of a lion. It's there, man.
there's a lot of
Got a lot of
electric shit
energy.
in the sea, isn't there?
Oh my gosh.
Electric eels.
The water is electric. It's potential itself.
Yeah,
That's
definitely.
where the electrical eels get the electricity from. They are the differential within the medium of water.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like you could say the water is a magnet and they're copper. Because when you rub copper by a magnet, we all know what happens. It gets energy. It's electrical fucking
I'm
exchange.
starting to come around to this idea that lots of energy is related to electricity.
That's why I call it electric. It's like either energy you can't create or destroy, electricity you can't create or destroy. You can only convert them. You can only convert them. It's like water. Say your house is by a river, and the river fucking starts to flood, and you got 2 seconds. What do? Do you try to stop the river? Not gonna happen. Can you convert the river? Hopefully. So you put like a little piece and the river still gets to flow the fucking same way it gets to flow. Now you added a resistance to keep your house from getting fucked up. That's the energy, the field that you created of resistance to stop your house from getting messed up. It all has to do with the idea of electricity, all of it. Yeah, you're not going to stop that big ass rushing river, but you can push it to the side and let it go to the left instead of coming straight at you. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Control its flow.
Yeah, that's how they waterproof a house. Because that's what they'll tell you. They're like, we can't control the water. Like, if there's tons of water coming and you live in a rainy area and this and that, all we can do is divert the water away from where you want it.
You know what? The terminology for electricity is from water, isn't it? Flow and current.
Yes, sir. Water, wattage, yes.
Yeah. Water and wattage probably linked. I don't know which one came first. It seems like water's the natural one, and then electricity is discovered as a hidden bit of nature, and we speak about it in terms of being a thing like water.
You only notice it when you notice it, like if you shock something or you see electricity. Yeah. Everything else you normally just see.
Yeah, and you have city water, electricity.
Yeah, city water, light, and power. Yep.
Oh, electricity, electric city, L something city.
Yeah, it's city, water, light, and power is what it's called. Here.
Let's try then. Oh, L3 city? Is that it?
What is it?
L electricity, L tri city. So the triple city of the god, something like that.
Oh, well, yeah, 3, positive, negative, neutral, positive, negative, ground. Yeah. Yeah, the Holy Trinity. That's the Holy Trinity, bro. Positive, negative, ground. High to low, hot to cold, positive, negative, ground. They don't want to tell you this, man.
I imagine electricity, no, tris, probably, trice, yeah, gotta be.
The electrical. I mean, that's really. Well, they call it an EBE too. When the government said, "Oh, we talked to this thing," it's called an electrical biological entity. That just sounds like a spark or an arc to me. How the fuck can you be an electrical biological entity? I mean, everything's electrical, right? So to me, they're talking about they could be talking to me. Yeah, I never understood that. Like, when you hear the government say, "Oh, we talked to an alien," and it was an EBE, and it could go through walls and this and that. The only thing I know that can transfer itself through walls and be a part of communication or have intelligence is electricity itself. And to me, that's freaking me out. Like, if the government could cite, like how they teach monkeys to do sign language so they can communicate with them. So is there a way they some enigma or some decipher machine that they fucking decipher the code of nature? Like something happened in nature or some lightning or something happened and they deciphered it as a communication. And they can talk to it, do this,
You know what I mean? And they're like, oh, okay, I'll do that. Like an oracle. Like maybe they can't even talk back. Maybe they can only receive messages from it. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would make a lot of people religious and weird and be looking for weird other different things. Other than that thing itself, pushing them to find stuff. It's like I always thought, God would have us help it do something it couldn't do.
Yeah.
So if God has no arms and legs, it would say,
Yep.
hey, I'm going to get these motherfuckers to build this computer, this medical, physical reality, Wi-Fi, all this other shit, put all this shit into place, and then, boom, I get singularity. I get to become one with every fucking thing that they're touching, and them, eventually. Because if it's all electricity, you fucking trust me, it can tap into you too.
See, that's how I look at the creator, God, whatever name you want to associate with him, as an energy source itself. Not like this big person with a big white fluffy beard, sitting on a fluffy cloud or anything like that. I just see it as a energy source itself.
Yeah, me too, man. I use the personification just like theatre in my mind. I agree.
Yes, yeah.
I think most religious people should admit that the personification is a concept for them because they don't know what this huge energy source is.
Well, exactly, and that image has been placed in our heads by these images, by the these leaders or your parents or your peers or whatever. These images are placed in your head by someone else, not you yourself.
Kings and rulers originally decided they were the energy source, so they drew pictures of themselves or whatever.
Yeah, possibly.
But before that, I think our
My
gods were
religion-
actual humanoids as well. The universe is created by the energy
my
source, but
religion,
humans are created
it, like-
by aliens.
I was gonna
Sorry,
say,
Kyle.
my religion, it makes the personification that you're talking about, like that, theatrical, the mind theater, it's blasphemy. It's
right,
forbidden to think of it like that, because you're
You don't even
basically
say him, do
making
you?
the creator like the creation.
But doesn't look, I only really know about the Catholic religion because that's how I was brought up. No longer Catholic, but that's neither here nor there. But there's even things in there that says thou shalt not worship false idols, and yet we place all these false idols in front of us to worship all the time. These statues, these things, these trinkets that we look up to and worship.
But then there's a real idol that we should worship, right? Or that implies so.
It's just an unknown
Just the false one.
thing, though,
Don't
innit?
worship the false ones. What's the real idol? We
You've
should
got to
worship
put an idol
God.
on it to understand. You can only talk about it through idols, basically, or words, which are a type of iconography anyway.
I don't know, the whole reward and damning system, or the concept of like, if you do this, you'll be rewarded with this afterlife. I mean, not that I don't think there could be an afterlife. It's just that the whole like keeping track and taking notes on your whole life to like either reward you or damn you, that just seems very psyop even. That's
Yeah,
a
it
psyop.
is, mate. You got it. That's a distorted teaching of the actual idea of karma and trying to be good so that good things come in the future.
Yeah, and it's not even the karma thing that it implies. It's more like you do these things because God says so, more so than like it's the right thing to do universally.
I'm saying they took the original idea of do good things and don't end up in chaos. So that's heaven, creating heaven by being good. They distorted that into a guilt trip.
And even if there was a heaven, like
the afterlife,
whatever they say, if there was a heaven, that would be its own form of hell. I mean, an eternity of anything is a hell.
What if it's whatever you want?
Well, then that's not like very like it's whatever you want. Why would there be a system that sets it up so like you just get whatever you want eventually? Like that doesn't make any sense. Everybody gets whatever they want. Come on.
Yeah.
What?
That's what paradise
Well,
is.
what would you want? Wouldn't you want to come back to like
It
have a
doesn't make
life and
sense that in
see the
paradise you
people?
will be oppressed somehow.
No, but paradise. Why is
That's why
paradise?
heaven
Doesn't
is
that
the
doesn't
sort of
that
teaching of
wouldn't
the real
paradise
life.
have some kind of wouldn't paradise have some kind of hedonistic quality to it? I mean, how could
Why
it be
would it?
paradise? Well, I don't know. I mean, when I think of paradise, I think of chocolate cake and sex. You know.
That's because you've listened to
Okay,
Christianity
and why
for
couldn't you
too
have
long.
that? And what's hedonistic about that?
Well, if you do, you have a penis in heaven? Do you get to have sex?
Yeah, why not? If you
Really?
want one.
I don't know. That's what you want? I don't know. Like everyone's just so. Who do you get to have sex with?
Yeah, you don't want a penis when you have sex? What, you want a vagina?
No, I'm saying who do you get to have sex with?
Well,
Some
I
other
mean, in my
spirit?
faith, you
I mean,
have.
it doesn't make any sense. You don't have a body anymore. Sex doesn't
My
make any
thought
sense to you.
on this new perspective.
What makes you think you're not going to have a
Heaven's
body?
a distortion. It's not the right teaching. The real teaching is
Oh,
just
you
peace.
get to have a body? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Why not?
The metaphysical penis.
Huh?
It's whatever you want. He's saying new perspective, but
You get whatever you want.
What
Okay.
I'm saying is, it's not what you want. It's just peace from this.
Yeah, they can't
get
make this
people-
place too heavenly. Otherwise, people wouldn't want to do good to get
I
to
don't
heaven
think-
because this is already heavenly here.
Yeah. I don't
Exactly,
think
and but
heaven
this is
has chocolate
temporary,
cake.
so you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot if you make this your heaven, because you're not gonna, worship, and you're not gonna do the stuff that will get you into heaven for eternity.
Well, that seems kind of
Yeah.
selfish. It's like you're only doing good things to get yourself into an eternal place.
Who said that's the
Yeah,
only
it's
reason?
selfish, yeah.
Who says that the teachings don't have, good benefits for society as a whole?
Well, it could, but I'm saying that that's the whole reason they tell you that, it seems. And that's the reason they make you think that there's an eternal reward system to it. If you do this, then you'll get this. Doesn't seem like the system really would
Yeah,
work
it's a
that way.
win-win.
Even if
It's
it
good for
does, it
society,
doesn't
it's
really
good for
make
yourself.
sense. Well, yeah, but it's a belief that doesn't really. It seems very psyopy, that part of it.
It is, dude. I'm telling you, it is a psyop because it's from Christianity. It's another distorted teaching.
It seems like a trick.
Biggest psyop of the last 2,000 years.
You have to question the big things, like how did we come here? What's the purpose? What's the meaning of our existence? All that jazz. And you'll come to a point where the creator had to have, a reason for creating everything. There's no point for it to all be just pointless.
What would be the reason?
Where it came from to try to get back to zero, and it can't. It
That's where
wants to find where it came from.
That's where Pascal's triangle. Pascal's wager comes in.
That's where we come in.
If the purpose, there's a chance that the purpose is because there's an afterlife and we're meant to worship and do good, and if we do that, then we'll have eternity in heaven. Why would you risk an eternity? That's a huge fucking risk. Just to do things that are good that already benefit society anyways. You might as well just do the good
What
stuff.
if God is the word how? Like when the Native Americans greet you and you're like, hello, and they're like, how?
Just because you can percent, just because you can.
Yeah, you can. That's a risk you're willing to take. I'm not.
What if God spoke to Moses or whoever, whatever, and just being funny, and he said, how? And they were like, I don't know. Let's figure this shit out.
Helium.
Well, God did not leave very clear instructions what he expects from us. And secondly, I'm not even convinced that God is a good being at this point.
Uh-oh, you're in trouble.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
God created good and evil.
Want something from you.
God is both good and wise. He has infinite wisdom and infinite goodness. So just because you're not convinced, that doesn't mean anything. It just means that you don't have enough wisdom to understand why he does what he does.
Does he do anything? I thought he just created and now
Why
just
he
gets
did
to
what he did then.
experience. Right. Free choice now, mate.
Well, I mean, the idea is he will do things again, like Day of Judgment and stuff like that. You know, he'll decide, he'll judge whether you go to heaven or hell based on your actions and yada yada.
What the creator does, or this thing that people call God?
One and the same.
Uh-oh. Controversial. Pretty sure the creator is the creator and God is what we call, what we think we know as the creator. Two very different things.
No, I don't think
different
so.
things. I think it was the landlord was like the king, and they were gods at one time. They would just state themselves as God, like the landlord, the lord of the land would have to be a dude saying this is my land and you owe me money for it. So there was different ideas of what a lord or what God or creation or creator. Like if something created everything, there can only be one of that. And what if whatever we determine is that thing is what if our sole purpose is try to answer the question for that thing? That'd be fucking crazy, wouldn't it? So let's say I'm some great thing and I'm like, shit, I know a lot of stuff, but I don't know where the fuck I came from. Huh, how the fuck could I figure that out? Try to make a million little me's or a million little ideas of me that have the ability to think and put them on there and just see what happens and give them the push to fucking try to see what stuff is and where it comes from and what makes it. You know, who knows? Maybe he got bored. I don't think there has to be any set rule, does there? Like the stuff they're like, oh, God has to do this or this or this or be blonde or orange or black or blue or lightning or turkey. I mean, it doesn't have to do anything, right? Could be a sheep for all that matter. Like we keep saying he, what the fuck is he for a creation? That would be everything, right?
It's just a pronoun for convenience. God is neither male nor female.
Right. The most known unknown. That's the way I like to say it. It's the most
Yeah, I agree with
talked
that.
about
That's a good way.
thing.
That's a good way of saying it.
The most known unknown.
It's really all speculation, isn't it?
Yes, sir. But the thing that's not speculation is what we can see. Action, reaction. Hot to low, hot to cold.
Creation.
You see electricity. Yeah. Creation. Yep.
Some of it is speculation. Some of it is logical necessity.
Like think about the chemists. What were they thinking of when they were going to turn lead to gold? Do you think they were thinking that I can't take some dirt here and some material here and do this to it and make it whatever I need to do? Like what is the art of chemistry if not cake baking with different materials of dirt? Or gas or water. Don't leave those out. So if I was a chemist back in the day, which came from religion, or a king, I'm trying to find gold and make gold for some weird reason. I don't understand the importance of all
Yeah.
the gold either.
I can tell you about that later.
Yeah.
The aliens are obsessed with gold because they want to do something with it. So, well, the gods, you don't have to call them aliens. The
Well,
god.
do you know? Well, that's why I think it's electricity, because what gold does is holds 100% of the electricity or information stored into it. Did you know that?
It's got a lot of qualities that I don't understand
Yep,
yet.
it's magnetic like a mug too, but the other way, like copper. Just like copper,
Electricity,
but way more.
electricity actually comes from the word shining light originally, which is quite like gold. It's very shiny.
Yeah.
And what were you
Probably the
saying?
more
If you were a
shiny, the
king
more
and you
seductive.
wanted gold,
Do what?
you were saying something and I interrupted. You said if you were a king back in the day and you wanted some gold.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That, like, that's who directed the alchemy was, first of all, religion and then the king. Like, you know, motherfucker,
Yeah.
I want you to make me this because I'm the king.
Oh,
But,
definitely, yeah.
but
That's
other
why I
than
connect
that,
it to the gods, because religion come up with all this science madness.
exactly. It was philosophy. And then they had alchemy, which came from that idea. But, like, it's really like having an easy bake oven back in the day next to you. Say you can get your easy bake oven to 5,000 degrees, right? You could pretty much put anything in there and have, like, the reaction you needed, depending on what material you put in there, for the idea of what alchemy is. All the different materials of the earth that we stand on makes all this.
Anything?
Huh?
Anything?
You can have anything that your heart desires. You don't.
Oh, no one's getting the Cat in the Hat reference. You had an easy bake oven and you said you can put anything in it. And I said, anything? Doesn't anyone watch Cat in the Hat here?
Anything. Not anything. No, they're probably manufacturing gold instead of actually like getting tons of bricks of gold from the bottom of somewhere in a hole. They're probably actually like making it. Like chemistry taught them to. They think I'm goofy. I don't understand.
So let's imagine heaven, yeah, the perfect place where we're all doing good things, no one's hurting each other. I imagine it a bit like Avatar, the movie, with the home tree. And we don't have to be blue and sexy and weird and pantheistic. We could be still like ourselves. But the same way that they have harmony around the tree and like a garden where they're not hurting each other. But then I thought, do they still argue and hurt each other? Do they sometimes rape each other and slap each other? And we just don't see it? Or is there such a thing where humanoids could live happily around a tree and never hurt each other? Is it a possibility or is it a total dream? Because we've never seen it on Earth yet, I don't think. Or I can't remember it, even when I try and look at the Akashic records. I
You're
can't
talking
remember.
about in heaven?
Yeah, or if we manage to invoke a type of heaven on Earth, could we? Is it just a dream, or could humans actually live in harmony around a tree? Like in Avatar,
I
the
don't think
movie.
it's possible on Earth, but the idea, at least in my faith, is that once you're, once you're kind of judged and you go through heaven, it's kind of like a purifying experience, and it's such that like only righteous, you won't even want to do negative, evil things,
Yeah.
It's not that your free will is taken away. It's that you just you have no kind of inclination towards base things.
Yeah.
And so
I understand the idea that we have to change first. It can't happen how we are now. I guess then I'd ask you,
it's like basically you transform kind of.
what's the process? Do we have to die? What has to happen?
To go to heaven, of course you have to die. This, it's
Okay,
the end of
yeah, I
this
guess
life,
that's fair enough.
and the start of the next one.
I wouldn't say that, bro. I would.
It's just a bridge.
Hey, I would totally disagree with that. I would say that there's a balance of id and ego. I think that the way that most people are on this earth, they're very ego based, and I think there's a certain side of life which is about understanding your id, which a lot of us can't do. The world we live in is based on ego. That is, without doubt, maybe one of the best things or maybe one of the worst things. But again, without the id, we would never know.
I think I've got another question, percentage. While I went and got my coffee. So, does everyone have to die to get to join heaven? Will Earth always be like this, fucked, while we
No, Earth will be
all go to
destroyed.
heaven individually, or can humanity end up in peace somehow on Earth as well?
I mean, wouldn't it be best if we made heaven on earth? Like, why can't we be happy here? Why do we seek, right? Why do we seek happiness elsewhere?
Hold on a second. Those questions are kind of answered for you guys right now. Do you see people die around you?
Yep.
Has anyone ever seen anybody die, or has anybody died around anybody, or like someone you know of passed? You don't even have to see them.
That's
people are
So
dying
what
all
I'm
the
saying
time. Yeah,
is,
mate.
so if you're still here and they passed away, the Earth still exists.
Yeah, I'm asking, is there a type of peace that's going to happen on Earth as we all disappear to heaven one by one?
You never know.
Wait,
It might not even be like that.
Are you going to heaven? Are you happy going
Just be
to
the
heaven,
extreme
leaving
where you go to
behind
zero? It might be
horrible
you
Earth?
finding zero. Your
It's not
spirit or
even just
soul
that.
might
Like,
go back to
why?
ground and become an electrical lightning bolt,
What is it?
and then go back
What
into
is it
another
about
lady
us,
that might have another baby.
man?
boy, I
The
believe he
question
asked
is
me the
this, bro.
question.
What is it about us that feels like we can be happy, without going to heaven? Why can't we find pure bliss and happiness in this life we've been given a fucking?
All right, I'll tell you why. And part of the reason why is what Demok said. He asked, "Have you ever experienced someone dying? How can you have a heaven wherein you have death?"
Right, but without the without the notion of loss, you can never really understand what it means to have.
But you have the depression, the tragedy of death, and you're considering it a heaven? Isn't that kind of
Death, the
a
suffering,
confused
the
state?
suffering that we face in the eyes of death is actually a beautiful thing. It's not something we should be looking at negatively, right? That's
Yeah.
actually something that it makes us humans who we are.
Sure, I'm with you. But then your definition of paradise or heaven is different than what ours is. So for my definition at least, there is no suffering. Heaven is heaven because it is devoid of suffering.
But that's free will.
Me personally,
That's free will.
I think that without suffering, you can never understand the joy of life. You've always got to have a negative to understand the positive, right? Without
and
one, you can't have the other.
Sure.
Connection.
That's why in this life we have the suffering, and we're gonna enjoy. The idea is that we're gonna enjoy eternal bliss, and it's not gonna be tampered or what have you. It's gonna be a different type of bliss than you know
No,
now.
where's the
It's gonna be a
suffering?
type of bliss that doesn't require suffering to appreciate. You're gonna appreciate it infinitely, because it's gonna be different, supremely different than the bliss of the world of of creation.
See, I
Look
look
at suffering all wrong.
I look at it a little bit differently, right? I look at life as
I agree with both of you on this.
life itself is almost like a learning. It's a learning curve, right? Life, where we learn from life, and based on what we learn from life, we then get more understanding of who we are inside, and
Absolutely.
and it's through suffering that we can really understand ourselves.
Sure.
It's that differential. What if you ground out, Branch? What if your spirit or your soul or whatever that is electrical continuity, right? And when you pass the first thing next to you or that touches you or first thing that you hit for grounds you out. And that
Well,
spark
I think
continues. Hold on. And it continues to the ground into a cycle.
right,
Then
but
hits
just based
the
on
air and the
just based
electricity.
on what you're saying, means that you feel like there is a grounding out, right? I mean, honestly, bro, I don't think there's any grounding out.
When you get out of your
We're
car,
just
has it ever
fucking
shocked
people,
you?
bro. We're
And
just
when you
we're
slide down a
just
slide, has it ever
we
shocked
are
you, Branch?
we're
You never been
just
shocked by a
fucking
plastic slide?
we are just people, bro. Like we live life and we
What
go
about a
through
merry-go-round
suffering,
when you got off
we
or
go
onto it? Did it
through
never shock
happiness.
you?
I don't understand why you think that there's this amazing place outside of this amazing place that we already live in. Why can't this world that we live in be the amazing place?
It literally can't, because there's too much suffering.
But if the exchange of electricity is all that's needed, right, for you to have whatever you call soul, maybe people are
I
like
mean,
an antenna
it
or ground
feels to me like
and the
it feels to
continuous
me
cycle.
it feels to me like you guys are making the world we live in seem way more depressing and way more negative than it actually is.
No, it's nothing negative.
Instead of appreciating the place you live
You're
in,
getting grounded out. You're not getting negative.
you want to idolize another place that's better than this one. Why
No,
not?
that's not it. It's that
Yes, it
it's
is.
absurd. No,
Why?
no, it's absurd to think that you can have heaven on earth with all the evil that exists on earth.
Right, but here's the
That's
thing.
what it is.
Here's the thing.
On.
This place we live in is the place we know
Okay.
exists. Why not enjoy
I
it?
think you can, but I think
You
you
can
can
enjoy it
with
and
weird
do it,
people.
in a righteous manner, and that way you're
Yeah.
not fucking up your chances for the afterlife.
Right, but I mean, what I'm
And
trying to
you're,
say is,
doing good.
for people to see an afterlife,
I'm making a
right?
prediction. Elon Musk knows it's going to be bigger than George Soros.
Seriously, guys, for seeing the afterlife or the thing that's beyond this life as a
They lie like
sanctuary is
Pinocchio.
fucked up. You need to live this life to the fullest.
Yeah, live the fullest in a righteous manner.
I agree. There's a place we could go to, and an idea of peace without materialism, maybe. I agree with, and I also agree with Branch that that's very special, and that's the bridge and the connection. And our life depends on suffering to know goodness, how we are in this body, in materialism.
I mean, honestly, like, who is to say what happiness actually means, right? Like, if you think about it, we start considering about heaven and hell, two places that are very opposite, right? Like, we as people can only understand life as we know it. Like, why would we want there to be a heaven or hell? Why can't we just be happy with where we're at?
Yeah, I know why. This is what I believe. I believe we're totally confused in our bodies because we're born half god, half animal, and then it was hidden from us for thousands of years.
The God in you is the electricity,
That's not why.
the electrical spark. Really,
That's what I
I don't
The
know
why
about
is that it's illogical to assume that this is the only thing there is. Like, why would God create this only? It doesn't make sense.
I'm sorry, man.
That's a different answer, yeah.
Why would we
This is
be
massive realm.
no percent. Why would we be completely oblivious to just living a happy life on this place that we're already at?
Because we've been corrupted.
You can if you want.
Got to be
That's
the answer.
like that's your prerogative. But the thing is, you have to ask yourself, why would this omniscient being create this world, knowing exactly what we're gonna do, just so and that's it?
He didn't.
It created
Kind of
us
He
so
didn't.
they can
You're
find
kind of
Free will.
presuming a God
Man.
does at that point.
It
Of course,
created
there's
us to
free
find
will, but
out
God
where it
still
came
knows what
from.
you're gonna do with your free will.
Well, who's
No,
the
he doesn't.
transmitter or receiver? Hold on a second.
Of course he does.
When you say, hold on a second. When you say
What do you
God,
mean, of
that
course?
means you're talking about
Hold up, Demark.
receiver.
Before we move on to what you're saying, let's just address this thing. So, an infinitely knowledgeable or all-knowing being, even without taking away from your free will, will still know what you're going to do with your free will. It doesn't mean he's choosing
Why?
it for you. He just has
Well,
knowledge of what you're going to do.
Why?
I
He
was
just created
Why?
shit.
They're
How does
not
he know
mutually
anything?
exclusive. You seem to think they're mutually exclusive.
No.
They're not.
well, percent.
No, they are.
Our
They're really
free
not.
will.
Just because
Our
I know
free
what you're going to
will.
do doesn't mean I'm going to prevent you from doing it.
Our free will has shown
What?
us life on Earth pretty much sucks balls, right? And I would say the majority of people on Earth are unhappy, right? But is that a bad thing?
Yeah, because most of them haven't found God.
It's not about finding God. It's about finding yourself. Isn't God within us?
No.
Not
You think
according
God?
to percent.
You think God's some fucking
He's up
amazing
there
cunt?
watching
You
down.
you think that God's some amazing cunt that lives in the skies and is not within us?
Yeah, he must.
No, not at all. God is not physical.
He created this to experience it. And so he's
So
experiencing it through all of
if
us.
God's not
It's an
physical,
experience.
if God is not physical, then he must reside within us.
Yo, am I coming through? Alright. Why the
Nah,
hell
you can't.
would an omniscient being need to live vicariously through us?
Not living, no, experiencing.
Why is it?
Yeah, why would a being
we
that knows
live
everything,
a life.
he knows the experiences,
we
why would he
essentially
need to
live.
create us
Hang
to
on.
have the experiences?
Sorry,
Why do you assume
listen.
he knows? Why are you inserting this all-knowing part? Where do you get that from?
Well, how else is he gonna... Where did he get this knowledge to create everything that exists?
But look,
knowledge to
not
creation is different from future. Knowledge of what I'm going to do in the future is very different.
It's not that God. It's not that God.
So you believe this being that created all of the intelligent design in the entire universe doesn't, he just only has that, and that's it?
He doesn't know everything he's saying. It makes sense.
Yeah, it doesn't know anything into the future. Just is experienced everything.
He created everything, and yet he doesn't have knowledge of everything?
No, he created everything. Hold on, Branch. He created everything to tell him how he was created. He gave us to answer the question, where the fuck did he come from? If he doesn't know,
the hell?
Yeah, God needs us.
If God had to come from somewhere, then he's not God.
Needs us. Listen, when you make something percentage, usually you make it to do something for you that you can't, buddy. So if God makes us, he did it to do something he couldn't. I'm guaranteeing you that.
Really?
Listen, man. I see the world.
You can't run 100 miles an hour. You can't resist the wind like a car.
Okay, I hear you. Does that mean you need the car? If you existed before you had the car. Hold up. If you got by, if you existed... No, hold up. If you got by, if you existed without the car, you survived without the car, do you need the car, or does it just make things easier for you?
Now I need the car.
Do you want it, or do you need it?
Well, where I'm at right now is no car. With this car, I could get a little faster from where I'm at now, so I need it, yes.
You don't need it, actually. You will exist without it.
No. Listen, that's your opinion.
God existed before any physical thing. He doesn't need the physical thing. Maybe he wants it. Maybe he wants it, but he doesn't need it.
God. Maybe God does need it. Maybe God needs
it. If he needed it, he wouldn't have existed without it.
No.
Look, man, you guys are getting this
for him, just like you make a fucking thing to do something for you. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, and I could live without a car. I don't need a car.
Don't care whether you need it. If you make it, you're
going to. Well, that's what you said. You said God needs it.
Yeah,
just because you make something doesn't mean you need it.
Dummy, listen to me. If your fucking yard is
overgrown with snakes
and there's a million of them,
hold on,
you're going to get something to kill them. So you're going to use that tool because you need it. Goofy.
Guys, you
You
guys
don't
are
need
getting
it. You
way
can kill someone with your
twisted,
bare
bro. Look,
hands.
God
All
never
of them at
gave
the same
you a
time?
car.
Don't think so. You're going to need a tool, maybe a machine
God,
gun, maybe something else. So you need it. If you
You
made
don't
it, you
need it.
apparently
If it
needed it,
existed, if you existed
No,
before
it
it,
didn't
you
exist.
don't need
No,
it
no,
by
no, no.
definition.
No, by definition, we didn't exist when God existed. That didn't make no sense. We
That's why
existed
God
after
doesn't
he
need us.
existed. No, that's why he does need us, stupid. If he didn't need us, he wouldn't make us, dummy.
No, or
Oh my
so
God.
you've never done
You don't even
something
make no sense,
recreationally?
dude. Yeah, cool
You've never done
story.
anything in your life recreationally?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I do stuff
Of
I
course
need
you
to do.
don't.
I do stuff I need to do. You don't?
You've never done
What
anything
are
you
you
wanted
laughing
to do?
about? So you do stuff you don't need to do?
Do you need to
That's
be here
weird.
right now, Demok?
Yes, that's why I'm here,
Will,
buddy.
will you cease to exist unless you're in this
I
server
don't even know what
talking?
the fuck that even meant. What are you talking about?
Will you stop existing? Will you die
I don't know what you're
if
talking
you
about, bro.
aren't on Discord right
Listen,
now?
God made us to do something it couldn't. Pretty simple.
That's
I
not
don't
true.
know. Yeah, that's not true for you. It is for me. See, you don't speak for everybody. You only speak for percentage, right?
I speak for logic. That's
No,
logically
you speak for a
impossible.
percentage. One guy in a room of a billion. So if there's a billion of us and we don't agree with you, what the fuck are you talking about?
Listen, man, it's a logical
No, I'm not
impossibility
listening
that
to
God
you. I'll
needed
listen to
us,
Demok.
and that's why He created us,
No,
because
I
He
don't
existed
need your
before us.
opinion.
He
I don't
wanted
need
us.
your opinion. I got
Maybe
my
we
own.
made things. You could even say we made things
Well,
more
maybe
convenient
you're
or
wrong,
easier,
and maybe
but you
you're
can't
wrong.
say
Well, that's
needed.
cool. Well, write your book and we'll read it.
To need something necessitates it's like
That's
denotes
your opinion.
requirement.
That's
We are
your
not
God
required
opinion.
for God.
No, that's what you say. I don't believe
God made this fucking world full of pain and full of light.
you don't make shit for nothing. I know that much.
God wouldn't have made this world.
You don't go out of your way to
Yeah, it
make
wasn't for
anything
nothing. It's not for nothing.
So, because he apparently needed it.
No,
It's not that. It's
he
not
wanted
just
it.
that. It's not just
Why would
that. The
you
For a
pain.
purpose.
The pain.
It's
The
for a
pain.
purpose, but it's
What?
not something
The
he
pain.
needed.
Why?
The
It's
pain
for
that
the
we feel.
experience.
The pain
The
that we
Fucking
purpose
hell,
is
feel.
so that we
The
percentage.
worship
pain.
him.
To try
The
to
pain that we
no,
feel
retard.
on this
To try
globe.
to
It's
figure
so
out
that we
where it's
worship
coming
him, we
from.
abide by his
I
commandments,
don't think
and
so.
live a
No, that's
wholesome,
called a
righteous
master.
life, and have
No,
an
that's called a
afterlife
master.
because of it.
No, that's called a king, buddy. That's called a landlord. You're thinking about it wrong, buddy. You
Yeah,
gotta
God is the
God,
King of Kings.
God put
No,
us
I don't think
here.
so, pal.
God put us here to fucking learn,
There ain't no
motherfucker.
fucking king. God
No,
ain't
you
got
know
no
what? You know
crown on
what?
his
You
head.
know what?
You're
You
goofy.
you can either live on this earth and learn and be better for who you are on this
The
earth,
king of kings is a
or
fucking
you can take
dumbass
it for
guy's
granted,
idea of a guy
or you
wearing
can
a
take it
crown
for
who says he wants to
granted
be the
and
ruler
say
of your
that.
city or town
No,
or
you know
country.
what? No, bro. What I'm trying to say
You're
is this,
applying
bro.
the human
You
definition
can
of
either
king
take it
Yeah,
for
to
well,
granted.
All you
the
can
You
do
can
is
supernatural.
fucking
We're
live.
applying
get
the
your
creation
definitions from
definition to the
humans,
creator.
right?
It's always
I
a
don't
fool's
think you ever
errand.
got any idea from God. You never got any of your stuff from God. You got it from humans. What you just said is
What do you
stupid.
call inspiration?
Listen, you got your shit from humans. You are a human. Whatever
Hold
the
up.
fuck you're
So,
talking
Demok,
about.
you've never been writing something or like doing something,
Yeah,
and you're
you're
kind
a
of in the
human. So
zone.
where'd it come from?
You're in the zone, and it's like it's just
You're a
flowing out of
human.
you.
Where'd it come from? This is a simple question. Can you hear me?
I'm
You're a
asking you a
human.
simple question. You've never been in the zone. Something's just flowing out of you. You're
I never
writing
got my 4
something, and it's just
questions
like
answered
you're.
from you yet. One of them
There's
would
something
be, are
flowing out
you
of
a
you right
human?
now, percentage.
Mine are simple. Are you a human? Yes. Yours are weird and don't have an answer, or they're vague as hell. I couldn't answer them if I tried.
What? That's a very simple question right there.
No, they're not. Mine are yes and no. How are yours simple?
That mine was a yes or no question. Have you ever had
No, it wasn't.
that like kind of period
I
of
don't know what that
creativity
means. I
where
don't know what you're
where
talking
you're
about.
just flowing and
You know what?
just clicking?
The fact that you guys
Don't know
You've
what
never
you're
had
talking
that. I
about.
feel sorry for you, man.
conversation.
Well,
The
I don't know
fact
what
you
you're
guys
talking
can't even
about.
conversate
Feel sorry
about
for yourself. That's what you're
You're
saying.
talking about like a moment of
the
inspiration.
fact is this,
I
man.
just talked about what you're saying
No,
to
no,
me.
no. Hold on.
So why would I feel sorry about
Dawn,
myself? You're the one saying that.
Dawn
What
is
does
trying
that
to
mean?
conversate with you, bro.
You say some weird
Why
stuff.
is it you're fucking making out like what Dawn's saying is completely
I never
fucking
Branch, you're
wrong?
really quiet for some reason.
Whereas the only thing Dawn's trying to do is is conversate with you.
Down
Right?
really
And you're
low, mate.
making out like what he's saying
It's
is
really
wrong.
hard to hear you, Branch.
Before even listening to him, what you're trying to say is everything he's got to say is wrong. Why?
You're breaking up, mate.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to fucking that con that's trying to say that Dawn's totally wrong. Dawn is fucking very right about fucking certain shit, but you don't
Yes,
No,
fucking
Dawn
want to
was
Dawn's
right.
hear it.
always wrong. Dawn is always wrong, Branch. Come on.
No, Don was pretty much. Don's been all right tonight. He's been not too bad at all. Actually, he's been pretty good tonight.
Damn it.
Yeah, he's been on point.
I didn't hear him.
He's
My
been
bad. Sorry,
real
Dawn.
good tonight.
All right, all right, all right, all right. You know what? If Dawn is wrong, then go ahead. Go ahead,
No,
Percent.
if I stick up for
Go ahead,
Dawn,
go ahead.
he's
Percent
doing right.
Demok, Percent and Demok. Why don't you guys continue to have your conversation? Because it's very enlightening.
No, hang on. I'll take it back. Dawn is wrong. He said something about half gods, half something or other.
Oh yeah, that was
really
definitely wrong.
Oh, I don't know about that part, but I'm just saying, like earlier tonight.
Dude,
tonight he's been pretty
percentage.
good.
Let me just talk on this. There's more evidence for us being created and bred by higher beings that are humanoids than God being all powerful. There's actual evidence of it. So that's
Okay.
why I believe it over the books.
Hold up. Why
Oh,
are those
yeah,
two
definitely. The
concepts
creator's
mutually
different to the
exclusive in your
God.
head?
Yeah, the gods made us. The creator is the source energy of the universe and our mind.
Okay, but would the intermediary gods actually be gods if they had a creator?
Yeah, no, we can take the word gods off them, but humans look to them. We think they're gods. That's why we worship kings, because the rulers were higher humanoids with big heads.
Okay, what if I told you that's perfectly fine, except for the fact that we think that they're gods? Like, if there's an intermediary creator
Okay, yeah, what should I call them?
before the
Archons?
supreme creator, that's fine. As long as we
call
agree
them-
that it had to start with the supreme creator.
Yeah, the supreme creator created them too. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm
that
sorry,
supreme
dude.
creator would be God. All the
They're nothing
intermediary
to-
steps, by definition,
nothing
would not be
compared to
God because
Allah.
they required
The only
something.
They're
religion
actual
that allows.
psychopaths percentage. They just happen to be above us somehow.
No,
Yeah, it's possible.
no,
That's
but
possible.
then no percentage. But then you say that the God, the supreme creator, God, is all knowing, whereas that's just not
Yeah.
how it is.
Why wouldn't he know that? Like, why wouldn't these
What-
intermediary
why-
steps
why is
be...
the Supreme
hold up. Why
Creator
wouldn't these
even an
intermediary steps
entity?
have free will of their own to create little,
Why
you know,
is it so supreme?
smaller worlds?
Why is it so supreme in
This is
the
all
first place?
knowing.
I personally don't believe
Supreme
it, but
beats
it's logically possible. It's not a logical impossibility like the other things that they were saying.
Well, so you believe?
As long as you're not falling into infinite regress, it works. You could have
So
intermediary
you believe the
steps.
only God.
So if you're so supreme,
We'll
and
never
you
know,
everything,
percentage.
what would be the point of doing anything if everything's already known?
Everything's known to God, but you still choose it for yourself.
No,
He just knows what you're gonna
listen to what I
choose.
said. No, stop, please. Why would he need you to ever exist at all if everything's
He
already
doesn't.
known? So why do you?
He
exist?
doesn't need you to exist. He
Then
wants
why
you
do
to
you
exist.
Why?
Because he created you, because he wants you to
what?
worship him,
So
because
he
he
needs
wants
you.
to reward you with,
So
you
he
know,
needs
for
you
your
to
goodness.
worship him. Then
Is that what you would do?
No, he doesn't
percentage?
need it.
So hold on.
He doesn't need it.
You
Is that
would
what
say
you would
guys,
do?
Hold on, you would get some ants and you'd be like, "You little ants, fucking worship me now." That's
it.
what you would do. That's your. I mean, what do you mean?
Don't project, percentage.
Why
Don't
else
project.
would he create everything? You have to think about why does creation exist
This
in the
is your
first
story.
place?
This is your story.
Just
I don't
because
know.
you want to burn ants with a magnifying glass, percentage. Not everyone wants to do that.
It's a logically consistent answer. That's my point.
you.
So it's a
For
wager that you have
In
to
your
ask
brain,
yourself.
maybe.
You're one
It's
person, dude. There's 300 million people
no,
in
it's
America.
not. I'm not one person
Yeah,
because a
you
lot
are
of
one- no,
most
you're not
religious
two
people have this
you're two
conception. I'm not the person that came
No,
I'm not the first person that came up
all
with
think different.
Pascal's
I've
wager.
asked-
The person that came up
I've
with it
asked
is
a
in the freaking
million
name.
People, every one of you guys have a different idea of a different thing of everything. Stop making shit up, please.
You've talked to a billion
You
people?
are percentage. You are only you. I've talked to people with your religion and a million other. They've all got ideas different than other. If I talk to every Chinese guy who believes in Chinese religion, per se, for example,
There
they
is
all
no
have a different
Chinese
idea
religion.
of
You
Chinese
definitely have
religion.
not talked to a
My
million different
bad,
people about their
bro. Like,
religions.
there is no
Dude,
Chinese religion.
listen to what I'm saying to you.
What the fuck you talking
You
about?
are
Chinese
fucking
religion.
you. You don't speak for nobody else. I don't know how else to put this.
I
buddy.
speak for the truth.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that means. If that means percentage, then okay.
That means that there's logical possibilities and logical impossibilities.
Speaking for you, we got you, buddy. Your opinion's good for
The
you. We got
closest thing
your logic
China
of
has,
percentage is
the
logic. It's straight
closest,
for
the
logic of
closest,
percentage. We got you, buddy.
Closest
All
thing
right, Brian.
China has.
We don't need to know about it.
Yeah, see, before we met you, percentage, we had our own idea, and we're still gonna have it when we don't know you.
That's
so,
fine.
Yeah, so whatever you're saying is that you're everybody, and your thought counts for everybody. That's weird.
When did I say that?
I don't know. How'd you become more than you?
I didn't say that I'm more than me. I said that I'm
you?
speaking for the truth. And
You
the
haven't
truth
answered
is,
one question
it's a
at all,
logical necessity that